Introductions by members. Minister of Children and Family Development.
Thank you very much, Honourable Speaker. Today, I was grateful to have a meeting with Autism BC, and here today joining us is Julia Boyle, the Executive Director, and Kay Banez, the President of the Board. Would everybody please make them very welcome?
Minister of Forests.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I have a number of visitors here today, and some from my constituency, which is always exciting. Fraser Sutherland is here, a constituent of mine. She has a BA in creative writing from UBC and then was in Japan teaching English for 4 years with the JET program. She's now returned home and will be attending UBC again this fall in the master's program, getting a degree in library studies. Also with her is her sister, Claire Sutherland. She's received a BA in history from UBC this past May, and this summer she was a dispatcher for the BC Wildfire Service and did an amazing job. She's also thinking about going to law school next year. With them is Amanda Lockhart. She's a resident of Washington and Fraser's partner. She spent 5 years in Japan teaching English and is fluent in Japanese, and she's actually looking forward to having tea at the Empress this afternoon. And with them is someone who is extremely well known to many of the MLAs in the chamber for her excellent work assisting their constituency offices across the province. Adina Brown is here. She is also the mom of Fraser and Claire, but also a friend of mine and a colleague for the past 17 years. We were figuring it out. So she's been my CA, my EA, and is now an MA, and is doing an amazing job right across the province helping people. And please join me in welcoming all 4 of these amazing young women.
Member for Surrey Green Timbers.
Speaker, Taha Prize is the world's signature prize for Punjabi literature. This prize aims to promote the growth of Punjabi language globally by awarding writers working in 2 Punjabi scripts, Gurmukhi and Shahmukhi. And they had their 9th annual awards event on November 17th in Surrey. And I'm very pleased, Mr. Speaker, that on your invitation, the Taha Prize team is here in the Legislature. We are joined today by Barj Taha, the founder of Taha Prize, the co-founders Manjeet and Ajit Thandi, Kuljinder and Gurtek Shokar, Harinder Taha, who's their submission coordinator, Sadhu Bining, chair of their advisory team, my father, Raghbir Singh Sirjana, who's member of the advisory team and was previously the chair, Joyce Grace, their comms person, Gurinder Man from UBC, Balbir Madhupuri, who's the 2021 Taha Prize finalist from Delhi, India, and Arvinder Kaur Taliwal, who's the 2022 finalist from Punjab, India. Would the House please make them feel very welcome?
Member for Nelson Creston.
Thank you, Speaker. Today I'm absolutely delighted to rise in the House and introduce Team Nelson Creston, because I have Anna Bunchu and Sarah Wassilenkoff, who are my constituency assistants, and as you can tell, they're very kind and funny and wonderful people. We have Tracy Portis, and we also have Karine Bunchu, who is Anna's sister, and the Bunchu sisters are the one that them, along with their brother, created the magic that is Shambhala today, including all of the harm reduction pieces, sexual assault. Sarah is absolutely incredible, coming from victim services, and I think most people in this house know Tracy, but I know that there's someone else that wants to introduce you today. So thank you so much for coming here and joining us on this very special and historic day with our new Premier. Thank you.
Member for West Vancouver Capilano.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I just too would like to acknowledge Julia Boyle and Kay Banez, who are here today from Autism BC. Over the last year, I feel you are my friends, and you have done so much to advocate for and work for families across British Columbia. And on behalf of the BC Liberal Caucus and the time you've spent with us, I'd like to thank you, and I would ask the House to acknowledge and thank my friends for being here in the House today.
Attorney General.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. As you know, earlier today I tabled 2 historic pieces of legislation. It takes a strong and dedicated team to pull this off. And here with us today are some members of the team at the Ministry of the Attorney General and Housing who I'd like to acknowledge and thank. Terry Collins, Bonnie Rashinsky, Cimarron Corpe, Doug Page, Almond Gill, Candice Gartner, Elisa Tika, Rebecca Vieilleux, Al-Nashir Sharania, and Yashir Gajar. Through you, Mr. Speaker, I'd like to thank them for their dedication to the housing file in general, and specifically on the Housing Supply Act and the Building and Statutes Amendment Act. I know that there were a number of late nights and weekends that were spent to bring this work, and their hard work has paid off. As well, I'd like to extend a sincere thank you to the rest of the staff team at the Ministry of the Attorney General and Housing, who also worked hard but were unable to join us today. Thank you.
Member for Vancouver Falls Creek.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I too would like to acknowledge Tracy Porteous, who's here in these chambers with us today. You should have heard the scramble over here, us arm wrestling over who got to speak to Tracy. She's been so influential for so many of us. Not only is Tracy the past ED of EAVC, she also ran the Victoria Sexual Assault Centre. She's a recipient of the Order of BC, and she recently got an honorary doctorate of law. There aren't enough accolades out there, really, though, for you, Tracy, in my view. I just want to share a very quick personal story. Many years ago, I hate to admit how many, I was a junior social worker who was straight out of school, hired at the Victoria, what was then the Victoria Women's Sexual Assault Centre. My boss was going away for a couple of weeks, and she tapped me on the shoulder and asked me if I would be acting executive director. I was in my early 20s. I had never thought of myself as a leader in that way, but Tracy told me I was a leader, and Tracy, I've been a leader every day since, and I can thank you very directly for my role here in this House. Thank you, Tracy.
Minister of State for Childcare.
Thank you so much, Honourable Speaker. I'm so happy to introduce two constituents of mine from Burnaby Logie, Kimberly Armstrong and her 6-year-old daughter, a grade 1 student from Stony Creek, Abigail, who is here learning about the work we do. She was really excited to hear that our Premier also have kids her age. And she's joining us here today, learning about parliamentary procedures, and she had a lot of great questions for me this morning. I actually met Abigail in 2019, where she and her mom and her family joined my Christmas open house. It was a memorable event because my son, who was running around with her, ended the night by knocking off his 2 front teeth and learned the song, "All I Want for Christmas Is My 2 Front Teeth." And I'm so honored that I've always stayed in touch with the family. In 2020, Abigail and her sister were able to get childcare spaces because of our childcare investment and expansion in Burnaby. And her mom was able to return to work as a psychologist because of the childcare spaces. I am very grateful that her mom, Kimberly, has always kept me in touch with me, shared how passionate and caring and creative Abigail is. She recently fundraised for the BC Cancer by doing craft sale, a 6-year-old doing this. And I cannot imagine what she will achieve in many more years to come as a future leader for our province. So I ask the House to please make them feel very welcome. Welcome, Abigail.
Member for Vancouver Langara.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'd like to welcome today to the House Emma Conlon, who is a second-year law student at UVic Law, my former alma mater and the former faculty member from the Minister of Indigenous Relations and Reconciliation. Emma is doing a joint degree in Canadian common law and Indigenous law legal orders. She's in second year. She's here today to hear the continued debate on Bill 38. And I'd just like to invite Emma to continue to watch the many other debates that are going to be happening in this House today in a fairly compressed manner. Bill 36, Health Professional and Colleges Act. Bill 37, Energy Statutes Amendment Act. Bill 39, the Judicial Review Procedure Act. These important bills, amongst others, have many Indigenous legal components to it as we continue to look at how do we align our laws here in this province with UNDRIP and DRIPA. So will all members of this House please make Emma feel most welcome.
Member for Langley.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'd just like to recognize some constituents from Langley joining us on the precinct today. My friend River Peatman, Aidan Fowler, and Naveed Ali Akbar, as well as my CA Jennifer Loftus, and her soon-to-be Mr. Loftus there, Tyler Birdsell. We've gone around and had some great conversations today with a lot of folks in the chamber, but I've got to say, I think the thing that made the biggest mark on them was a little bit of time with the Premier in the West Annex and points on the finer points of ownership of minivans. So could everyone make them feel welcome, please?
Minister of Children and Family Development.
Thank you very much, Honourable Speaker. I'm really excited today to introduce Byron Laux, who's the president of the Victoria Grizzlies Junior A Hockey Club, and also Sean Chuka, who is their Director of Marketing and Sales. Of course, the Grizzlies' home ice is in Colwood, in Esquimalt-Machosen, and they have very generously offered a gift to our former Premier, the member for Langford Wanda Fuka. They're providing him with 2 lifetime season tickets and also this wonderful jersey with his name on. You're very welcome.
Member for Kelowna Lake Country.
Well, thank you, Honourable Speaker. There are going to be many questions in this place, but the one most important question ever asked in this province, actually the province next door, was 42 years ago when I asked my wife if she would marry me. She said yes. And today she's here to witness a great exchange of questions and, of course, her favorite MLA, her MLA, the MLA for Kelowna Mission. Would the House please make her feel very welcome?
Member for Courtney Comox.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. At this time last year, I congratulated my friends Nina Usherwood and Roz Humphreys on their milestone anniversary. However, I was incorrect on how many years they celebrated. I'd like to correct that today and ask the House to join me in wishing them a happy anniversary on their 10 years plus 1 together.
Member for Langley East.
Honourable Speaker, I would just like to take a moment to acknowledge my CA, Carly Hogan, who on Friday received her Bachelor of Commerce in Entrepreneurial Management and the President's Scholar Award from Royal Roads University. I was wondering if the House could please join me in congratulating her on this incredible achievement.
Member for North Vancouver Seymour.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I just would like to introduce some friends of mine that have come from my constituency. Diane and Doug Jones. I've known Diane for multiples of years. We worked in the same office together. We did different roles and we commiserated and solved all sorts of problems as a pair. You can imagine how that went. And she's another nurse, just to make sure that everybody understands all that. She's here with her husband, Doug, who was in the technical sector for many years, the tech sector. And they are here with their friends, Laura and Ian Hutton, who also had kids going to school at our high school. So all our kids went to school together, et cetera, et cetera. So they're all here from North Vancouver Seymour, and they're here to enjoy the House and also to wander around with me around the Parliament buildings and enjoy that as well. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Member for Victoria Beacon Hill.
Thank you so much, Mr. Speaker. I did lose the arm wrestle to introduce friend and mentor Tracy Porteous, but I wanted to rise to also introduce to the House Molly Henry, who is here. Molly served a number of folks in our caucus and cabinet, including my predecessor in the role of Parliamentary Secretary to Gender Equity, as well as Minister of Finance. Huge advocate, an incredible person and friend, and really glad to have her here today to watch question period. Thank you.
Member for North Coast.
Thank you, Honourable Speaker. This morning, I rise on a solemn note. There was a tragic incident outside the Ocean Centre Mall in my community, where my constituency office is located, as well as many government offices like MCFD and our health unit, among others. And I just want to say that, to my constituents that I'm really sorry and that I am grieving with them and that I wish I could be home right now. I wish I could be with you during this really tragic time. And so from here, from Victoria, you're in my hearts. and I look forward to seeing you as soon as I get home, and I will embrace everyone. And my condolences to the families that are affected. You're in my thoughts. Thank you.
Madam Clerk. Member for Kelowna Mission.
Thank you so much, Honourable Speaker. And just in response to some of the debate this morning, I would just like to make a point of order, of clarification on a voting record, and just reserve the right to come back and clarify that once I have the official documents in my hands.
So noted. Madam Clerk.
Introduction of bills. Statements by members.
Member for Chilliwack Kent.
Thank you, Honourable Speaker. Each year, November 20th is set aside as Transgender Day of Remembrance. This is to recognize those who have been killed due to ignorance and hatred, targeted because they were transgender, non-binary, or two-spirit. This year, this day was observed in the aftermath of yet another horrific attack on the LGBTQ community that left 5 dead and 25 injured at Club Q in Colorado Springs. November 20th is a day when we honor the memory of thousands of transgender people who have been murdered, hurt, marginalized because of transphobia and violence against them. And a day when we affirm our commitment to end the harm against people who are our coworkers, neighbors, friends, and family members. The reality is that transgender people continue to face stigma and discrimination, which puts people at risk for much higher rates of violence, poverty, mental health issues, and other complex challenges. And we know this is even more difficult for people of color and Indigenous people. Although much has been done to better support people in BC transgender community, we know we still have a long way to go, and we are committed to a better society that is safe and inclusive for all. It is every person's right to be who they are without fear of stigma, because more inclusive society leads to a higher quality of life for everyone. Honourable Speaker, as you know, I have the honour of representing Chilliwack Kent. In Chilliwack, we are also doing the work towards a safe and inclusive community to make sure our trans friends and neighbours have access to supports and services when they need it. We have the Chilliwack Gender Support Network, the Chilliwack Gender Care Clinic, and the Chilliwack Youth Health Centre, who offer critical and accessible supports in our community. Chilliwack is also home to the first openly trans person elected in our province, the first openly trans man in Canada, Terry Westerby. Representation and visibility that will undoubtedly have an impact on the culture and fabric, not only of Chilliwack, but of our province. I hope that all of my colleagues will join me in recognizing this important day of observance and the work to come. Thank you.
Member for Kelowna Mission.
Thank you, Honourable Speaker. I too want to echo my colleagues' comments and celebrate, because yesterday, November 20th, we marked the Transgender Day of Remembrance. And yes, it's a time to honor and remember members of the transgender, two-spirit, and non-binary community that we have lost to transphobic violence. And the violent incidents on the weekend was a graphic and horrific reminder. Celebration of this day is also an opportunity to build awareness of the disproportionate adversity faced by transgender people and the prevalence of transphobia in society today. On behalf of the official opposition, we are proud to be allies of the transgender community and honor the legacies of those we've lost to transphobic violence. I invite you to attend a vigil near you or take the time to build understanding and awareness of the challenges faced by the transgender people and how you can support them. Any sort of violence, transphobia, and hatred is intolerable. According to Statistics Canada, sexual minority people in Canada are 3 times more likely than heterosexual Canadians to experience sexual assault or violence. Transgender people are more prone to violent attacks, suicide, substance abuse, and other dangers due to transphobia and anti-transgender stigma. This information is heartbreaking, but reflects the reality many transgender people live through daily. We need to be more supportive of the transgender community in BC. There's lots of work to do. On Transgender Day of Remembrance, we reaffirm our commitment to building a British Columbia that is inclusive of all and free of hatred, violence, and transphobia. We mourn with the friends, families, and loved ones of all the transgender people who were taken away from us too soon. Thank you, Honourable Speaker.
Member for Surrey Green Timbers.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Last week, I had the privilege of attending the ceremony for the Taha Prize for Punjabi Literature, which since 2014 has been celebrating the literary contributions to Punjabi literature and language. The prize and the people behind it, Barj Taha, his extended family, and many others, intend to preserve the Punjabi language as well as motivate writers to tell stories and grow its reach beyond the borders of its native India and Pakistan and the diaspora. Besides the warmth I felt during an evening of celebration of a language with which I grew up, I came to realize the beauty of our province that has, with the generosity of the First Peoples, became richer in languages from all over the globe. I say richer because our province has been home to a plethora of First Nation languages even before the first settlers set foot on these shores. And it was heartening to see one such language, the Musqueam, be highlighted at the Premier's swearing-in ceremony last week. Language is a breathing, living organism, Mr. Speaker, and it is one of the strongest threads that weaves through its cultures and evokes in us a sense of belonging, a sense of unity. It gives us more than just the sounds of its letters and words. It gives us the stories of its people. And sitting at the prize ceremony and the swearing-in last week, I smiled at the thought of the beautiful mosaic of languages we have living in our province. I rise to acknowledge this mosaic, Mr. Speaker, and I hope my friends here in the House will do too. Hashkwa Siyam, Mr. Speaker. Tanwad. Thank you.
Member for Abbotsford South.
Thank you very much, Honourable Speaker. I invite members and guests to close their eyes and imagine. Imagine being able to travel across the continent and beyond with affordable airfares. Imagine an airport with little to no delays and a perfectly smooth experience from the moment you enter the terminal to when you land at your destination. Imagine an airport that isn't just a critical economic generator in our province, but also one that makes flying more affordable, accessible, and convenient for all British Columbians. Well, open your eyes, Mr. Speaker. There's no need to imagine when this is the reality at the Abbotsford International Airport. It's the second largest airport in British Columbia and home to one of the largest raspberries as well, over 300 acres. It's situated in my riding of Abbotsford South. It's also home to Canada's national air show, the Abbotsford International Air Show. YXX contributes significantly to our economy, enabling more than 2,000 high-paying jobs and serving as home to some of Canada's biggest aviation companies that specialize in training, manufacturing, and engineering in the aviation industry. This includes organizations such as Chinook Helicopters, one of the best helicopter training in the world. It's known as the Conair Group, which specializes in creating critical area firefighting equipment, and Cascade Aerospace, known for its aerospace and defense engineering work. Most importantly, Mr. Speaker, the Abbotsford International Airport is lowering barriers to air travel for British Columbians and giving them more opportunities to explore our beautiful country and the world. It's allowing more families to travel multiple times a year, thanks to the low airfares and fees at Abbotsford Airport. In fact, you can take a flight to Calgary or Edmonton for less than what it costs to take a cab from the Schwartz Bay Ferry Terminal here to the Legislature. These affordable fares are needed now more than ever following isolating impact of the pandemic and soaring inflation. I want to thank and congratulate the management, the staff, and all direct and indirect employees, volunteers, and businesses that make the complex operation at this airport possible. I want you all to invite you all to come out to Abbotsford and try it. So the next time before you click, search out YXX.
Member for Courtney-Comox. Member for Courtney-Comox.
Honourable Speaker, yesterday was the Day of Remembrance for transgender people who've lost their lives due to the hatred, anger, and violence of others. I attended a solemn event at the Weird Church in Cumberland, a place where United Church minister Ingrid Brown nurtures as a safe space that welcomes all on their spiritual journey. In response to an attack on a young person in the area, the church offered their space for the Day of Remembrance that was organized by Queer Source Society, a local resource center for 2S LGBTQ+ people in the Comox Valley. Waking to the news of the killings in Colorado compounded the grief and anger and the resolve to not be erased. Underreported because deaths are reported by dead names and gender. Well over 300 trans people across the globe are gone this past year. Shot, beaten, stabbed, stoned, suicide. 3 of them were in Canada. Alex Bastian, 10 years old. Damien Fraser, Ezra Amos. Speaker after speaker shared their experiences and messages. They flew around me like haunting barbs, pricking at my conscience. Leanne Lawson spoke of years of drug and alcohol abuse and homelessness as she tried to bury who she was. Today, she's an exotic dancer, and with great courage, she's taken her space in a traditional cisgendered bar. Nina Usherwood reinforced how having courage is living despite the fear. Her message was vote. Don't let lawmakers and policy setters perpetuate the hate. Ray spoke of safe travel and warned of using gender X on one's passport. We can be allies, but we can do more to end the violence. Jessie, a youth worker, shared a poignant closing. Give us roses while we are alive. Cherish and honor us while we walk this earth. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Member for Surrey White Rock.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. This week is National Addictions Awareness Week, and it is a time for us to pause and remember the lives lost due to the tragic drug overdose this year and the thousands more who have died in British Columbia as a result. We also pledge to continue to fight the stigma of addiction together. Addiction is something that touches every member of this House, every family in British Columbia, every community. Each person is a brother, father, aunt, daughter, co-worker. A person who needs a system of care. A person who needs support, and to know that when they need help, help is there. This year's theme is a community of caring, a city, a sports team, a neighborhood, a school, an organization, a group of friends. Communities come in all shapes and sizes, and no matter what community we are involved in, we can all support one another to collaborate and to ensure change. The last few months, I was honored with my colleagues on both sides of the House to listen to so many British Columbians making meaningful impacts in communities across the province and helping people that are suffering from addictions. The work that we did on Health Committee is unmeasured. As we completed the report on closing gaps and reducing barriers, it is clear that we have so much more to do when it comes to the issues of addiction. So with that, I say let's get to work, all hands on deck, to ensure that we are doing everything possible to support everybody that needs it when they need it. Thank you.
Member for Kelowna Mission.
Honourable Speaker. In my point of order, it was brought up this morning by the member from Victoria Beacon Hill that I had voted against Bill 14, which is the Early Childhood Educators Act. That was incorrect. And for note of clarification and as well for change, I actually voted for it, as well as it was unanimous with my entire caucus. There was no division and no amendments. Thank you.
It's duly noted. Madam Clerk.
Oral questions by members.
Leader of the Official Opposition.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I'd like to start by, first of all, welcoming the new Premier to his new role and recognizing and understanding the significant responsibilities that come along with that role. Now, having said that, the Premier has also been and had responsibilities as the Attorney General for the past 5 years, and in that role,
He was the architect of a failed catch and release policy that was responsible for an explosion of violent, repeat offenders being immediately released back into communities. For the better part of a year, mayors, communities, and this opposition have been calling for specific actions, only to have the Premier at first deny that there was even a problem, and then spending months ignoring these very calls for some action. Under pressure, he announced in the spring that he would hire 2 consultants to spend 4.5 months to figure out how he should do his own job. Then, when he realized that the issued report was in fact a damning indictment of the job he had done as Attorney General, he quietly released it on the Saturday of a long weekend. But during that time and those delays, for no other reason than a cynical political reason to delay having to make a decision until he became Premier, over 900 British Columbians became victims of violent random attacks in Vancouver alone. And yet today, the arsonist wants us to believe that he should be trusted to put out the fire that he started and he has stoked. So my question to the new Premier is, why on earth should anyone trust that after all this time, he has finally decided that in fact his government can do something to protect victims of random violent attacks?
Opposition House Leader, did I hear correctly you are comparing the Premier with the arsonist? Were you comparing the Premier with the arsonist? Yes. I would ask you to withdraw that.
Withdraw.
Premier of British Columbia.
Thank you very much, Honourable Speaker. I want to thank the Leader of the Opposition for the welcome here today. I want to thank several members of the Opposition, actually, who welcomed me into this new role, and all my colleagues for their support, and British Columbians who have reached out to offer support. It's a massive responsibility, and I feel the weight to deliver for British Columbians in this job. The member raises a critical issue. You know, I've been across the province and the leadership campaign talking to British Columbians, and one of their key priorities is public safety. That's why when the urban mayors came to us and said they were seeing this issue in their communities, I asked them to provide us with details. When they did, I immediately asked for, the member's right, I asked for assistance from experts in this area, a former chief of police, an expert in mental health and addiction, who provided us with a roadmap the government has immediately been acting on. As recently as Sunday, I stood in front of chiefs of police, nonprofit service providers, Indigenous leadership, municipal leaders, implementing that plan to make our communities safer. The only way we'll get our hands around this is by working together. And I don't believe there's a member in this place that doesn't believe that this is a huge priority, especially with shocking news coming out of Prince Rupert today.
Leader of the Official Opposition, supplemental.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker. Well, Mr. Speaker, results, not rhetoric, are what matter to the public of British Columbia, and this Premier's track record does not give anyone any reason for confidence. Fact of the matter is, last year in December he met with the mayors, said to the mayors, show me the evidence, didn't believe that this was a real issue. Then in April, when the mayors wrote to him and provided very specific evidence of just how his catch and release program was creating chaos in their communities, he still did nothing. And since then, since that time in April, more than 900 British Columbians have been attacked by violent, random strangers in Vancouver alone. That includes, by the way, Mr. Speaker, a young man in Yaletown, 29 years old, stabbed to death. A woman slashed in the neck with a machete. Again, this weekend, another young mother with a child in a stroller who had her child spat upon. And just yesterday, families having brunch at Café du Soleil on Commercial Drive were robbed at gunpoint by 2 armed individuals. And yet for over 5 years, we've had this Premier, the former Attorney General, the Chief Law Operating Officer for the province of British Columbia look the other way and doing nothing while victims have been assaulted each and every day. So my question to the Premier is, how on earth can the public have any faith that this soft-on-crime Premier will ever put the rights of innocent victims ahead of a violent criminal's right to reoffend when his entire career, inside and out of politics, has been about putting the rights of criminals ahead of the rights of our communities to feel safe?
Premier.
Thank you very much, Honourable Speaker, and thank you again to the member for the question on this issue that matters to so many British Columbians. You know, when we hear in our communities or on the news about violent attack or about prolific offenders, it strikes at the core of feeling safe in our own communities for our families, and I know that people are concerned too about the safety of people that are living outside on the sidewalk struggling with mental health and addiction, as much as they feel unease coming out of the pandemic, feeling that their downtowns are not the same as before. And that's why this government, under my leadership, is putting a priority on public safety, as I have in my role as Attorney General. And the member can try to rewrite history, but I'll read him a short quote from the then Mayor.
Members. Let's hear the answer, please. Please continue.
Quote from the Mayor of Prince George. The BC Urban Mayors Caucus brought forward concerns, and as you know, the provincial government has acted very quickly on it. They have two very, very qualified individuals that are going to be doing a review of the prolific offenders throughout our province and come back with recommendations in the next 120 days. And we've acted on those recommendations, and in fact, the authors of that report have said that this is in keeping with what they've recommended, all of us working together to address this issue. This is not an issue that's going to be solved overnight. We see it down the west coast of the United States, in major centres across Canada. It was the core discussion when the premiers got together from across Canada, the justice ministers, to talk about issues. The changes in the federal bail laws that led to this situation across Canada was the top topic of conversation and the key call to the federal government for us all to work together. It's a really serious issue, Honourable Speaker.
Leader of the Official Opposition, second supplemental.
Well, frankly, Mr. Speaker, that mayor is no longer the mayor, and the mayor that this NDP Premier was campaigning for in Vancouver is also no longer the mayor of Vancouver because residents were fed up with the lack of results. You know, Mr. Speaker, the problem is we've spent weeks and months listening to this Premier and this NDP government make excuses as to why they couldn't possibly do anything about people being violently attacked in their own communities. Opposition, mayors, communities have been calling for action for the better part of a year. And yet, as the Attorney General for over 5 years, this Premier was actually the architect who provided over the violent crime explosion that was taking place under his catch and release program. Now, over 6 months ago, again, as I say, under pressure, he announced a creative solution that was supposed to deal with this. Nothing changed. And then, since then, more than 900 British Columbians have been attacked by violent random assaults in the Vancouver area alone. This inaction continued during the tainted leadership race he just went through, where he didn't even respond to a single one of the recommendations of the own report that he commissioned for this problem. And instead, government continued to put off making any changes while cynically waiting for this Premier to take his seat so that he could then pretend that he was actually going to solve these problems. In the meantime, hundreds of British Columbians have been victims as a result of those delays. So my question to the Premier is this: why would anyone trust this soft-on-crime Premier when he's delayed action and played politics at the expense of something so as important as public safety?
Premier.
Thank you, Honourable Speaker. This government has been taking action on the issue of concern of British Columbians about public safety. I'm sitting beside the Minister for Public Safety, who presided over the establishment of a new provincial witness program that resulted in 419 charges laid, including 134 murder charges and 77 firearm-related charges, convictions of 32 accused with a cumulative 276 years in prison, just from that one change, Honourable Speaker. Now, I accept the Leader of the Opposition's core point. We need to do more. Of course we need to do more. But I don't accept that I don't have the support across the board from mayors, police, community leaders, Indigenous leaders. In fact, the new mayor of Vancouver, Ken Sim, quote from yesterday, quote, "Today's announcement marks a significant step forward in addressing the ongoing challenges of Vancouver related to public safety. I applaud the Premier and the provincial government for their bold leadership and partnership in making these critical investments and policy changes. I look forward to continuing to work together to improve public safety outcomes and ensure the most vulnerable members of our community have access to the support and care they need." I can't wait to work with him and mayors across the province to address this issue.
Member for Surrey South.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. You know, I've witnessed the suffering of victims of violence, and nothing has left a deeper imprint on me as a former police officer than that trauma. But for the Premier, it was his time as a militant activist with Pivot Legal fighting against police that was his most formative. During his time with Pivot Legal, the Premier was well known for protecting drug traffickers. I have quotes too. Curtis Robinson, who was a beat cop at the time with the Vancouver Police Department, this is what he said last week, quote, "One of the things that the Premier brought in was providing a multi-language laminated card to the majority of drug traffickers, particularly Central Americans, that said, you don't have to talk to the police," end quote. So why, Mr. Speaker, should anyone believe that the soft-on-crime Premier will ever put the rights of innocent victims ahead of a criminal's right to reoffend, given his radical past and terrible track record over the past 5 years?
Premier.
Thanks, Honourable Speaker. I'm incredibly proud of the work that I did as a human rights lawyer in the downtown east side for many years. I provided services to people in the downtown east side that needed that support. And I'm sorry about the characterization that the member puts on it, but that's important work. And I have an important job as Premier, which is to respond to the concerns of British Columbians around public safety, and I'm committed to do that. I have the support of police leadership from across the province. This is Deputy Commissioner Dwayne McDonald, the commanding officer of the BCRCMP Surrey, who notes, just like the member did, that police see firsthand. They're the social service of last resort in communities. And he said, quote, "We are thankful that the province has actioned a multi-agency approach that will bring the right people together to address the issues and ultimately strengthen our collective responses. I'm excited to work with police, with municipal leaders, with communities to address this pressing issue." And the member brings important experience as a law enforcement officer to this place. I welcome her. By the way, she's a new member here. I haven't had the chance. Welcome to the House, and I hope to hear more questions and suggestions. The member has important feedback, as do all members of this House, about how we address this important issue.
Member for Surrey South Supplemental.
Thank you, Premier Evie, for the warm welcome, and I do appreciate that. I also have to say and agree with you that advocacy for people who are vulnerable is important. But keeping people safe, as the Attorney General for British Columbia, was also an important job, one which I would argue that was not done properly, because there were, on average, 6 people in the city of Vancouver alone who were victims of random violent attacks in this province. And people are fed up with the Premier's long-standing coddling of criminals and his putting criminal rights over the rights of the public to feel safe. And they're well aware of his long anti-police history. He supported and enabled anarchists protesting the 2010 Olympics. He opposed police as militant activist with Pivot Legal Society. And police officers who were there at the time said he even distributed laminated cards to assist drug dealers on the downtown east side, showing them how to frustrate police investigations. Under his watch, it's become standard practice that violent, prolific offenders are arrested and then often released before the police can even finish the paperwork. As former sergeant and 24-year VPD veteran Curtis Robinson said, quote, "The Premier was one of those voices that stood in the way of active and effective enforcement. He drove a wedge between effective policing and those who were active in crime," end quote. Given his long track record of standing in the way of law enforcement, why would anyone trust the soft on crime Premier to deliver anything other than the terrible results we've seen over the past 5 years?
Premier.
Thank you, Honourable Speaker. This is the issue of crime in our communities, whether it's random stranger attacks, prolific property crime, is an issue that is front of mind for British Columbians. And it's a priority for our government. The announcement on Sunday, I know the member saw it. I know she saw the police officers lined up.
Shh, members.
Lined up with me and with key ministers for public safety, mental health and addiction, and housing, because this is a complex issue. We're talking about all these different challenges. Doug Lepard, former chief of police, who we retained to do the expert report, quote, "I was extremely impressed. It was more than we expected to happen so soon. All of it is either highly consistent with our recommendations or discussions. So of course we're very pleased government is taking such a definitive and substantial action on these very complex issues." And I worked with Doug when he was at the VPD and I was at Pivot. The member's cartoonish version of my work is not what happened. This is working together is the core of how we respond to these issues. Addressing mental health and addiction issues in a comprehensive way is what's going to help us get ahead of this crisis, and I'm excited to get to work on that.
Leader of the third party.
Thank you, Honourable Speaker, and on behalf of our caucus, we welcome and congratulate the Premier. And I have a question, Honourable Speaker, through you to the Premier. Will he commit to no new or expanded fossil fuel projects in British Columbia?
Premier.
Thank you very much, Honourable Speaker, and thank you to the Leader of the Third Party for the welcome. I look forward to working with her and her colleague in this place. Like the member, the government has a very serious concern about climate change and BC maintaining our position of leadership on the issue of climate change. That's why we have the Clean BC plan. The Ministry of the Environment has just returned from a global conference addressing these important issues, making sure that we are up to date and able to respond and ensure that our economy is one that helps respond to the critical issues of climate change, prevent climate change, and ensure strong and secure jobs for all British Columbians. On the specific issue of emissions from oil and gas, we have very clear legislated targets for 2030 and 2050, and any proposed project needs to fit within those targets.
Leader of the third party, supplemental.
Thank you, Honourable Speaker. Just to be clear, the question wasn't on emissions. The question was on new or expanded fossil fuel projects. I think it's very important that British Columbians learn from this Premier what his vision is, his vision on climate and climate action, and particularly when it comes to expanding fossil fuel projects. The conference from which the Environment Minister just returned, headed by the UN Secretary General has made it abundantly clear for years now. There is no room for expansion of fossil fuels in any country, and certainly not in BC, where we're nowhere near on track to meeting our emission targets in any way. So the Premier was recently quoted in the Globe and Mail, and he stated, quote, "We cannot continue to subsidize fossil fuels and expect clean energy to manifest somehow. We cannot continue to expand fossil fuel infrastructure and hit our climate goals." I agree with the Premier wholeheartedly on these statements, but here's his opportunity to make it very clear in this House and on the record. Will the Premier commit to British Columbians that there will be no new or expanded fossil fuel projects in this province.
Premier.
I and all of my colleagues are committed to the Clean BC plan, committed to hitting our 2030 and 2050 targets around emissions. We've been clear about that since forming government, and that remains our commitment to the third party and all British Columbians.
Opposition House Leader.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Well, one of the most fundamental jobs of government is to keep people safe. But every single day in Vancouver alone, 4 people are subject to random and violent assaults. On the weekend, prolific offender Glenn Aslan attacked a mother and her 13-month-old child, deliberately spitting on the child in the stroller. Now, this is a criminal who is well known to police for previous assault and weapon charges, but this morning he was up on bail. Also this past weekend, we learned of Mohammed Adada, a dangerous, prolific offender with a long criminal record, including 5 different assault convictions in just the past 18 months. He was arrested for assault with a weapon, but was released and promptly violated his bail conditions. The Vancouver Police have issued a warning that he is very dangerous and a threat to public safety. Mr. Speaker, if the Premier had acted even just 6 months ago, then perhaps criminals like Glenn Aslan and Mohammed Adada would not have had the opportunity to be out on bail and assault more innocent people. So the question to the Premier is this: how does the Premier look into the eyes of the hundreds and hundreds of victims of violent and random attacks and explain to them why, for the past 5 years, he has put the rights of prolific offenders to reoffend ahead of the rights of innocent British Columbians to be safe in their communities? Exactly.
Premier.
Thank you, Honourable Speaker. I imagine a mom and her young kid going down the street and facing this kind of attack the member described. Incredibly disturbing to all British Columbians. And not just all British Columbians, all Canadians. This very issue of people being involved in attacks and being released on bail under new federal rules was the core topic of discussion at the federal, provincial, territorial meeting of all the provinces and the territories across Canada. Now, this quote will be interesting, I think, for the member to help him understand the complex nature of this federal challenge. This is the Manitoba Justice Minister, Kevin Gertson, talking about federal bail provisions at that Halifax meeting. Quote, "The Manitoba government came with a clear message that too many violent offenders are being granted bail, only to then victimize someone else while on bail. I was pleased that all provinces agreed that there needs to be changes to federal bail provisions in order to protect our communities." Now, I've talked to Prime Minister Trudeau about this. I've talked to the federal public safety minister about this. I've talked with our regional cabinet representative about this, and we will continue to advocate at the federal level to get those rules changed.
Opposition House Leader, supplemental.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Well, what's required is less talk and more action. British Columbians want results. They don't want any more announcements. They want this government to get on with helping make them feel safer in their communities. This Attorney General has had 5 years to do exactly that. Here's what British Columbians know. They know about the Premier's long history of anti-police actions before he entered politics. They know that through deliberate policy choices for 5 years as Attorney General, the Premier became the architect of catch and release, and that he then refused to acknowledge the resulting massive increase in random assaults was even real. They know that the Premier then said he couldn't act, and that he then sat on solutions for months for his own political purposes while people continued to be randomly attacked. 900 people in Vancouver alone since the mayors wrote to the Attorney General last April. At any point in the past 5 years, heck, the last year, he could have taken action, but he didn't. He didn't make victims the priority. Why? Because repeat offenders have always been his priority. He knowingly sat there as Attorney General for 5 years and did nothing. Mr. Speaker, playing politics with the safety of British Columbians is disgraceful. So the question to the Premier is this: why did the Premier not act months ago? Why did he not act months ago to keep British Columbians safe from repeat criminals like Glenn Aslan and Mohammed Adada? And why should anyone trust this soft on-crime Premier to actually deliver policies that are the complete opposite of everything that he has believed in and fought for his entire adult life.
Premier.
Thank you so much, Honourable Speaker. It's hard to know where to begin with the member's question, but what I can say is that one of the first things...
Members, please
One of
continue.
the first things I did as Attorney General when I was briefed on the fact that our casinos were being used as a laundromat for international criminal proceeds of crime...
Members. Premier will continue.
When I was briefed that our casinos were being used as a laundromat for the proceeds of crime for international criminal organizations, I took action, Honourable Speaker. And I know that the members on that side knew about that issue, Honourable Speaker. Taking the role of Premier is a serious business, and protecting British Columbians is a serious business for me. That is why the first announcement on the Sunday, I laid out a comprehensive plan with the support of police, nonprofit service providers, Indigenous leadership.
Thank you, members. Member, please continue.
And there are two tracks, Honourable Speaker. There's enforcement and there's intervention. Simply because we understand mental health and addiction issues doesn't mean we put up with violent attacks in our communities. That's why there's two tracks: intervening to help people break the cycle, but also support for police, integrated teams of police, prosecutors, and probation workers to address offenders in our communities. This is critically important, Honourable Speaker.
Member for Prince George Valemount.
Well, thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Well, the former Attorney General stands up in the House today as the new Premier, and he talks...
I wouldn't get too excited.
And he talks about how disturbing the attacks are. They were disturbing. And they were disturbing when he was sitting in his chair as the Attorney General. And what did he do about that, despite ideas, suggestions, complaints from across the province? Absolutely nothing. And British Columbians paid the price. It is on his shoulders, the fact that people continued to be attacked while he sat in that chair and sat on apparently the ideas he came up with on Sunday. Day after day, under this Attorney General's watch, criminals were caught and released. Justin Collins, released with the agreement of provincial prosecutors, having 400 police files. Mohammed Majapur, a criminal with 30 convictions and charged with hitting a young woman over the head with a steel pole in a racist assault, but released only 2 hours later to reoffend. Kenneth Solemn, released despite a brutal machete attack, only to immediately breach his conditions. And Tyler Newton, released, again with the agreement of prosecutors, despite being a convicted killer with 51 convictions and facing assault and weapons charges. The Premier sat 2 chairs over while every single one of these events occurred, and he did nothing. The fact of the matter is, he ignored the solutions that were offered while criminals reoffended and viciously attacked British Columbians. How does this Premier expect anyone in British Columbia to believe a word he says when he sat there for 6 years and allowed chaos to reign on the streets of British Columbia?
Premier.
Thank you, Honourable Speaker, and thank you to the member for the question. This is a very serious matter, Honourable Speaker, for people across the province. And not just across our province, across Canada. The federal government, I know the member knows this, the federal government changed the bail rules. There were major Supreme Court of Canada decisions about them that made it harder to hold violent offenders. This was the main topic of premiers across Canada coming together ministers responsible for justice coming together at the federal, provincial, territorial meeting, pushing the federal government.
Members, we have heard the opposition already, please. Please.
Pushing the federal government to make those changes. In my first conversation with Prime Minister Trudeau, I raised this issue with him. With the public safety minister, I raised this issue with him. I will continue to advocate on that. And that does not mean that the province doesn't have a critical role to play here. We have new violent offender teams in place, peer assisted teams to help support police so they don't have to respond to every call of a person in crisis. A new model of addictions care under work at St. Paul's. Important work. And I'm so proud of my colleagues who have been doing this work and delivering for British Columbians, but we know there's so much more to do. And Honourable Speaker, I'll just say on a somewhat lighter note at the end of question period, I understand it is the member's birthday. I want to wish her a happy birthday. Thank you, Honourable Speaker.
The bell ends the question period. Government House Leader. Members.
Thank you, Honourable Speaker. By leave, I move, and the motion I'm about to move has been shared with the opposition parties, Honourable Speaker. By leave, I move that notwithstanding Standing Order 2.1, the adjournment time of the sittings of the House commencing at 1:30 p.m. on Monday, November 21st, 2022, Tuesday, November 22nd, 2022, and Wednesday, November 23rd, 2022, be modified to A, 9 p.m. on Monday, November 21st, 2022, and Tuesday, November 22nd, 2022, and B, 10 p.m. on Wednesday, November 23rd, 2022, and further that this modified time of adjournment extend to the application of Standing Order 3 and to the interpretation of the ordinary time fixed for adjournment of the House in the sessional order adopted by the House on March 7th, 2022, enabling certain proceedings of the House to be undertaken in 3 sections.
Is leave granted?
Aye.
All those in favour? Government Opposition House Leader.
Just wanted to offer some comments on this motion.
Okay.
Perfect. Thank you. So I on behalf of the official opposition, I just wanted to take a minute or two to provide some feedback to the government House Leader, some of which he's already heard, but for the benefit, I think, of everybody, it needs to be said in this place. This particular motion, which adds hours to the final session week, a couple hours tonight and tomorrow, 3 on Wednesday, and that also provides for opening up a third room. I believe it will be the Birch Room. While this is welcome in terms of adding additional capacity to the very important work that is required to be done with the legislation in front of us, I want to be very, very, very clear that having this chamber, the Douglas Burr Room, the Birch Room, and these additional hours is still not going to allow for adequate and thorough and thoughtful debate of the entire legislative package that's in front of this House, nor is it going to allow for I think the thoughtful debate that's required on 2 bills, net new bills that were introduced just this morning, which is almost unprecedented as far as I understand. With 4 days left in a session, that 2 substantive bills would be introduced on a net new basis. As a reminder for the House, with 4 days left, there is a number of bills that still require second reading. Not the least of which is the Indigenous Self-Government and Child and Family Services Bill 38. A very important bill that I know a number of members of this House still wish to speak to. There is the Bill 37, which is the Energy Statutes Amendment Act. There is Bill 39, Judicial Review Procedure. There remains a tremendous amount of committee work that is required to be completed, not the least of which is the Bill 36, the Health Professions and Occupations Act. I believe that committee is perhaps at like section 60 or 65 of a 600-section bill. There is Bill 41, the Workers' Compensation Act, Bill 42 that involves provincial sales tax, that is also in committee, Bill 40, passenger transportation. The point I'm trying to make is prior to even introducing 2 additional bills this morning, there is no conceivable way that what is in front of this House in second reading, that requires second reading, that requires completion in committee, that there is adequate time to do this thoughtfully and thoroughly. And so what does this mean? This means that at some point in the next coming couple of days, this House should expect that the government House Leader will rise in this place and he will move another motion, which is becoming common with this government, to impose time allocation or closure, which will restrict the continued debate on this critical legislation which is in front of us. That will prevent all of the necessary questions from being asked, to be asked. And, Mr. Speaker, that is not, we believe, not how this place is supposed to operate. I acknowledged back on November the 3rd, when I made remarks on behalf of the official opposition, when this government brought forward a motion to rip out of the parliamentary calendar 4 sitting days last week in order purportedly to accommodate the incoming Premier's swearing-in ceremony, which was on the Friday. They cancelled the Monday through Thursday. All of that time there that could have and should have been used for debate in these chambers. They ripped that time out. I said at the time that whether this is just a sloppiness on the government's part, whether it's some incompetence, whether it's a disregard for this place, the government of British Columbia does not dictate to this chamber down to the hour, as a matter of practice, how much time should be spent on any particular bill. It has the standing orders to be able to do that at the end of the day, but that is a heavy hammer that this government is increasingly using. And I will add one further point, Mr. Speaker. This motion here today, again, while it does add some additional capacity, and while I think I've been clear it will not enable us to thoroughly and thoughtfully debate all of the remaining legislation, does not take into account the 2 new bills that were introduced this morning. I would like to point out that this comes on the heel. There's the erosion of the parliamentary calendar, as we've seen through cancelling last week. The erosion of the hours, the set hours that everyone in this place agrees to at the front end of a session. The erosion of fixed election dates, which we saw the calling of a pandemic election. On and on it goes. The erosion of accountability measures and mechanisms that were put in place through the 2000s to ensure maximum accountability and to ensure a thoughtful and thorough debate of legislation brought forward by the government today, all of this is being compromised. So we will support these additional hours that are provided for in this motion. We will do so because we're here to do our jobs and to work. I've also said to the government House Leader we would be more than happy to stay and be here on Friday. We would be more than happy to be here next week and the week after if necessary, to ensure that all of the critical legislation which is on the order paper, including the 2 net new bills introduced this morning, receive the appropriate scrutiny that British Columbians are expecting all of us to be doing here while we are in session. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker.
House Leader of Third Party.
Speaker, and just a few comments on behalf of the third party. Just want to first of all, I think, acknowledge the fact that we did stand, it goes on November the 3rd, to talk about the previous motion, which removed 4 days of debate on the legislation that we're resuming today. And just want to, I think, acknowledge the fact that we are now having a discussion today about extending some time for us to debate the legislation that's in front of us. And I think it should be acknowledged that, that the result, I think, of the comments that were made is a recognition that there is an incredible amount of work on the legislation that the government has asked this House to consider, including 2 new pieces of legislation, as has been previously pointed out. I still do think that we get to a situation at the end of this week where government is going to have to bring a motion for time allocation, and we continue to be, as the third party, continue to be troubled by a practice that does not allow the opposition, on behalf of the people of British Columbia. We're paid to be here to scrutinize this legislation. It's an important part of the process, as the new Premier and as the government knows well. Without, I think, repeating myself, I spoke at length to the previous motion. I just want to say that we also will be here for as long as necessary in order to debate these bills. And if that means having to disrupt life or meetings that have been planned in our constituencies in order to do it, recognizing next week there are some planned events that I think a lot of the members here will be at, I do want to also extend to the government that it is a better choice to ask us to come back here and do that work than it is to invoke a closure or time allocation. That is, of course, recognizing that there is a great deal of time that is spent on both sides of this House during committee stage of the debate. And I think that there is an opportunity for all the members, both those who are asking questions and those who are answering questions, the ministers, to maybe tighten up a little bit and ensure that we can use the time that we have in front of us this week as efficiently and as best as we possibly can on behalf of British Columbians. That said, we got a ton of work, and so with that I'm going to take my seat. But I just want to let the government know that we are prepared to be here for as long as necessary in order to do the work that British Columbians have asked us to do.
Member for Abbotsford West.
Thanks, Mr. Speaker. And the House, I feel compelled to make just a few comments. The opposition House Leader and the representative from the House Leader for the third party, I think, have appropriately and accurately spoken to the short-term challenges that the House faces when we take into account the legislative agenda that remains before us. But I also think that it is worth just taking a moment to pause and reflect on the longer-term consequences of what really does amount to the final and definitive dismantling of the procedural safeguards that were developed over a period of time. To guard against the manipulation of governments, and by the way, and I don't say this, well, I suppose I do in part. When I talk about the manipulation by governments, that is premiers' offices. And it's ironic that there are two members in this chamber who recall the days when the House sat regularly to all hours of the night. Members had no idea when the House would adjourn. Members had no idea when it would be recalled. One member did, the Premier. And premiers of different political stripes used that power very effectively to manipulate and try to secure a political advantage. At a certain point, the members of this chamber determined collectively that that wasn't a really effective way to conduct business. To be here at 10:30 at night with members at a minimum mentally tired and sometimes worse, was not the best way to conduct business, and established a set of rules. Now, the point, Mr. Speaker, and everyone in this House is going to say what we've already just heard, which is people are prepared to, they are here, they take their duty seriously, they want to work for as long and hard as it takes. But the decision was made to bring some regularity to ensure that legislation received proper scrutiny, responsible scrutiny. And that's not to say that these things didn't need to be changed from time to time. And they were. but they were changed after consultation between the parties, usually via the House leaders, and we live with some of those changes. The notion of a question period on a Tuesday or Thursday morning would have been thought a heresy. It's now a regular feature of this House, but it doesn't change at the whim of government or a Premier's office, and yet that is what we are now confronted by, Mr. Speaker. There is a difference between flexibility and manipulation. Flexibility is necessary when we are confronted by circumstances beyond our control. We just had a pandemic. No one in this House challenged the need or the appropriateness of the government making some changes to the procedures and the sitting schedules of this House. Natural disasters would fall into that category. But it becomes manipulation when it is the result of decisions that lay squarely within the control of government. And everything we are doing today relates to decisions that rested squarely within the control of government. And so the door is now being reopened. We're going back to night sittings. The parliamentary calendar has been changed because the party that happens to be in power presently has decided that was more convenient. And I say this, Mr. Speaker, because there are people in this chamber that will be here longer than I will be here in the future. I believe we will regret this. Because once done, it will be done again. Because there will always be a reason for a Premier's office to decide that one more bill, one more piece of legislation can be squeezed into the agenda. And Mr. Speaker, to believe the Attorney General who tabled the bills this morning, they are important pieces of legislation. We don't have 4 days, we'll have 3 days. And to responsibly debate those bills involves speaking to others. But on an issue that the government and the new Premier says is of fundamental importance, this Assembly will devote 2 days. So the motion is going to pass. The House is going to return and sanction nighttime sittings. It'll be 9 o'clock, it'll be 10 o'clock, maybe it'll be 11 o'clock, maybe it'll be 2 o'clock in the morning. And I take it is convenient for the government to do that, but Mr. Speaker, it to my mind represents a step backwards. To my mind, it represents a form of manipulation because it is being done for the wrong reasons. It is being done to score political advantage, and I think that's wrong.
Members, the leave was granted. All those in favor indicate aye. Aye. Opposed? Motion carried. Government House Leader. Government House Leader.
Thank you, Honourable Speaker. By leave, I move that further to the sessional order adopted by the House on March 7th, enabling certain proceedings of the House to be undertaken in 3 sections. A, Section C be authorized to consider bills at committee stage after second reading thereof and for all purposes be deemed to be a committee of the whole House, and that the standing orders related to the consideration of bills in the committee of the whole House be applicable to such proceedings. And B, Section C be authorized to examine any public bill appearing on the orders of the day at committee stage which may be considered in the order determined by the government House Leader in accordance with Standing Orders 27.2, and C, the membership of Section C include the Minister in charge of the bill under consideration.
Shall leave be granted?
Aye.
All those in favor? Aye. Opposed? Motion carried. Madam Clerk.
Orders of the day.
Government House Leader.
Thank you, Honourable Speaker. In this chamber, I call continued second reading debate Bill 38, Indigenous Self-Government in Children and Family Services Amendment Act. In Section A, the Douglas Fir Room, I call continued Committee of the Whole Bill 36, the Health Professions and Occupations Act. And Section C, the Birch Room, I call Committee of the Whole Bill 40, Passenger Transportation Amendment Act, number 2.
Committee chairs.
Thank you, members. Now on Bill 38, I recognize the member for Chilliwack, Kent.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I'm happy to continue speaking to Bill 38, the Indigenous Self-Government and Child and Family Services Amendment Act. And I just have a few more comments that I think are important that I'd like to share on behalf of what I'm hearing in my community, as well as what I've had the privilege of learning over the course of my career. And so just to catch it back up, to bring it back to where we were, the Indigenous children involved in the provincial care system need to be able to stay connected to their families, to their communities, to their culture. But under the current laws, that just isn't a reality. And despite the best efforts of many, many professionals, many people who care very deeply about the system and who endeavor every day to serve the children that are in their care, the system itself is in fact rooted in racism. The child welfare system, which is rooted in colonial laws, has been focused on the removal of children and has traumatically resulted in a disproportionate number of Indigenous children and youth in care. Mr. Speaker, for myself, as a parent, I can't imagine a topic, an area of life that would trigger in me more passionate response than around my children. And I know that I'm not alone in that. My family around me, chosen or biological, would feel that same passion. They are equally committed to my children, and I have had the benefit, and we know this from research and we know this from feedback, I've had the benefit of a benefit by virtue of how I look and the community to which I have been assigned. That just has not been there for families, for Indigenous families. And I think it is critical to recognize that this is a truth, and it's a truth that's been shared repeatedly with us. And like I mentioned before, this is despite work and research and best efforts and a true heartfelt commitment by people who work within and around the system. These changes, they're long overdue, and I'm very, very excited that there are some First Nations who are already on the path. There are 4 First Nations who have been in conversation and are prepared to assume this jurisdiction. And one of those communities is Stahelis First Nation, and they are in Chilliwack, Kent. And I can't tell you how excited I am to see people coming home, to see the benefit of the culture and the focus of taking care of these children, but not only the children, the families, and an approach that is truly aware not only of the current situation, but of situations past, and that can begin to rebuild these systems that for immeasurable time was supporting families, was supporting children, and was working. These communities took care of families, of children, just like we know it takes an entire community, just like we know it takes an entire village. To come in with colonial ideas and attitudes and say, this doesn't meet a standard. Children and families were supported in these First Nations for time immemorial on the land, I cannot express how happy I am that this bill addresses some of that. That it, for me, as a parent and as a community member in Chilliwack, Kent, as someone who has seen sometimes the need for protection of children, it's a devastating and sad thing, but also the reunification of families, to know that this focuses all of that attention and provides a path forward for that jurisdiction to be reclaimed where it should be. My words can't describe that, but I would like to just for the purposes of this, just share the words of Grand Chief Stuart Phillip from the Union of BC Indian Chiefs. They said, "The colonial era of the province controlling child welfare must come to an end, and this legislation cannot be passed soon enough. This legislation holds a promise of finally affirming the inherent rights of First Nations to ensure our children are with their families, communities, and people. It brings me incredible joy to think about this change in my lifetime and for my grandchildren and great-grandchildren. As Indigenous peoples, we have the right to exercise self-determination over our children, and we are glad this is finally being recognized through law." Mr. Speaker, I'm going to end it there, my remarks there, because I don't think I can say it any better. I could speak so long about the good that can come from this work, and I'm just so grateful, but I appreciate the time today, and I look forward to hearing support from across the chamber. Thank you.
Thank you, Member. Member for Saanich North and, Member for Skeena.
And thank you to the House Leader for your sitting down and allowing me to speak. You're not an elder, are you? No, you were mine. Oh. We're speaking here on Bill 38, the Indigenous Self-Government and Child and Family Service Amendment Act. And this is, like all Indigenous issues, it's something that not only did I try to address as Chief Councillor, as well as an elected councillor, I actually grew up with it. I live on reserve in Kitimat Village. That's where I was born and raised. I still live there today. And when I say live with it, I mean people in your family are experiencing what we're talking about here, meaning children in care. What we're talking about here is children going into government care. And I've heard all the lofty speeches talking about self-determination and self-governance in terms of Bill 38. But nobody's really talked about the reality of what happens on the ground in these First Nation communities. And a little bit of information here, when we're talking about First Nation communities, we're not just talking about First Nation villages, like what I live in. We're talking about new communities in the downtown east side of Vancouver. We're talking about new communities in urban settings, in Terrace, Prince George, all across British Columbia, what we refer to as off-reserve First Nations people. And anything that's got to do with First Nations people, especially vulnerable First Nations people, has always been one of the most stressful topics I've ever come across. And when we're talking about self-governance and self-determination, I've always tried to make it a point to make this House understand that's exactly what we've been trying to do for the last 20 years, but not specifically in these kind of bills. A lot of progressive First Nations took a different route. Yes, Section 35 of the Constitution was there. Yes, the case law was there. But the whole push to engage in economic development, as outlined by the courts of BC and Canada, was really the pathway for many First Nations to address their own issues on their own terms, including what we're talking about here. Bill 38, the Indigenous Self-Government Child and Family Services Amendment Act. That's why it was so disappointing to read the Hansard and understand that a lot of members in this House that are now sitting on that side of the House opposed LNG. without even understanding where LNG came from in the first place. The idea of exporting LNG to Asia did not come from the BC Liberals. It came from my band, the Heisla. And it took 7 painful years to convince the government of the day that this was the right thing to do. Not just for us, but for the province, for the region, for the country. And now we're starting to see the results of that. Self-determination without bills like this is a reality for bands like my own. Self-determination for bands like Kitsilas is becoming a reality because of their push to be involved with forestry. And that includes old growth logging. That includes mining. And the turnaround that LNG development has done for many First Nations has now given them ability to do what we're talking about here in terms of Bill 38 without the need for Bill 38. Economic development under Section 35 of the Constitution has done more for First Nations than any other government program in the history of Canada or BC. And if you don't believe me, come visit my community. Come see everything that we're doing in terms of programs that do not need government funding. And the only thing missing out of this was the capacity and the revenue to do it in our own terms. That was all that was missing. Now it's there. Mind you, I will argue that the capacity is not there in terms of taking over Indigenous self-government in Child and Family Service Amendment Act. And by the way, I did promote this initiative when I was Chief Councillor Heisla. I did bring this idea to my band council because I had read the stories just like everybody else, and my community wanted an answer for a First Nations person that fell out of a hotel window down the Lower Mainland. And the question back then was whether or not the provincial government was failing Aboriginal people. I did not agree yes or no, but I did say we have an opportunity to be the solution. We have the revenue. We can build the infrastructure. We have the expertise. But the question became, do we have the capacity? It became obvious, no, we don't. Do we have the appetite for liability and responsibility? The answer became, no, we don't. This is a huge issue. And to gloss over it on saying how everything's going to be rosy for the future and everybody's going to love the culture and language is false. And it's dangerous. If you lived through this experience and seeing children in care, seeing your own cousins, your nephews, your nieces, your uncles going into government care, you will know this is not the place to talk politics. If there's ever a time to talk reality, now is the time. This is a serious issue. And what troubles me the most about the speeches, let alone the bill, is that we're talking about culture and language. Such a high priority, such a noble cause. Everything's going to be great. I could care less about culture and language. Unless you talk about safety. I can tell you right now, for the people that I've seen go into government care or seen their children go into government care, the last thing they talked about was culture and language. It's not a priority for me. For everybody I've talked to, whether it be family members or friends, nobody's ever said, I really wish I get to learn my culture and language while I'm in government care, even though I've been passed around to 5 or 6 different foster families. Nobody's ever brought that up. Safety of the child should be the priority. This should be the discussion we're talking about here. Any child, doesn't matter if you're Aboriginal or not. The safety of the child. And when you're talking about keeping a child close to their culture, close to their language, you're really talking about keeping that child in their community. Who is going to guarantee the safety of that child? When that child was probably apprehended in the first place because of abuse, maybe neglect, maybe sexual abuse, or all of the above. This is the ugly reality of poverty in First Nation communities. And I know it's not a great topic, but it happens. It happens today. And some First Nations, I agree, have covered this off. I do agree. But they've done it very painfully, very slowly, and understanding that responsibility and liability comes with the idea of taking over jurisdiction of children in care. The Splajeen First Nation, for example, it's a great model. And if we can use that as a framework for how to get this done in First Nation communities, great. They've already learned the lessons. Whether you're talking about the people that are living inside the communities, how to deal with them, or their band members living off reserve in urban communities, they figured it out. And more often than not, there's still more to work out. But hopefully the First Nations that actually participate in this understand a couple of things. You're going to need a lesson in liability and responsibility. There's a reason why the Splajeen First Nation takes out insurance on their programs, because that liability doesn't go away just because you've taken jurisdiction. It does not go away. In fact, it hits closer to home, because now it's your chief and council inside your community that are dealing with it, and not the provincial government or not the federal government, whatever the case may be. And that is what I'm talking about when I'm talking about capacity. The capacity to understand the liability and responsibility that comes with a topic this close to my heart. I mean, just read some of the news, the stories in terms of what happens to children in care. We've already talked about abuses, but it's no secret that children in care suffer from death and suicides. It's no different from First Nation children. The one advantage my band had through the development of LNG exports was we did have revenues. We did have that financial capability to fully fund this. A lot of First Nations don't have this advantage. So the question becomes, how much funding gets forwarded to these First Nations from government, whether it be the federal government or the provincial government? And that is one of the things we're going to talk about here today, especially when we make it the committee stage, is that the provincial government aims to develop a fiscal framework in partnership with First Nation communities and in consultation with key Indigenous organizations on how to actually implement Bill 38. We also have to understand this will be optional. But there will be questions. The same questions I had 10 years ago are the same questions I'll have today, especially in committee stage. Like the jurisdiction. Ultimately, when you talk about jurisdiction, you're talking about authority. But in my experience, when government develops programs, there's always a level of authority that the government retains. And that could be over a 7-year period, or it could be forever. Let's take the Land Management Code, for example. The Land Management Code was implemented by the federal government a number of years ago, and it actually gave a lot of responsibility and liability to First Nations bands to manage their own reserve lands. But the First Nation had to develop a comprehensive land management plan that included liability and responsibility, but gave them probably 95% jurisdiction over those reserve lands. That 5% that they didn't was actually retained by the federal government for liability purposes, because ultimately the First Nation in question was still under the Indian Act. So in this question here, when we're talking about Bill 38, we're talking about First Nations children on reserve, and we're also talking about children off reserve. In either case, both those demographics are still under the Indian Act if they have a status card. So in terms of the liability or responsibility, where is the jurisdiction going to lie? Where is it going to lay if the worst case scenario happens? If there's a death of a child, if there's neglect, if there's abuse, where does that liability lay? Does it lay with the First Nation in question? If that's the case, it's got to be made clear, because the First Nation better get a lot of insurance. If that's not the case, and the federal government backstops the First Nations jurisdiction over children in care, when does the federal government step in? Or in this case, if the proxy is the provincial government, when does the provincial government step in and take responsibility in the case of a death? These are all issues that a lot of First Nations have already covered. This is not new. The summit that gets held annually in Vancouver every year, they bring this topic up. But nobody talks about the details. When we're talking about the funding, this is going to take a lot of funding for even half the bands in BC to implement. If there's 203 bands, 204 bands in BC, and only 100 participate in this program, that means an incredible amount of money needed to operate this program. Never mind the training. Never mind the amount of legal fees in setting up the structures and the responsibilities, the roles and responsibilities. This is going to mean a lot of money. So one of the questions I'll have is there a goal of reducing duplication? Because the way I see it now, there'll be 3 levels of government overseeing the jurisdiction of children in care with the Bill 38. There'll be the federal government, who has the overall responsibility to First Nations people in Canada, status First Nations. There'll be the provincial government, who will be actually developing the fiscal framework of First Nations. And then there'll be the First Nations themselves. That's a lot of bureaucracy. And trying to figure out who's responsible, which situation, is going to be a nightmare unless you talk about the safety of the child. I'm sure there's a lot of plans out there already in terms of how language programs get funded, how cultural programs get funded. But not yet have I heard one conversation about the safety of the child in question. I mean, in my experience, especially with the conversations I had with my people as well as my council, safety came out at the top of all our conversations. Language and culture, maybe 4th or 5th. And why? Because when you're having the conversation about safety, you're also talking about the well-being of a child. Now, over the years, when I've come across these types of files, it was obvious to me that there was too much political feel-good language in these types of discussions. And in a perfect world, yes, we do want our children surrounded by our culture and language, and possibly even our family. But realistically, you can't have that if the child isn't safe. I've had arguments already where a white, non-Aboriginal grandparent was not allowed to look after their Aboriginal child just because of the race of the grandparent. And yet safety was key. Why? Because politicians truly believed that the priority was culture, language, community. If that environment is not safe, none of that matters. You get short-term political goals and political wins, but that child becomes part of the system forever. And not just in terms of care. That child goes on to other bad decisions made by themselves and others. And prison is on the roadmap for every First Nation. That is what we're trying to change. And for the first time in our history, we got progress. Because it all came from a simple saying that my late uncle, the Heber Maitland, who was chief counselor of our band, simply said, we want to share and a say, and we want the ability to address our own issues on our own terms. This legislation will help. It will, if the First Nation takes up that option. But that is only one component of how to resolve the violence of poverty that many First Nations experience all across Canada, not just in BC. And I really wouldn't care myself if that First Nation child in question was with a non-Native family in another community, if I knew 100% that that child was safe. If that child was safe and their well-being was taken care of, even better. If that child was being loved and succeeding in school, even better. That's not saying that the community can't evolve, that the family can't evolve. But for a community to provide a safe environment, that community has to evolve themselves. The family has to evolve. And you've got to prove, especially to me, although I'm not in charge, you've got to prove to me that that community, that house, that environment is safe. Above all, there's too much riding on it. And there's so many personal decisions that come into play in terms of that. Many First Nations talk about calling it stop the cycle. But what a lot of people don't understand is that if you're depending on government to stop that cycle, you're sadly out of luck. It's not going to work. Government can forward money, they can develop programs, but it's really a personal decision to stop the cycle in terms of not continuing whatever it was that happened to you. Don't pass that down on to the next generation. In terms of the bill we're talking about here, and in terms of the jurisdiction, I do know that this flows from a government decision. I do know that. But there are questions that I do have in terms of the lingering responsibilities and liabilities of the Crown, whether we're talking about the provincial Crown or the federal Crown. But we're also talking about in terms of where the government retains its responsibility to First Nations people across Canada, and how does that play out? A lot of First Nations would call this strings attached or paternalistic type programs. And I know the devil will be in the detail in terms of maybe some type of template agreement that we'll possibly see. And this is why I'm suggesting that the Splajeen First Nation has got a great template. And I think they're the first to admit that it's not perfect, but they've already worked out the major kinks. And they've already agreed that for the most part, everything that's happening outside the reserve depends on partnerships with third-party organizations to look after all their band members all across British Columbia. My point being, we don't have to reinvent the wheel here. That there's a working model in the eastern BC that we can use and take lessons from. They've got a great website on where they did a workshop and they invited leaders from all across BC to participate and ask the really tough questions. And what I like about that video is they didn't shy away from the questions. And they actually, with open arms, appreciated the partnerships and working relationships with different organizations, including RCMP. I know it's to work with the RCMP today is not viewed as positive. But many First Nations across BC, including my own, actually wanted more RCMP presence. You go to a public meeting, they'd ask, why are the RCMP not in our communities more often, especially on weekends? So in many First Nation communities, there's actually a positive relationship with RCMP people and how to make it better. So listening to the negative remarks around RCMP across BC and even in its legislature, that's not the experience we had. In fact, in our community, the RCMP actually opened up an office and actually participated in our community events, working with children, going to the schools, coming to our feasts, coming to all the functions that actually made us a community. And that made them part of our community. It actually opened up that trust. But at the end of the day, law and order. That's what our people wanted, law and order. So there's a lot of different moving parts to this bill. And it's brought me back to a time when I was trying to fix everything in my community. Unfortunately, I couldn't fix everything. Just didn't have enough time. And there was no political will to actually address some of the things I wanted to do in terms of Indigenous self-government, and especially when we're talking about it now in terms of Bill 38. Mind you, I did not have the Spazine example. I didn't have that. But as we move into committee stage, and I'm hoping we move into committee stage, these are questions that I'll have in terms of liability, capacity, finances, the lingering responsibility of government as well. But I'll also be looking for more conversation in terms of the provisions that actually speak to the safety of the child first. Not about language and culture, not about community, the safety of the child. And I doubt any member in this legislature will disagree with me on that. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, member. Third party House Leader, member for Saanich North and the Islands.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you for this opportunity to speak at second reading to Bill 38, the Indigenous Self-Government and Child and Family Services Amendment Act. This has been a challenging speech for me to prepare for. There are many swirling emotions, anger, sadness, and hope. I've had an extra week for this to percolate. I wrote 25 pages, and then I rewrote it into a much briefer 40 pages before settling on this 35 pages that I have with me here today. I'd like to start by just saying that some of the things that I'm going to say here may be challenging for some to hear. So I just want to acknowledge it may activate some people just because of the history of where we have come from. Likely we're going to go over the 30 minutes, and so I just note that I'm the designated speaker for our caucus.
Thank you.
This speech is about the child welfare system in British Columbia, specifically in the Indigenous child welfare system. It's a heinous story of our past and our present. I discuss genocide, human experimentation, psychological, physical, sexual, and emotional abuse. I take some time to highlight where we have come from and where we are. My hope is that in telling this hideous truth, that it doesn't also be our future. This bill comes with a lot of promise. Promise of a new era of reconciliation. Indigenous people and communities finally allowed to self-determine, control their own child welfare policy, programs, and services. This bill was tabled on October the 26th, 2022, halfway through this fall sitting. There were 17 scheduled sitting days left in the 2022 parliamentary calendar. On November 3rd, 2022, a government House Leader motion cancelled 4 sitting days, November 14th to 17th, had to reduce the time for this debate. Second reading speeches had not yet been completed. Committee stage debate had yet to begin. We are adjourning on Thursday, when the government needs this bill to be completed for royal assent. I sincerely hope that at the end of this week, this bill is not part of any time allocation motion. Further reducing debate on this bill is unacceptable. After all the celebration that has been done on this bill, this work that we do in this House must, on behalf of all the kids that we're going to talk about, this work must be thorough. Duncan Campbell Scott joined the Department of Indian Affairs in 1879. He served as deputy superintendent from 1913 to 1932. In 1920, he is quoted as saying, "I want to get rid of the Indian problem. Do not think, as a matter of fact, that the country ought to continuously protect a class of people who are able to stand alone. Our objective is to continue until there is not a single Indian in Canada that has not been absorbed into the body politic. There is no Indian question. There is no Indian department," end quote. This philosophy is at the core of his Indigenous policy. Scott has been called an extreme assimilationist, but in plain language, the policy amounted to genocide. They admitted as much. He admitted as much. They wanted to eliminate Indigenous cultures and nations. Indigenous people had too many legal rights and genuine claims to the land and resources that our early parliamentarians wanted to control. The plan was to deliberately undermine and erode language and culture. At the same time, they outlawed our sacred rituals, ceremonies, and governance structures. They collected Indigenous people onto Indian reserves, governed by the Indian Act, a racist law that still exists today. Desperate underfunding created chronic intergenerational poverty. Indigenous people endured relentless wave after wave after wave after wave of attacks on our ways of life. Hundreds of Crown government-sanctioned, church-run, day, industrial, and residential schools were opened. They, along with Indian hospitals, unleashed an unspeakable hell across our country. The government attacked families, deliberately breaking the bond between parent and child. Indian agents and the RCMP rounded up children and sent them to faraway residential institutions. Indigenous children were separated from their siblings. They were punished for communicating with their brothers, sisters, and cousins. When the parents learned that what their children were suffering at the hands of day school masters, they were threatened that the government officials would scoop their kids and send them away to the residential version if they said anything. If the children shared the horrors of the residential schools with their parents, and the parents spoke up, then they were threatened that their children would not be allowed to come home. Generations of Indigenous children were taught not to trust, but worse, they were taught to hate their parents for not intervening in the experimentation, physical, sexual, psychological, and emotional abuse. For decades, we have heard about the child welfare system here in British Columbia. The tentacles of Scott's philosophy reaching into today. We have heard about the 60s scoop. Government agents taking Indigenous children by the thousands and sending them far away from their home territories to be adopted, fostered, and raised by non-Indigenous people. The impact of these policies has been heartbreaking. As much as we would prefer to believe that we are here today cleaning up the mess from the past, let us not forget this bill, removing the patriarchal, genocidal, extreme assimilationist child welfare philosophy and replacing it with a self-determined, Indigenous-led child welfare program, is the work that we are doing today. Pamela Paul-Matter, Chair in Indigenous Governance at Toronto Metropolitan University, is quoted in the final report of the National Inquiry into Missing and Murdered Indigenous Women and Girls, saying, quote, "So why is it so important to understand the history of genocide in Canada? Because it's not history. Today's racist government laws, policies, and actions have proven to be just as deadly for Indigenous peoples as the genocidal acts of the past. What used to be the theft of Indigenous children into residential schools is now the theft of children into provincial foster care. What used to be the scalping bounties are now starlight tours, deaths in police custody. Racism for Indigenous people in Canada is not just about enduring stereotypical insults and name-calling, being turned away for employment, or being vilified in the media by government officials. Racism is killing our people." End quote. The government attacks were comprehensive. The focus was on Indigenous women and children. The National Inquiry heard, distilled, and articulated the facts of life for Indigenous women in Canada. The statistics in the report, the numbers we hear regularly in the media, paint a picture of the grim reality. They are the facts. Indigenous women and girls are more likely to go missing, more likely to be murdered, more likely to end up incarcerated, more likely to experience sexual assaults and stranger violence, more likely to end up in the sex trade. On and on and on it goes. These Crown institutions have been waging war on Indigenous people for centuries. While we tell stories about who we are, nice, compassionate, and apologetic Canadians, the reality is our government has been planning and executing an attempted annihilation through systematic and institutional policy, targeting Indigenous women and children. The statistics are really just an accounting, an evaluation of the effectiveness of the stated Crown programs and policies. Indigenous women were segregated from their communities through discriminatory gender laws. Their children were removed from them at birth, often because of no fault of their own, because of poverty, because the government had targeted their mothers, grandmothers, and aunties. Indigenous children were abducted from their families and communities. They were adopted, fostered, or sent to a group home to languish, isolated, in a hostile world. The legislation is changing. The legislation that we have before us is changing that British Columbia child welfare system, that philosophy. The minister, former ministers, the deputy minister, her predecessors, are all characters in this horror show. We talk about the 60s scoop like it was an early chapter in the storybook. But the reality for Indigenous women, mothers, and their babies is that the ruthless attacks have never stopped. The scooping continues to this day. No matter how this government wants to draft the narrative of an improving storyline, even before we pass this legislation and the new regulations are in place, and the responsibility of child welfare system has been transferred from a minister sitting in this chamber to an Indigenous leader in communities around the province, the members here remain complicit actors in this script, ensuring the commitments marked by the celebrations indeed come true. Indigenous leaders have been calling for these changes for decades. They have been told that it cannot be done. They have been told Indigenous people cannot be trusted to raise our own children. Only the state is equipped to know what is best for our families. Even as we pause on September 30th to recognize the National Day of Truth and Reconciliation, Orange Shirt Day, remembering all the children that were sent away from their mothers and fathers to residential school, all the children who did not come home from school, we have framed it as in our history. Note, the child welfare systems that exist today are connected directly to all those reprehensible events in history. Note, the underlying motivation for maintaining those systems until very recently, like just a few short months ago, when this minister began engaging Indigenous leaders on the drafting of this bill, has been the same racist and discriminatory beliefs and philosophy seeded by the Deputy Superintendent Scott in the Canadian Identity more than 100 years ago. Through all the laws, policies, and programs implemented by our government that were designed to destroy Indigenous people, to gain control over the lands and resources, our families survived. There are many of our relatives who were casualties of this war. Tens of thousands who died, were disabled, and disconnected. Cultures, languages, and knowledge keepers reduced to a fraction of what they once were. I stand here today because of the resilience of my grandmother and great aunties and aunties, the matriarchs, whose babies were torn from their clutches, sent away to have their indigeneity purged from their memories and their identity. Those powerful women who encourage me to stand and speak truthfully, to honor the spirit of the survival that lives in their hearts. Well, it is easy for members to stand in this chamber and celebrate the turning of another page, the beginning of another chapter. This moment is a long time in coming for leaders in Indigenous communities. Our relatives have endured and outlasted round after round of punishment and attacks. It is difficult to believe that it's actually true. Has the Crown really grown weary and weakened? Are they finally ready to submit? The tabling of this bill has been celebrated as historic. However, very little more has actually been accomplished today. This is not the end, but rather the beginning. And there is much more than the machinery of genocide to dismantle. How do we start a new chapter in a good way? How do we honor all of our relatives who did not survive the torturous decades of government policy? I've always been taught that atonement begins with an apology. After the decades of the repugnant actions of this provincial Crown government, we are changing the laws with celebration, but no apology. In his ministerial statement at the tabling of this bill, the former Premier, the member for Langford-Wandafuka, said the following, quote, "Recognizing the inherent rights of Indigenous people to care for their own children seems to me to be the easiest thing we could possibly do. But it has taken us a great deal of time to get here. It is another step along the way, and we need to do more. I want to say on behalf of the government of today that we will acknowledge and atone for the wrongs in the child welfare system. We will engage with Indigenous peoples to come up with the appropriate language to ensure that we recognize and atone for the sins of the past. Not those who are here today, but those who are here before us," end quote. From the member's perspective, acknowledging the inherent, note the word, inherent rights of Indigenous people to care for their own children is easy. In fact, it was the easiest thing he could do, or so he says. Our Premier will eventually atone. But only once the Premier's office has worked with the Indigenous people to come up with the language of atonement. What makes all this so difficult to believe is that this bill represents an historic collaboration between the Crowns and Indigenous governing bodies. It feels like there was plenty of time to draft the language of atonement. From the outside, it appears what was missing was the priority, the political will to atone. From the former Premier's performance, atonement appears to be what is challenging. In fact, it was so challenging that he actually didn't get it accomplished before he left the big office, which was actually a long and drawn-out process with plenty of time, which is further evidence to the fact that it was political will that was lacking. Further, I wonder what the former Premier, I should say, meant when he said, quote, atone for the sins of the past. Not of those who are here today, but of those who are here before us, end quote. It is wrong to land the responsibility of this child welfare system that exists today, that we're changing with this bill, that actually hasn't been changed yet, entirely onto the shoulders of our predecessors. They're the reason it exists, but it's not entirely their responsibility for it not being changed yet. That's on this House, the members here today. Why didn't the Premier just apologize? According to him, this day has taken a great deal of time to get here. That was a quote. What is another day or two to draft a meaningful apology? I cannot believe there wouldn't be willing drafters of that apology at the Leadership Council or even in our government's own Declaration Act Secretariat. Before we can reset this system that has failed Indigenous people so entirely, recognition, acknowledgement, and a full apology is proper. Clearly, it was on the mind of the Leadership Council. Cookpee Judy Wilson said in her remarks on the floor of this chamber on that historic day, quote, we encourage the BC government to apologize in full, in a meaningful way, as the legislation, while a major shift in the right direction, must come with a sincere apology and create a climate of respect that is necessary for reconciliation, end quote. As much gratitude as I had for the Premier in my response to his ministerial statement, I should say the former Premier, his government, his political party, all missed an opportunity to deliver that full, meaningful, and sincere apology. I'm sure there were a lot of excuses outlined as to why an apology was not possible. However, I must emphasize that the lack of an apology to individuals, families, and nations was a choice. And it speaks for itself. The fact that the former Premier mentioned it shows that the government knew it was a priority for leaders of Indigenous communities. But it seems the priority of this government was to make Indigenous people wait. Now that they knew an apology was meaningful, we're just going to have to wait for it. When we gathered with leaders of some Indigenous nations in the Hall of Honor on Wednesday, October 26, 2022, what were we doing? Were we memorializing the hundreds and thousands of Indigenous children and families whose lives were broken by the British Columbia child welfare system? Were we commemorating those who suffered decades of abuse, neglect, poverty, and incarceration, the inevitable result of being torn from their family and placed in a system that cares more about economics than well-being? Were we celebrating the success of Indigenous leaders who have finally wrestled the Ministry of Children and Family Development into a submission hold, taking the child welfare systems out of the desperate clutches of this Crown government? What were we doing? Acknowledging the work that was done or the work that is yet to come? On that historic day, I was confused. Does this institution, built on rock and stone, have such a fragile temperament it needs an interim reward, a little gold star, for a good job, J, as we say in St. Jonathan, for finally creating a pathway for Indigenous families to govern their own child welfare? In the teachings that have been shared with me, celebration is reserved for work that is done. The event in the Hall of Honor was before any amendments had been tabled, before any laws enacted, before any regulations considered and written, before any agreements signed, and before any lives had been improved. A few minutes after the event in the Hall of Honor, the former Premier, his Minister of Children and Families, invited those elders, leaders, and youth into this chamber. We opened with prayer, we suspended regular business, and invited the leaders to stand and speak to the members of this assembly. All before the minister had tabled the amendments. All before most Indigenous elders, leaders, and youth, before the public, before the survivors of our cruel child welfare system had a chance to lay eyes on the amendments. That awkward event brought clarity just how deeply entrenched the colonial mindset is in this province. This institution, this government needs encouragement and recognition for intending to do good work. For a century, the so-called child welfare system has been a key weapon to control Indigenous children, families, and communities. It is a deeply embedded part of the Canadian identity, the identity of this Crown government, fomenting falsehoods like Indigenous mothers are bad parents and Indigenous fathers are absent. The Hall of Honor event was designed to make the members of this assembly feel successful. And Indigenous people, well, we were meant to feel something else. Grateful. We are supposed to hold this BC NDP government up in gratitude for finally creating a pathway for our mothers and fathers, for Indigenous leaders and communities to take control of our own children's welfare. That is how twisted and backward this institution can be. It comes down to being able to tell a story of success before much success has been achieved. And gratitude, heaping glory upon this government for good intentions, even when so little has yet to be accomplished. The minister and her staff might frame my comments as being unfair. Work has been done. Some nations, some leaders were invited behind the curtain to meet the wizard, but only after signing a non-disclosure agreement. Is that what the event in the hall, the chamber, the event in this chamber, is that what we were memorializing and commemorating? Is that what we were celebrating? Were we celebrating the Minister of Children and Family Development, her senior officials, the Premier, the Cabinet, the Treasury Board, finally sitting at the table with Indigenous leaders with a willingness to discuss a pathway for the government to finally relinquish control over the welfare of Indigenous children? Celebration comes after ISJ. The good work is done, not before. I'm here at second reading in this legislative process. No laws have changed. No regulations have changed. What we have before us is a potential pathway. Pardon me for my skepticism. As I started this speech, it's been a long, long road. But in the spirit of reconciliation, I will embrace the optimism expressed by the elders and leaders in the Hall of Honor and on the floor of this assembly. I've not been on the front line struggle for decades of my working career. And to all those people who have fought this government, who fought for decades to achieve this moment that we're here today talking about, I mean no disrespect. I raise my hands in gratitude to you. Not to the provincial government or a political party. I raise my hands in gratitude to all of our leaders who have been working for this moment. But my job is to scrutinize this government, this bill, the work, the intention, the promises, and actions and outcomes. And that's why I've lingered so long here. I want to celebrate the destruction of this gruesome child welfare system that has devastated our families, our languages, our cultures, and our laws. However, I will not be dragged into a government communications exercise, writing fiction. When it comes to the lives of our children, our families, our communities, and our nations, I'm only into telling the story just exactly as it is. This is where the story written by Anna Mackenzie emerges. Anna was here on that historic day, invited to sit in the gallery and witness the celebration, the tabling of this bill, the praise and the gratitude. A few days after the historic celebration in the Hall of Honor and this chamber, I was forwarded a tweet from Mackenzie showing the image of a letter she received from the provincial government. Anna is a mother from Opaskwayak Cree Nation, and she is also a storyteller. She and her colleague, Brielle Morgan, are investigative journalists at Indigenous. In 2020 and 2021, they investigated and published extensively on birth alerts. I recommend you visit Indigenous online and read their work. It's good work. In her January 12, 2021 article, Mackenzie writes the following, quote, "When a social worker feels an expectant parent may put their newborn at risk, they can issue a birth alert or a hospital alert, flagging the expectant parent to hospital staff without their consent and directing them to notify social workers as soon as the baby is born," end quote. For Indigenous women, birth alerts are a terrifying reality. To provide some context, I'm going to quote from an interview with Mackenzie, Morgan, and their colleague Tessa Vikander that was published on Indigigraph. Mackenzie says, quote, "I felt a lot of fear delivering my first child because of the threat of birth alerts and the overrepresentation of Indigenous families involved in the child welfare system. I wanted to draw attention to and question the issue to protect Indigenous families from losing their babies." Morgan is quoted as saying, "In BC, birth alerts have resulted in child apprehension approximately 28% of the time, according to an MCFD record from 2019. These alerts disproportionately impact Indigenous children and families in Canada. 58% of parents impacted by birth alerts in BC in 2018 were Indigenous, according to BC government's data." Vikander is quoted as saying, There are many Indigenous families who may have been subjected to birth alerts without even knowing it. So it was important to get the issue back on people's radar. Furthermore, what we learned from the FOI documents was new and hadn't been reported before. We saw that it was significant, and we were right, as evidenced by the proposed class action lawsuit that was later filed on behalf of parents, a direct result of the reporting. The impact of a birth alert when it leads to a baby being taken away from its parents in hospital can haunt a family for the rest of their lives." End quote. On November 2nd, 2022, Mackenzie and her colleagues at Indigenous received a letter from a lawyer named John Tuck. It was the second letter they received from Mr. Tuck. He represents the province of British Columbia. The second letter was essentially the same as the first letter he sent to them on January 8th, 2021. He was notifying Indigenous that some of the information they received from the province through a Freedom of Information request was deemed to be protected by solicitor-client privilege. He told them they needed to return the entire package of information immediately. Mackenzie and Morgan decided that the information they received was in the public interest, and they published their story using the information in question. The information in question outlines that on May 6, 2019, the Ministry of Children and Family Development was informed by the Attorney General that hospital alerts were, quote, illegal and unconstitutional, end quote, and posed a potential, quote, litigation risk, end quote, for the province. Again, May 6, 2019. Timeline is important here. It wasn't until 4 months later, September 16, 2019, that the former Minister of Children and Family Development announced that she was banning hospital alerts. The National Inquiry on the Missing and Murdered Indigenous Women and Girls found, quote, birth alerts are racist and discriminatory and are a gross violation of the rights of the child, the mother, and the community, end quote. When the minister announced the end of birth alerts, she stated that it was the result of the hard work of Indigenous advocates and the finding of the National Inquiry that prompted the action. There was no mention of the legal advice provided by the Attorney General, the same advice covered by solicitor-client privilege that Mr. Tuck has been tasked with recovering. The public aren't supposed to know the embarrassing bits. That the former Minister of Children and Family Development, who is now the Minister of Forests, might not have been solely motivated by the reports and the good advocacy of Indigenous people, but rather out of fear of the legal and financial exposure this system creates for the provincial government. After all, this is the same ministry whose operatives were breaking privacy laws. This is the same minister who sat on the information for 4 months before announcing the good news that the ministry's social workers were no longer going to break the law when they abduct these children from their mothers. The second letter sent by Mr. Tuck was interesting for a variety of reasons. The timing actually couldn't be worse. Just as the provincial government had celebrated that historic moment, announcing a new pathway for Indigenous nations to once again be allowed the responsibility of their own child welfare, a letter from a government lawyer desperately tasked with collecting the robes that were shed in error for an emperor walking naked on a pathway. That was published. The letter appears hastily crafted, referencing, quote, only the Deputy Attorney General and the Attorney General have the authority to waive solicitor-client privilege held by Her Majesty the Queen in right of the province of British Columbia. And there has been no such waiver of solicitor-client privilege in relation to the records responsive to your access request, end quote. Her Majesty the Queen had passed away long before Mackenzie and Morgan received this second letter and had been replaced by her son, His Majesty the King. It seems Mr. Tuck wrote the letter months before and sat on it, or didn't have time to edit it. The Attorney General referenced in this letter is, of course, our new Premier. All of this is to say, what the hell is going on here? At the same moment we are celebrating a monumental achievement, government lawyers are working to cover their tracks. Instead of recognizing the information they sought to protect was already made public 18 months ago, and abandoning efforts to strike the evidence from the record, asking all of us to collectively forget what we already know to be true, Mr. Tuck, empowered by somebody in the system, perseveres. What we do know is that during the 20 months between January 2018 and September 2019, there are 444 hospital alerts issued, and that during 2018, 58% of them involved Indigenous people. That was under a BC NDP government. And even after the same government celebrated the historic changes to the child welfare system, they continued to work in the shadows, harassing and haranguing Indigenous reporters long after it was too late. Why? I share this story because I want to highlight the important work of the investigative journalism of Anna McKenzie, Brielle Morgan, and Tessa Vikander. Their courageous efforts have exposed the extent to which the Ministry of Children and Family Development is prepared to go to protect their interests. Not the interests of the reporters, the interests of the ministry. Further, their experience is a warning to all those that accept the word of a provincial government, specifically the Ministry of Children and Family Development. This story demonstrates a duplicity that we must continue to be wary of. On one hand, the provincial government is standing up speakers to celebrate a historic transformation, and at the same time, their lawyers are sending threatening letters to silence and bury the truth. Someone needs to be held accountable for breaching the privacy of Indigenous women in hospital. Clearly, this government does not want that to happen. Over time, the darkness makes way for the daylight, and a more complete understanding emerges. Just one of the reasons why early celebrations are not advisable. If there is a lesson in the work of Mr. Tuck, it is that despite this government's desire to tell a positive story, this institution is still trying to control the narrative. I understand that to participate in the process of developing the bill in front of us, the government required Indigenous participants to sign non-disclosure agreements. Some signed, many didn't. For those who did sign the NDA, they got a chance to go into the black box and take part in the debates and negotiations. They knew what the event in the Hall of Honor was for, the content of the bill. They knew the words that were said behind closed doors. For those who didn't sign the NDA, they didn't see the bill until after the celebration. They have no idea what was said in the discussion. They don't know what was on the table and what was not. They are entirely relying on the good job done by their relatives, and they're relying on the members of this assembly to debate and inspect this bill thoroughly. I understand that those NDAs remain in place today. The discussions are secret. The negotiations are for only a few who submitted to the process designed by this Crown government and the political operatives of the BC NDP. The rest of us remain in the darkness. Why the secrecy? I can understand the need for some limited use in drafting the bill, but even then, we are deconstructing a system that I think we all agree is terrible. Why can't this be done in the open? Even if lawyers like Mr. Tuck and others in the Attorney General's office can argue the need for secrecy in negotiations, there should be little to hide now this bill is laid before us. We're just a day away from going through this bill clause by clause. I and my colleagues will be asking the minister questions about the content of this bill. We want to know about the decisions the ministry made in drafting it. In a few of the presentations, we heard some coded remarks criticizing the process. The Minister of Indigenous Relations and Reconciliation, the Acting Attorney General, was the MC in the Hall of Honor the day of the celebration. When he returned to the mic following one particular speaker, he noted and welcomed the criticism. The faces of others lining the wall, key individuals involved in the process, told a completely different story, though. Less than welcoming, a far colder reception to the criticism. Why do the NDAs remain in place? Who is this government protecting themselves from? The people and families whose lives they destroyed? The people whose family and people and families whose privacy they may have breached? Ultimately, that's the mission that Mr. Tuck was sent on. Collect the unfortunate bits of information leaked into the public in error. Protect the institution from exposure and increased litigation risk. Remember last spring when I stood and asked the former Premier if he would intervene on behalf of the Gosala Nakwada? They've been trying to get access to the information about their children in the child welfare system. As I wrote at the time, quote, "The nation has been notified that the Deputy Director of Child Welfare decided that the information requested was not going to be disclosed. Despite the commitments of the Minister of Children and Family Development, her Deputy Minister, the provincial government lawyers and the Attorney General's office are using narrow interpretations of the law to withhold vital information that the nation needs to facilitate the development of their programs and to ensure that they are able to meet their cultural laws. The Premier states his government has made transformational change with regards to reconciliation. And yet these terrible situations persist. He says he's willing to sit with me and discuss this issue further, but he needs not meet with me. He needs to meet with the leadership of the Gosala Nakwada Nation, and he should not delay," end quote. Despite his public comments in the chamber, the former Premier didn't meet with me. He didn't meet with the Gosala Nakwada. Instead, he put it off on the Minister of Child and Family Development. It appears this government is not interested in sharing historic information because they fear the legal reprisals of those whose lives they interfered with and destroyed. Even as the minister stands in here and expresses how honored she is to be able to lead this transformational work, her ministry has the participants of that work locked in NDAs. There's all sorts of problems with this. As I outlined earlier, in addition to changing the child welfare laws, which fortunately this bill actually does, this BC NDP government wants to be able to tell a story about themselves. All Indigenous people are to remember who did this work. However, as we've learned from reading the history books, the narrative is written by the people who control the process, the people who hold the pen, people telling the story. When we are invited to participate in a celebration, it is honorable for the hosts to be clear what we're celebrating. And in this case, we were celebrating a process. The process to develop amendments that create a pathway for the provincial government to relinquish control and responsibility of the child welfare system to Indigenous nations that meet the standards and criteria set by the provincial government. There appears to be a lot of paternalism remaining in this process. As I made clear earlier, we were not there in the Hall of Honor to celebrate the passing of law or regulations. We were there to celebrate a collaborative process. It appears the only party in that process that is free to craft the narrative is this Crown government. Anything could have happened. Anything could have been said. Anything could have been requested. Anything could have been denied. There could have been threats made. The process might have even been politicized. All the information that is part of the process is unavailable to the nations who do not participate, to the public, and to the survivors of the child welfare system. Emphasis on that last stakeholder. Many of the children who have been removed from their communities and survived the system have no idea who is and who is not negotiating on their behalf. They might not know there is information that could connect them with their relatives. They might not know who should be held accountable and responsible for stealing their belonging to their community, their culture, their language, their teaching, their identity, their birthrights, and their family. The Ministry of Children and Family Development and Attorney General are not trying to protect the privacy of those people. In fact, it's likely they breached the privacy of their mothers many years earlier when they issued a birth alert when they were in labor. The secrecy is necessary to protect the Ministry of Children and Family Development and Attorney General and the province of British Columbia from increased risk of litigation. If this work is truly what it appears to be, then this government will embrace the criticism that may be necessary. The acting Attorney General welcomed it in words. A process centered around the changing of the culture of an institution that has brought our province such shame and embarrassment and huge liability to both the provincial and the federal Crown governments should be open, collaborative, informed by a multi-partisan process, not one hiding in the darkness under the shadow of non-disclosure agreements. A government focused on governing rather than playing politics should have engaged a select standing committee to undertake this work. We do not need a political process to tear this culture down. We need a technical one. I can understand how there may be needs for some confidentiality, how non-disclosure agreements may be needed to a certain point. I've signed those agreements with governments as well in the past. However, what I outlined today are the dangers of when those tools are applied too liberally. If this government believes the words they say about inherent rights of Indigenous people, if they believe in our right to self-determination, then they will free us from non-disclosure agreements. They will listen, they will hear, and they will act, not just to a few select people willing to sign their NDAs, but even to the dissenters. And I have a strong sense that that's not what happened here. Over decades, the Crown government has been investing time, money, and effort into a specific narrative about Indigenous parents. To justify the child welfare state, these stories have become part of our culture, deeply embedded in the Canadian and British Columbia identity. It's a belief that has grown out of the constant, sad, and desperate stories we hear about Indigenous children in care. Despite being less than 10% of the population, Indigenous children make up 68% of the children in care. And over decades, an awful belief that Indigenous people are bad parents has evolved. We are not bad parents. It is a narrative spawned because of our own government's policy and the governments that came before it. It is a narrative that Crown governments propagated to support their forced assimilation policies, to destroy Indigenous ways of being, taking us away from our parents, our culture, our teachings, our language, to separate us from our territory, to break our spirits, to exploit and steal the wealth generated from the natural resources extracted from the territories that I and my relatives belong to. I've been told stories of Indigenous women being profiled, stopped by police just to check on the kids in the car. I've personally seen the parking lot dramas of community members questioning the parenting choices of Indigenous parents. My relative told me a story of his children being apprehended and sent off to Europe on a bus and a train and an airplane, ripped away from their family only to come back decades later looking to reunite with their father and their culture. This story has been deliberately constructed by the Crown governments through laws like the Federal Indian Act. We all must understand that the residential and day schools were created within our federal parliament with the intention from our elected representatives to, quote, kill the Indian in the child. The destination was the destruction of Indigenous people, culture, and language. The key target of these genocidal acts, like I said earlier, was our children, our women, and our mothers. And our women and children were the target of the amendments that we debate here today. The child welfare system we're talking about is an extension of that terrible philosophy. Indigenous people are not bad parents. The number of Indigenous children and youth in the child welfare system is not a reflection of Indigenous parents. It's a statement about the actions taken in this chamber and in our House of Commons. It is the result of the intentional tearing down and tearing apart of Indigenous families, cultures, and communities. It is the result of an unyielding attack on the credibility, reliability, and responsibility of Indigenous women and mothers. It is a result of abject poverty created by scarcity from the dispossessing, discrediting, and dismantling of Indigenous people from their land, their culture, and from their wealth. It is the result of greedy governments that have hoarded resources from Indigenous people for over 150 years. That is why, nothing short of an apology, in the words of the former Premier, atonement is acceptable. Cookbee Judy Wilson stood on the floor of this legislature and said, quote, "For our families we were categorized as bad parents or also categorized by the Ministry of Children and Family Development in other shaming and negative words as they interacted with the child welfare system and that ends today." Those were not our terms. They were part of the shame placed on our families and especially our women, many of whom had their children removed at birth and never had the chance to fulfill their rights as Indigenous mothers and pass along our culture, our identity, and the values to the next generation, end quote. Terry Teegee, the regional chief of the Assembly of First Nations, said, quote, "They forced removal of Indigenous children for generations through residential schools, and the child welfare system has been a deep source of pain and injustice. Today, that era comes to an end in British Columbia. It will be easy to make all the changes needed when it will not be easy to make all the changes needed when it has been entrenched for so long that First Nations have not been seen as good parents due to racism and stereotypes. No, it will not. But we will never go back to those days again, and together we will work to ensure that our children grow up to be the people they wish to be, with the love and support of our peoples in every part of their lives." End quote. It is the hope expressed by Cookbee Wilson and Regional Chief Teegee that inspires me to dig deep into this promise made by the BC NDP that all this terrible history of child welfare in British Columbia, the systematic destruction of our families, does truly and totally end with the passing of this bill. If this work does not end, does not result in the end of that awful system, then it is just another false promise designed to fan the political aspirations of a government. Nothing more. If the latter is the case, then it will have happened on my watch, on our watch. Because this is the first public debate of these amendments, so much rides on the questions we ask and the answers we receive, the tension we create, and the expectations we establish. So much rides on the hope that this government, this ministry, this minister, and her senior staff are engaging in this process and sitting at the table in good faith. That is why the what of this bill and the ensuing regulations depends on the how it is going to be achieved. Will the resources be made available to ensure success? The Crown Indigenous fiscal framework is broken. Despite the recognition of rights, title, and sovereignty, Indigenous nations do not have the power to generate wealth from their territories, to fund the programs and services such as child welfare. And I have raised this main chief concern that I have with this BC NDP government many times over. They make grand announcements, host celebrations, solidify support, but when it comes to the implementation, there is never any access to the fiscal tools and resources that are needed to make the wheels of progress turn on behalf of Indigenous people. The Declaration Act was the first necessary step in changing the legal framework that we work in. However, it is nothing more than window dressing if Indigenous nations cannot access consistent and reliable revenue. The Crown government cannot keep acting as the sole gatekeeper of the revenue. As the Indigenous leaders I've worked with, they remind me that they are constantly managing poverty, while all the wealth of their territories is kept just out of their reach by this provincial government. Indigenous nations will not be able to do this work well if we continue to have to manage poverty. That was deliberately created and continuously maintained, and that has resulted in these devastating conditions that we're talking about in our community. Indigenous nations will not be able to do this work if our leaders are having to navigate political minefields that do not serve their communities, but only serve some select people in this chamber. Madam Speaker, as this bill moves to committee stage, I'll be seeking reassurances that challenges I have raised here are truly remnants of the past, as has been celebrated. I'll be asking about the sections of this bill that look like they undermine the inherent rights of Indigenous nations to create child welfare laws. I'll be asking questions to ensure the paternalism in the system is actually being removed and our communities are actually free to self-determine. I'll be asking about the information this government keeps about our children, the children currently in the system, and those who have aged out and have been displaced by the child welfare system, to ensure that this minister is truly upholding the spirit of the Declaration on the Rights of Indigenous Peoples Act. Madam Speaker, over decades, the child welfare system has destroyed trust. The systems have been developed to entrench Crown control through threats and fear. That is why today I will not just immediately take the government on their word when they make claims about the changes to the system. It will only be their actions, the implementation of the changes, and how they affect our families and communities that will inform my excitement and my gratitude to them. We can have a celebration in the Hall of Honor and on the floor of this chamber. We can amend the laws and regulations. Those are critical steps forward. However, it is only a small part of the work that must be done if this government is truly committed to this effort. There must be a full apology. If the previous premier was not able to organize the words, then this new premier should find them soon. There must be access to information. All the information. There must be compensation for the individuals and families who are torn apart and broken by the system. The provincial government actors need to be at the table in good faith, working with leaders to achieve self-determination in child welfare. However, we must go deeper than that. As I have outlined, over the last, I wrote few, but I realize it's extended few minutes, the underlying theme of this chronicle, the venomous and repulsive fairy tale that was spun into the Canadian psyche, was purposely to undermine Indigenous people as being good and loving parents, trustworthy, and prudent leaders. The goal of our parliamentary forebears was genocide. The child welfare system, the programs of experimentation, psychological, physical, sexual, and emotional abuse, separation, and isolation that this bill has been celebrated for finally unwinding, well, they were tools that were deliberately created to achieve that goal. But generations of Canadians believe stories they've been told about Indigenous people. They've inherited their own myths and legends that need to be rewritten and retold. And that work has started. We do not yet know the full impact of Orange Shirt Day or the new Indigenous-focused graduation credits required of all of our children graduating from a British Columbia high school. But we've seen light glimmering through the cracks. A few weeks ago, the students of the Satanich Leadership School and the Stellies Secondary Indigenous Leadership Program coordinated a march and a rally to a park in Brentwood Bay, community I grew up in. The place has always been known as Pioneer Park. Hundreds of our youth in our community came together to demonstrate the power of collective action. They were insulted by the name Pioneer Park. They brought a new name. They put it on the park. Hel Hiluk means a place to be happy. The youth in our community, Indigenous and non-Indigenous alike, demanded Central Saanich Council officially change the name. It's good instruction for us here as well. We could call this place Hel Hiluk. Mayor Ryan Windsor and I, along with several Central Saanich councillors, were there to receive the message. And as I said on that stage, the youth had already done the work. They had already put a new name on the park. And now it was up to the council to make it official. Good work has already started. Deprogramming the Canadian subconscious that has been taught to believe so many untrue things about Indigenous people is going to take time, but more importantly, it's going to take commitment. At the core of my comments here today is to highlight and point out just how entrenched the stories, systems, and tools of oppression actually are. Now it is time for the truth-telling. This Crown government must not lose sight of their role and responsibility in that critical work. And while we're going to want and need to pause and celebrate our successes along the way, let's be careful not to celebrate until the good work is done. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Thank you very much, Member. Recognizing the member for Surrey South.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I rise today to speak to Bill 38, the Indigenous Self-Government and Child and Family Services Amendment Act. The legislation in front of us today is an important step in the ongoing work of reconciliation, and I just want to take a moment, good afternoon, Mr. Speaker, through you to thank the member from Saanich North and the Islands for a very heartfelt speech, and it gives us lots to think about as we move forward into the next phase of this debate. The legislation in front of us today is an important step in the ongoing work of reconciliation, affirming Indigenous peoples' inherent rights to self-determination and self-government. In 2016, the Canadian Human Rights Tribunal found the federal government discriminated against First Nations children. This brought about necessary changes to the Federal Act and now today's Bill 38. By amending two key pieces of legislation, the Child, Family and Community Services Act and the Adoption Act. This legislation puts the UN Declaration on the Rights of Indigenous Peoples, or UNDRIP, and the Declaration of Rights on Indigenous Peoples Act, the Declaration Act, into action and aligns with the Federal Act respecting First Nations, Inuit, Métis, children, youth and families. It recognizes Indigenous governing bodies' right to exercise jurisdiction over their own laws, over children and family services, and it's an important and necessary step in reconciliation. During my time as a police officer, I've witnessed unspeakable suffering of Indigenous, Inuit, and Métis children and their families, the ongoing trauma of the residential school system, the 60 Scoop, and children taken into the welfare system. I saw it daily in the faces of people who came into my purview as a result of domestic violence, untreated mental health issues, addictions issues, and exploitation, poverty, and even malnutrition. But one of the most common occurrences which brought me into contact with children involved in the Ministry of Children and Family Services was because kids, some as young as 8 years old, were running away or being reported missing from group homes and foster homes. Countless times, these children were later located in high-risk areas of drug use and exploitation, many of them using drugs to cope with their pain, and vulnerable to bad actors in the community. Countless times, these same kids were located distraught. And for me, it was incredibly frustrating to see young kids with so much potential being brought back to care that I knew they were going to run away from again and again. It wasn't where they wanted to be. They had no connections to the group homes. They were taken away. They were taken away from their families, their friends, and many of the kids themselves had complex issues that required more support than it seemed that they were being provided. And to this day, I do feel a lot of sorrow related to the things that I've witnessed, the suffering of children. And I plan to participate in this debate and in the committee stage because I know that we can do better than we've done in the past. Many of the times that we located children who'd run away from care, we found them and they weren't always safe. Many had, as I said, become involved in drugs and exploitation, and some were actually only found after committing suicide. And sadly, some we located after they became victims of homicide. And they were children, beautiful children. And these things have never sat well with me, Mr. Speaker. And I've often thought, Lord, there must be a better way. And I sincerely hope that today, and as we move forward through this bill, that this is a pathway to a better way. For far too long, Indigenous children have been and continue to be overrepresented in our welfare system. They comprise 10% of the general population, but represent 68% of children in care. These statistics show the unjust disproportionality of challenges faced by Indigenous families and the systemic disparities that they have experienced. I've had the privilege of visiting many Indigenous communities throughout my career, but I've also been to the homes of many Indigenous people living in urban areas. I've witnessed poverty, a lack of nutritious food, a lack of potable drinking water, and people who have become disaffiliated from their communities. Disaffiliation is just one of the damaging legacies of residential schools, the 60 Scoop, and the child welfare system, a loss of culture and connection. And this is why I'm very happy to see this legislation come forward to ensure that we're partners in ending the cycle, which has contributing to decimating culture and traditions and cultural connections for families. But as we move forward with ensuring that Indigenous people, Inuit people and Métis have the right to exercise jurisdiction under their own laws over child and family services, we have to ensure that proper supports are in place so that First Nations have the resources to provide culturally appropriate programs and services. They need to have access to training and education, adequate housing, shelter, and nutritious food. And that each nation is supported to address underlying issues that have continued, social issues that we've seen far too often and in tragic circumstances. We need to have adequate supports for families experiencing poverty, supports for mental health and wellness, equitable access, Mr. Speaker, to health care, including addictions and substance use programs. It's important that we lift up Indigenous, Inuit and Métis people, children and their communities by building capacity and enabling Indigenous nations to build this in their own way. BC's representative for children and youth has been urging government to focus on belonging for Indigenous children and to better help children in government care realize the valuable connection to family that are too often damaged by historical effects of colonialism, ranging from residential school to the current child welfare system. The purpose of legal belonging, adoption, shouldn't come at the expense of other elements of belonging, including connection to family, culture, and community. It appears this legislation aims to end such overrepresentation in the child welfare system by enabling Indigenous and provincial governments to work together collaboratively in a multi-jurisdiction model, while Indigenous communities will have a choice in which model they choose to implement. Honourable Speaker, child protection is a complex issue, and the implementation of this legislation will be filled with further complexities. And it's safe to say that the current child welfare system in BC isn't working for Indigenous children and families. It's important for us to ensure that the current limitations in the ministry's ability to provide services doesn't hinder the transition to a more effective and robust child welfare system, which includes providing adequate resources, ensuring social workers are educated and trained for Indigenous communities so that they can provide more appropriate solutions to family healing. Mr. Speaker, we must also remember that our action has to go far beyond amendments, and we must address all social inequities that Indigenous people are facing as a result of the systemic injustices that are from the past and in our present. And I do look forward to thoroughly examining the details in the committee stage. For me, in my life, I've been lucky that my family has never faced the type of discrimination in parenting that Indigenous communities have faced. But in visiting the homes and seeing the legacies of the child welfare system, having friends and other family members, distant relatives who themselves were residential school survivors, I know that we have to do better. And as a police officer, now retired, I hope that the work that we engage in here will make it better for all families in British Columbia and bring back respect and dignity, particularly to the children of our Indigenous communities and those living here in this land. So thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, Member. Leader of the third party.
Thank you, Honourable Speaker, and I rise to speak to the changes to the Adoption Act and the Child, Family and Community Services Act. And I just want to start with kind of a recollection of the early months as an MLA in 2017. We opened our constituency office, and very soon families, parents started to come and tell us about their experience with MCFD. A lot of these parents were Indigenous, some of them were not Indigenous. And what became really clear were recurring themes, that we would hear stories from these parents and we were able to predict how things were going to go next, because there were these systemic themes that they were bringing to us. The punitive nature of the relationship between MCFD and parents, for example, that parents were put into these agreements in which if there was one mistake or one error or one transgression, the children would be taken. Or the parents that we heard from who had entered into agreements in order to get their children to come home, and they would cross all the T's and dot all the I's, do all the things that were required of them in these agreements with MCFD, and then they would be told, oh no, now we have a new set of list of things for you to do. You've done that, now you have to do the next set. And for those parents, the kind of despair that no matter what they did, the bar was always being placed beyond them. A couple of things that we also came to recognize about these parents, they were never going to give up. they were so determined to bring their children home, to be the parents that they wanted to be to those children. And they also knew, all of them, how unfair the system was that they were in. That if it went to court, the judge was going to rule in favor of MCFD. That if it was their word against a social worker, every time the social worker's word is going to be taken, not theirs. They're going to be assumed to be liars. They knew the act inside and out. They knew every piece of that legislation. They were experts. They could be lawyers. How much they knew about all of the ways that the system worked, the court procedures and the act. And they also knew that oftentimes the act wasn't being followed. There was one example where a mother had just given birth to a brand new baby. And social workers arrived in the hospital to remove that baby. Any of us who have given birth, I think, can imagine the horror of that for that mother. And it was clear that, according to the Act, there's a number of steps that have to be taken before an infant, before a child can be removed from their parent. None of those steps have been taken. None. So the parents are held to a level of account. They have to be perfect. They can't make a single error. But the system and the people in the system and the social workers, not the same accountability. The other theme that we learned from these parents was there's no way to really have a complaint process that could feel legitimate for those parents. So the complaint process goes into MCFD, it goes into a sort of a dark hole, and it comes back out, and inevitably it's like, well, actually nothing went wrong here, or we fixed it, or it's nothing of any concern to you. And this is one of the reasons, and I'll speak to this a bit later, why we've been so committed to getting regulation of social workers who work in MCFD in this province. They're regulated by the ministry that they work for, not like other professionals who have a college, and there is a college of social workers, but they don't regulate those social workers. And so there isn't an independent ability for people to say, I have an issue here. So this became a very important file that we worked on in my constituency office, and I brought that work here, recognizing the systemic nature of the symptoms that we were seeing in our community and in the families who were coming to us. And at that time, 5.5 years ago, I think for a lot of Canadians, the understanding that so eloquently has been laid out by my colleague from Saanich North in the Islands, the understanding of the historical roots of the child welfare system, rooted in genocide, rooted in the attempts to annihilate Indigenous people and culture in Canada. People did not understand that, and it was the discovery of graves at Kamloops that moved us all as a nation to a deeper level of understanding of just how heinous this history is, and that it continues today. I am heartened that my daughter started her school year this year by studying residential schools and learning about truth and reconciliation and learning about the commitments that have been made and learning about the Declaration of the Rights of Indigenous Peoples Act. It's a long ways from where I was in grade 10. And this is so critical, so important, that this education become part of our national fabric and our national identity, because we have to know and understand this history. So let's think about the context today while we look at these amendments to the Adoption Act and the Child and Family Service Community Act. Indigenous children are drastically overrepresented in the child welfare system. Intergenerational impacts of removing Indigenous children are severe, complex. In 1951, an amendment to the Indian Act turned many social services, including child protection, from a federal to a provincial responsibility. According to a 1992 report of the Aboriginal Committee, between 1951 and 1964, quote, children of Aboriginal ancestry went from representing 1% of all children in care across the country to more than 1/3. Now, today, 68% of children in care in BC are Indigenous, despite making up less than 10% of youth. MCFD statistics show that an Indigenous child is 18 times more likely to be removed from their parents. And once removed, it is often incredibly difficult, if not impossible, for those children to be returned to their families, who have less access to social services, are more likely to live in poverty compared to people who are not Indigenous. Children in care in BC are more likely to end up in jail than to graduate from high school. A 2018 death review by the BC Coroner Service Death Review Panel concluded that children who have aged out of the child welfare system on their 19th birthday die at 5 times the rate of the general youth population. It is very dangerous to be a child in care. I used to liken it to your outcomes go off a cliff. Many young people leaving government care lack a family support network, have limited or no financial resources, often lack life skills, have not completed school, the review states. They may suffer from low esteem and be scarred by trauma associated with violence, abuse, or the trauma of being removed from your parent. A March 2021 report released by the MCFD says that 84% of Indigenous children in foster care were there due to, quote, neglect. A subjective term, to say the least. The Canadian Incident Study of Reported Child Abuse and Neglect shows that the driving factors behind children being apprehended from First Nations parents due to, quote, neglect are poverty, poor housing, caregiver substance misuse, caregiver mental health, and domestic violence. Parents still don't receive funding so that they can keep their children at home. Payments to allow parents to move from substandard housing could prevent child apprehensions. Group homes in British Columbia are harrowing places. Numerous reports, including one by BC's Auditor General in 2019, have made clear that the care provided in group homes is sometimes substandard and leaves BC youth facing extreme risks. The report concluded the ministry was warehousing Indigenous teens in rental homes staffed by people with no training or expertise in caring for profoundly traumatized, high-needs children. The government has been warned repeatedly that the care these homes provide is substandard, unacceptable, and creating extreme risks. As a result, Indigenous youth continue to die in these homes by suicide, by drug overdose, or by preventable accident. The number of critical injuries sustained by children and youth while in government care in British Columbia jumped by 18% the first year of the pandemic, according to data provided by the province's representative for children and youth. The representative's office defines a critical injury as one that could result in a child's death or cause serious long-term impairment to their health. The total number of such injuries was 1,064 between April 1st, 2020 and March 31st, 2021, an increase of 164 over the previous year. 1,064 critical injuries in 1 year. Among the fatalities in 2020 was Trayvon Desjardins Chalifou. A Globe and Mail investigation into his death found that the delegated Indigenous agency responsible for his care failed to meet standards, including that his care be culturally appropriate. Yomith is one of the 24 Indigenous Child and Family Services agencies charged with providing foster care to First Nations, Métis, and Inuit children and youth in BC. Yomith contracted out the boys' care to a company called Reese Family Services, Inc., which runs 10 Fraser Valley group homes. Reese promised round-the-clock treatment that was, quote, safe, supportive, and trauma-informed, according to accreditation agency used by BC's Ministry of Children and Family Development. The Globe and Mail reported that care workers charged with looking after Trayvon were said to be verbally abusive and neglectful. The workers sometimes withheld food as punishment and locked the teen outside, sometimes for hours. He was left alone in his tiny bedroom for days at a time in the early weeks of the pandemic. The agency had been flagged repeatedly in ministry audits. One, published in 2021, found that 89% of cases, the agency had no comprehensive plan for the children in its care. Just 3% of children saw their social worker once a month, as mandated by the ministry. In 10% of cases, children didn't see a social worker at all in the 3-year audit period. I've raised this before in this House, Mr. Speaker. When there is a 97% failure rate of an agency that is being contracted by the government, I think the public should expect consequences. There should be accountability. But most of all, when those agencies are taking care of children who have been taken from their families and now are the responsibility of the province. The ministry should have intervened with that agency and gotten things back on track. The red flags were there. They could have saved his life. Why was Trayvon not placed with a member of his large extended family? Denise Desjardins, an aunt in Chilliwack, BC, told the Globe that she would have taken in her nephew had she been alerted that he was in care. It is not known how many children and youth are dying in group homes in BC, nor whether these deaths have reached crisis level. The MCFD and BC Coroner are refusing to provide answers to these questions. What is known is that the ministry has so far reviewed the deaths of 45 youth who died in care in 2018 and 2019, although they won't say how many of them lived in group homes. Of those, 62% were Indigenous. What is owed, I would argue, is money and an apology. MCFD needs to provide funding and resources so children do not go into care because of poverty. Former MCFD minister banned birth alerts. BC Representative for Children and Youth Jennifer Charlesworth requested that families who face birth alerts be issued a public apology from the province. That apology has not happened. Bernard Richard, who was BC's representative for children and youth until 2018, argued that there is a major structural flaw in the way that governments allocate resources to public care for young people. They spend, quote, the most money on the least effective responses, institutional and group homes, and the least money on the most effective ones, foster and therapeutic care, he said. A report on the underfunding of Indigenous children and family services agencies by BC's Representative for Children and Youth found that funding shortfalls leave these agencies short-staffed and unable to provide the comprehensive services needed. Social workers carried twice their recommended caseloads. Caring for children in group homes costs the BC government an estimated $103,000 per child annually, compared with $22,700 for foster family care. Former employees of the Reese Family Services said the hiring requirements were not rigorous. Nancy MacDonald of the Globe and Mail spoke to former Reese employees. They were paid between $2,400 and $3,000 for the 360 hours per month they worked in Reese group homes. That amounts to $6.60 to $8.30 an hour, well below the province's $15.20 an hour minimum wage. All say they raised the same concerns over the quality of workers and lack of programming for youth. One said that they were fired for raising these concerns. In the Cowichan Valley, a growing network of Indigenous mothers, advocates, midwives, doctors, and elected officials is trying to keep Indigenous children in their homes and communities. Services are available once children are apprehended, but rarely before. Nancy MacDonald, the same Globe and Mail reporter who reported on the group homes, followed an Indigenous mother on Vancouver Island, where the mother tried to persuade MCFD social workers not to take her newborn girl. They had already taken her 2 older children. Stacy, as she was called in the article, quote, was a good mother with a good home and a full-time job as a grocery store supervisor making $28 an hour. But they worried that the husband posed a threat to the family, and so they took her baby away. Mr. Speaker, this is another theme we have heard over and over again from mothers, which is if there is a husband or a boyfriend or an ex who is deemed to be a risk, the child is taken from the mother. No response to the man who is posing the risk. No responsibility or accountability on him. It's the mother and the child who are punished because of a violent man. That is an all too common story. We heard it over and over again. The bad man as justification for removing an infant or a child from a mother, which has a particularly heinous kind of incentive put on mothers. Don't come forward for help. Because if you come forward and indicate that you have a violent spouse or a violent ex-spouse, you may actually lose your child. So women are forced to not seek help in these situations for fear of being at risk of losing a child they're trying to protect. A November 2018 article from the Tyee quoted the previous Minister of Children and Family Development saying she was implementing recommendations from a 2016 report. At the time, the ministry amended the Child and Family Services Act, Bill 28, to help include Indigenous nations in the child services process before apprehension. But only 10 of the 85 recommendations from Chief Ed John's final report were used in Bill 28 amendments. MCFD was criticized with Bill 28 for failing to adequately consult Indigenous communities and organizations and failing to acknowledge the inherent right to self-government. And now, in 2022, MCFD is receiving similar criticism for not giving Indigenous people, communities, and nations enough time to respond to the calls for consultation, and for forcing them to silence with NDAs so they cannot talk about the process. Nevertheless, these agreements were signed in April. The changes were before us in October. Changes like this take the ministries years to complete. If the ministry was working on their shifts, they chose not to include Indigenous people until 2022. Between 2017 and 2020, the number of non-Indigenous children in care fell sharply, but the number of Indigenous children in care has remained almost unchanged. Elba Bendo, Director of Law Reform for West Coast Legal Education and Action Fund, says it is difficult to assess the ministry's successes and failures as it doesn't have a public document that sets out goals, measurements to assess progress, and the actual outcomes that result from any changes. It is the ministry's job to gather data and be transparent about its goals and outcome. And yet this government has failed to provide that transparency, that accountability, and that openness. Instead, the Representative for Children and Youth Office has filled this gap by publicly reporting how the ministry is implementing the recommendations in its reports. Numerous reports from the Representative's Office have been released, and Sky's legacy, a focus on belonging, was one of them. Beyond Compliance, Ensuring Quality in Care Planning was released in April 2022. At a Crossroads, the roadmap from fiscal discrimination to equity and Indigenous child welfare was released in March 2022. It demonstrates once again that there is a lack of transparency and accountability in MCFD's practice and systems. It is the injustice that I spoke at the outset of my comments, Mr. Speaker, writ large. The parents have to be perfect, but the system is not accountable for its many, many problems. Ms. Charlesworth of the Representative's Office labels the system of funding child welfare services for Indigenous kids in the province, quote, broken and in urgent need of an overhaul. The Representative's Office has issued more than 700 recommendations since it was created in 2006. In the last few minutes, Mr. Speaker, I'll speak about social workers. Social workers can do a lot of good in people's lives. They can help. They can make a big difference. They have extraordinary power and authority when they work for MCFD. BC's child welfare legislation states that social workers must consider, quote, all relevant factors, including a child's safety, emotional needs, the importance of continuity, the quality of relationship with their parent, and the impact of breaking up that relationship. If the child in question is Indigenous, they are supposed to consider two additional factors: the importance of being able to learn about and practice Indigenous traditions, customs, and language, and the importance of belonging to their Indigenous community. But in Canada and in BC, a social worker's opinion and understanding of a situation reigns supreme. The application of BC's child welfare laws often leads to the conclusion that the best thing for a child is to be removed from their birth family. Susan Strega, a social worker professor at the University of Victoria, notes the, quote, vast, immense, huge difference in power between the child welfare ministry and the parents who get caught up in child welfare processes. In BC, only some social workers have to register with the college and comply with its standards and oversight. Social workers employed with the Ministry of Children and Family Development doing highly sensitive child welfare work with enormous power and authority are exempt from that regulation. Earlier this year, First Nations Leadership Council called on Minister Dean to urgently fix the holes in the current regulatory scheme. The Council has been asking for
Of course,
this.
we don't mention names, member.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The Council has been asking for this since 2016. We can point to the example of Robert Riley Saunders, who faked credentials to work as a social worker for MCFD and used his position to defraud the primarily Indigenous teens in his care over a period of 17 years. This is why I introduced a private member's bill to fully regulate social workers. As we debate the changes to the Health Professions Act in another chamber, we must acknowledge that social workers want full, comprehensive regulation of their profession under the Health Professions and Occupations Act, and are advocating for regulation in order to protect the public. Let's look at some comments from a recent CBC article on this gap in oversight. Quote, if you're in a position of trust and you are in a profession where your mandate is to look after vulnerable children and youth and work with families, you should be monitored and you should be regulated, says Cheryl Cassimer, a member of the political executive for the First Nations Summit. Michael Crawford, president of the BC Association of Social Workers, said, quote, we've had literally dozens of meetings with the various ministers of children and family development, their senior bureaucrats and manager, all aimed at removing the exemptions that keep social workers unregulated by the college. It has been a frustrating process, says Mr. Crawford. Separating children and mothers, as is being highlighted right now by Gabor Mate on his tour of his latest book, isn't just an emotional problem, it's an evidence-backed issue, that it is evidence-backed that there is significant harm that can happen from the trauma of that separation. Scientists know what happens to children who are traumatically separated from their parents. First, a wave of stress hormones, including cortisol and adrenaline, surge through their bodies. Their hearts begin pounding, their breathing quickens, their blood pressure rises. Over time, the stress hormones begin attacking and killing the cells in the hippocampus, part of the limbic system, which regulates emotions. If too many cells die this way, the child will have trouble down the road, particularly when processing emotions and evaluating risk. The damage can be dramatic and permanent, affecting everything from academic and career performance to relationships. I hope that this legislation will move us away from this practice that has so long been in the fabric of Canadian and British Columbian society, and I very much eagerly look forward to seeing the outcomes be provided to the public in a transparent and accountable way, Mr. Speaker. And with that, I will conclude my comments.
Thank you, Member. Recognizing the member for Prince George Mackenzie.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The comments I'm going to make are reflective of a lot of the experience that I've had in First Nations communities, policing over the past several decades. But I'm going to speak metaphorically first about building a foundation that will support the weight of the decisions and the things that will take place moving forward here. And, you know, I'm in favor of the bill, but I have a number of questions, and I know some of my colleagues will be raising them during the committee stage on this. But, you know, I look at everything that we do in life is supported by a foundation of legislation, doesn't matter what it is. And, you know, the metaphor that I'm looking at is if we're going to build a building that is going to weigh hundreds of tons, we make sure that the foundation is there that will support that. And if the foundation is flawed in any way, at some point in time, the building will fail. And that's the same as legislation. If the legislation is flawed, moving forward, the weight of the decisions that the decision makers must make down the road will reflect those flaws. And when we have the life and safety of our children at stake, I think this is a serious consideration that we need to look at this particular time. It's all about child safety, and it's all about families. And that's a weighty proposition right there. It's the future of the generations that we have ahead of us. A lot of my policing career I spent in remote First Nations communities across British Columbia. And the tragedies that I've witnessed in many of those communities, and not necessarily just First Nations, but in just about every community that I've served in, have been tragic. You know, there's files that I can't even talk about because I'd just be in tears if I was to bring up some of the tragic circumstances that I see. And I've never come across, since I started policing 50 years ago, I've never come across a social worker that didn't have his or her heart into the file, that wasn't looking out for the best interests of the particular child that we're dealing with at the time. I've been involved in situations where people get angry, people get aggressive, trying to intervene and prevent the social workers from doing whatever they need to do, and trying to prevent the police from doing what they need to do in order to keep the particular child safe, without knowing all the circumstances. And you know, I've seen situations where children end up in a more precarious position than they started off with because of those good intentions that weren't properly thought out, all based upon a belief that the child should remain with a family member or with an Indigenous person versus some of the other options that we have out there. And we lose sight then of the fact that, you know, the child's safety is paramount, that we have to make sure that the young child will grow up in an environment that will be loved in the environment, will have the opportunity to learn and go to school and progress and give back to their culture and their communities once they're established and once they're on solid ground. When I talk about the foundations of this, and I looked through the bill, and I've looked at a number of the different issues in the bill, and there's a couple of things that I want to talk about, but I'm sure they'll be examined in detail at the committee stage. As a police officer enforcing the laws of Canada, I need to know what those laws are. I need to know what the jurisprudence has handed down with respect to the different definitions of those laws. I want to find out how things have changed. The courts examine all these different laws, and they will change to suit the way society has gone in a lot of cases. But the bottom line is, as a police officer, I would know what that law is, and we would take courses on what those changes were in order to keep us up to speed on it. It's no different than a social worker going into an environment. That social worker needs to know what the statutory authority is for him or her to operate under that particular Child and Children and Families Act. And if they don't know what that law is, that's when mistakes are going to be made. And organizations go to the maximum to ensure that all of their personnel are trained. They have the expertise to carry out their duties. And if they don't, they're given remedial training, and they're constantly watched by supervisors. There's audits, there's reviews, there's quality assurance processes in place to make sure that everybody is following the law and the policies and the procedures that are in place in order to protect those children. When I look at this particular act, it makes reference to Indigenous law, and I don't know what that is. And I don't have an issue with Indigenous law, but I do have an issue if it's not clearly enough defined that whoever is enforcing that really understands what it is and understands how it's connected to the supreme law of Canada, which is the Charter. And if we don't have that connection, then it leads to all kinds of probably some liability issues for the social worker themselves or for the agency themselves, but more importantly, it jeopardizes the safety of that child. And it jeopardizes the whole fundamental basis on which that policy or that legislation is premised upon. So I think we need to understand what that is. And who interprets the law? Who interprets Indigenous law? And who provides that the determination if there's a question of law as to how the social worker should act? The other aspect of this, when I talk about making sure that we have a foundation in place to support the weighty decisions that will transcend from this particular statute, from this particular bill, is the capacity of our communities, our First Nations communities. And I know that there's a lot of eagerness to step into this realm. And I think my colleague from Skeena had talked about this or spoke to this a little earlier on. But the capacity in some of our First Nations communities is significant, or is significant in some, but it's lacking in others. And I know some very small, remote communities that need that infrastructure put in place before this even comes about. There's a lot of work that can be done already without having to pass this particular legislation. There's a lot of work that needs to be done to provide capacity for our communities in remote areas. Several communities in my riding and throughout the province are small, and the band offices are located in the more urban centers. And there's no capacity in the small communities themselves in order to deal with a lot of these tragic circumstances. And some of these circumstances, I know one community that every child under the age of 18 had tested positive for fetal alcohol syndrome. And that had an impact on everything that happened in the community with those young children. So every child under the age of 18 had been tested positive. So those are the things that need to be addressed in concert probably, but even before this legislation really comes into force, is to make sure that our First Nations communities have the resources in place to address child welfare, to address the alcoholism, to address the drug addiction that may be prevalent in many of these communities, which it is. And it's not there. I can think of several communities right now that are deficit in this particular area here. You know, it's all well and good to pass all the legislation in the world, but unless you have the pieces in place to support that legislation once it's enacted, there's a lot of cause for concern going down that particular road. I haven't yet, and I think I mentioned it earlier, I haven't yet met a social worker or police officer that doesn't have the best interests of the children in mind when they venture into some of these files dealing with children and families. But they need the support. They're overworked. They don't have the resources in place. They're called upon to make decisions, in situations where there's no solution. There's nobody to turn to. There's no place to take the child that needs the protection to give them the support that they need. So, you know, these I don't see this in the legislation. I haven't heard much from government with respect to building that capacity in these smaller communities, providing the First Nations, the various tribal councils, the various organizations that already are involved in children and family administration and protection in these communities with the resources that they need to do this. There's some great organizations out there right now up in my riding and other places throughout the province that is a good basis to build on, but we don't have that in place to the extent that we need to support this kind of legislation, and the liabilities that some of these First Nations communities might be facing should they start implementing this legislation at an early time. So this is one of the areas that I think really needs to be looked at. It's something that government needs to take a solid position on ensuring that the proper resources are provided, so that our social workers in our small communities have the support that they need in order to protect the children that they have the responsibility to protect, and to make sure our First Nations communities have the infrastructure in place to protect the children that are under their areas of responsibility. So I look forward to the committee stage, Mr. Speaker, and digging deeper into this to find out exactly how this is going to take place as it rolls out. Thank you.
Thank you, member. Member for Abbotsford West. Member, the chair will request you to adjourn the debate momentarily. We have a... Okay. Member for Prince George Mackenzie.
Yes, Your Honor, Mr. Chair. I move the adjournment of the debate.
Member, you heard the question. All those in favor indicate aye. Aye. Opposed? Motion carried. Government House Leader. Committee Chair.
Mr. Speaker, Section C reports Bill number 40 complete with amendments.
When shall the bill be considered as reported, Government House Leader?
With leave now, Mr. Speaker.
Members, the leave has been requested. Any member who's opposed to the request for leave, please indicate now. Leave has been granted. Minister? The question is the third reading of the Bill number 40, Passenger Transportation Amendment Act number 2, 2022. All those in favor indicate aye. Aye. Opposed? Motion carried. Bill number 40, Passenger Transportation Amendment Act number 2, 2022 has been read the third time and has passed. Government House Leader.
Thank you, Honourable Speaker. I call Committee of the Whole Bill 41, Workers' Compensation Amendment Act, in the Birch Room, and continued reading of Bill 38 here.
Okay. Committee Chairs. Member for Abbotsford West will continue.
Thanks, Honourable Speaker. And my comments on Bill 38 I don't expect to be particularly lengthy, but I have the nature of the discussion taking place in the House, I have to say, has made an impression on me, and for that I am grateful to the members who have participated. There's a somberness to the discussion taking place that I suppose is understandable given the history, the tragic and difficult history that has chronicled our past, been a part of our past, and the impact that that has had. And people, members have, I think, from all sides of the House, conveyed their impressions, their experiences in that regard. For my colleagues from Prince George and Surrey South, from the perspective of law enforcement, policing. For others, the members for Saanich North, in an equally profound and personal way. And I'm not really equipped, nor will I attempt to add to some of those very graphic, compelling, and heart-wrenching descriptions of what has taken place and the impacts of approaches of the past. Suffice to say that I share the other sentiment that I have heard expressed by members of the House, and that is a profound desire and hope that a page can begin to be turned and a better way can be found, and a way that addresses the concerns that we have and the concerns that members of First Nations, Indigenous communities have and have expressed for some time. And in considering that, I reflected. One is inclined to reflect at times like this, and in the aftermath of the kind of ceremony that we had in the House a few weeks back, when leaders were here offering their endorsement of the legislation that is before the House now, of the progress that has been made over the life of this and the last Parliament, but parliaments before that. It's not often mentioned, but for those of us who have been here a little bit longer, that period between 2007 and 2014 and 15 that became known as the time of the new relationship marked a very dramatic step forward, positive step forward, I would say, when a great deal of new ground was achieved, new approaches. At the time, every bit, I think, as significant and as important as some of the things we celebrate today around the incorporation of the UN Declaration. But at the time, the formalization of agreements around revenue sharing, which would give rise to literally hundreds of such agreements of the sort that to that point had never been achieved or negotiated before. Resource development agreements, again, all designed to address both the legitimate rights and desire of First Nations communities to play a larger role in the management of territories, and the development of an economic base upon which a whole bunch of other societal advances could be made. The finalization of comprehensive treaties. To that point, we had one in BC from the 1990s, the Niska Treaty, which broke new ground. Not often remembered that in the aftermath, in that period of the new relationship, upwards of 6 or 7 other First Nations signed comprehensive treaty negotiations that touched upon matters very purposely and very specifically that we are dealing with in Bill 38. But the reason I mention that, Mr. Speaker, is, Madam Speaker, we are inclined, I think like most people, to be drawn to recollections of past successes and positive features. But the subject that we are dealing with today in this legislation, that is child protection and the relationship between child protection, First Nations communities, First Nations Indigenous self-government, actually was one of those areas that I remember as where we failed, where we came perilously close to negotiating successfully a comprehensive agreement, and at literally the last, at the last minute, the agreement faltered. And I remember that day very well, and it was a very, very disappointing one with people assembled and an announcement expected. And I won't purport to try to explain it, even if I understood completely now what gave rise to that failure. Suffice to say, the disparity of thought, the differences in approaches, the lack of agreement ultimately is what led to the failure to secure and achieve agreement. It made a lasting impression on me, and it was in my mind a few weeks ago when we were here in the House listening to the expressions of support. And if I use the word tentative, it is not to be critical, but to reflect that even today, amongst Indigenous peoples, First Nations communities, there is, I suppose the polite word would be hesitancy. Maybe the more accurate word is suspicion. And that is perhaps understandable given the history. That will only be addressed through the work that remains going forward, the detailed negotiations that will need to take place in terms of the formalization of agreements. All to say, we have, with this legislation, managed to go one step further than the government of the day during the new relationship period, and that is a good thing. But as so many others in this chamber have mentioned, there is a great deal of work left to be done. I mentioned some of the previous speakers, and as I say, there were speakers from both sides of the House that made, I thought, very thoughtful and compelling submissions. But not for the first time, the member whose remarks had a particularly strong impact on me was the member for Skeena, who comes to this issue, as I think most people know, from a very unique perspective and a very direct involvement in some of the dynamics that are at play within a community where this legislation is going to be directly applicable. And to hear him speak and to hear his honesty and directness, Madam Speaker, is a difficult thing to put into words. And I wonder, when he speaks of these matters, the honesty and the courage to talk about things that others might be hesitant to talk about, and to confront issues that others would rather avoid. But when he says that for him, and he hopes all of us, the paramount consideration is the safety of the child, he knows of what he speaks. And he knows about the challenges of addressing that within the context of a community. No one has a monopoly on a claim or can claim absolute success in protecting the safety of a child. When I got here in the 90s, one of the issues, one of the saddest issues of the day that was very much front and center and led to some changes, significant changes, was the death of a little boy named Matthew Vaudreuil. And as you read the history of that little boy's short life and how the system, whatever that is, had failed him, no one could help but be profoundly impacted and affected. And that stories like that continue to happen from time to time is both incredibly sad and regrettable, but also a reminder that in a system that at the end of the day relies upon individuals, there are going to be issues. And our job is to try and minimize, to construct public policy that provides safeguards that minimize to the greatest extent possible those tragedies, hopefully eliminate them. The member for Skeena, so I say that because this is not about in any way suggesting that one person or one group is better than another or more capable than another. It is, as the member for Skeena said, and others have said in this debate, recognizing the reality that to address and achieve the objectives that I think lie at the heart of this legislation, there is going to need to be capacity. Some communities have that capacity, others don't. But to proceed further without recognizing that fact would be to do so not at our peril, but at the peril of the children whom we are trying to protect. The member for Skeena asked this question. I know he and others will ask it in committee stage, and we have to be prepared to ask these questions and understand the answer about ultimately where does the responsibility, the jurisdiction, the authority, and yes, even the liability lie when it comes to protecting the child. And amidst all of the other important considerations that will be addressed in the agreements and the protocols that this legislation is designed to facilitate, it must remain clear in the minds of everyone where that ultimate responsibility and where that ultimate liability lies. And there's lots of reasons for that, and the member for Skeena mentioned some of them. And it's not in the euphoria of a ceremony to acknowledge what we all hope is a step forward. We cannot shirk our responsibility to ask, collectively, ask those questions and ensure that we have answers that we are satisfied with, and that the government has turned its mind, we've all turned our mind to that, to those issues. I say that, and I'm certain that the member for Skeena again, based on his unique experience in his community, in the Haisla community, not to throw cold water or to diminish the importance of the achievement that is touted to be this legislation, but because, as with all framework legislation, its ultimate success will depend on the use to which it is put and the agreements that it gives birth to and the safeguards that are contained within those agreements. The member for Skeena, I think, used another term, and as I listened to him, and I hope I wrote it down correctly, he spoke about the violence of poverty. And of course, all of us in this chamber know, understand, and abhor violence perpetrated against anyone, but particularly a child. And I think what the member for Skeena was talking about, again, when he referred to the need to develop capacity, is the difficulty that will continue to exist to do that in communities beset by abject poverty. And I'm not an economist or a sociologist, but some time ago, as a result of experiences gained here and some opportunity to observe communities around the province, came to the conclusion that for a community to succeed and individuals within that community to succeed, there really are two prerequisites. There must be educational opportunities within that community where young people can acquire the academic and vocational wherewithal to talents to become contributing members of society and fulfill their own dreams and objectives. There must be those educational opportunities. There must also be economic and employment opportunities for them to put those acquired talents to work. One without the other doesn't work. And I'm not telling any secrets when I say that there are communities in British Columbia, Aboriginal communities in British Columbia, where despite some progress having been made, we're not there yet. And so the advances that this legislation is intended to achieve with respect to protecting children, protecting Aboriginal children and within their homes, their families, ensuring that they achieve and maintain, not achieve, but maintain a cultural connection with who they are in their communities, will be influenced, in my view, by the degree to which we are able to work together with Aboriginal Indigenous communities to ensure that those other two ingredients are present. One is actually a little easier than the other. Creating educational opportunities is something that is fairly achievable where you have the will to do so. Creating employment and economic opportunities can be more challenging because it's not something government can simply make a decision about and have happen overnight. So those challenges do remain, Madam Speaker. And perhaps I'll conclude by suggesting that what I detected in the comments and the commentary in the House is an underlying feeling of hope and optimism that the legislation before us can become a springboard to a better future and a better means of collective child protection, an acute awareness of where we have failed in the past and the consequences of that failure. And finally, an appreciation for the fact that there are a lot of questions about the details that will comprise the ultimate response, the ultimate approach that that will need to be considered, will need to be asked, and will need to be answered. Some concern about whether or not this session of this Parliament is going to afford us sufficient time to pose those questions and consider those matters. But that is a concern that has been expressed a number of times, and I won't presume to dwell further on that in the context of this debate that I think should focus on the subject matter, which is child and family services and children's the protection of children and the involvement of Indigenous communities and Indigenous government. So, an awareness of the past, hope for the future, and concern that the details be addressed and answered in committee stage is how I would characterize where we are at today, Madam Speaker. And for my part, thanks to all of the members who contributed and provoked some thinking on my part, and particularly to the member for Skeena, who has always directly and honestly reminded the members of this Assembly of the reality that the policies we develop here are designed to address and hopefully improve. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Member. Seeing no further speakers, does the Minister wish to close debate?
Yes, thank you, Madam Chair. I'm very pleased to conclude this second reading debate on Bill 38, the Indigenous Self-Government in Child and Family Services Amendment Act. I want to thank everybody who's already spoken to this bill, and I really look forward to the committee stage of the bill, where we'll be able to address the specific points that have been raised by members of the opposition, and I'm hearing from members opposite that they will have a lot of questions, and I look forward to that. There is a lot more work that needs to be done and needs to be done in partnership. I look forward to discussing, for example, consultation and engagement. We led a highly collaborative and intensive consultation and engagement process that included sharing legislative drafts with 79 individuals from First Nations and Indigenous organisations, including, for example, Splatsin. And we can share more about this process during the committee stage. We can also address the opposition's comments on the expectations of Indigenous governing bodies that if they want to enter into decision-making agreements, such as Declaration Act agreements on the statutory powers of decision for the Adoption Act or for the CFCSA, and as part of the Declaration Action Plan, which we made public in March 2022, we have committed to co-developing a BC-specific fiscal framework to support Indigenous jurisdiction over child and family services. So I heard that there would be questions around the fiscal framework, and we look forward to speaking more about that. And of course, we'll continue our work with the federal government in collaboration with First Nations to implement this fiscal framework that will support jurisdiction and the implementation of a child and family service system that upholds individual and collective rights of Indigenous peoples. And I do also just want to be clear that the legislative amendments are intended specifically to respect the intent of Jordan's principle, that children will receive the services to which they're entitled, regardless of any jurisdictional dispute. I think I said in my remarks at the start of second reading that what we're doing with this legislation is making sure that there aren't gaps that could lead to children or youth being in harm's way, and that what we're doing is we're creating a seamless system across the jurisdictional landscape. We know that that's the best way to support and safeguard the health and well-being and safety of children and youth in the province. Now, as I said at the start of my second reading remarks, changing the laws that created a system steeped in harmful colonialism isn't going to happen overnight, and it can't be done unilaterally. But this bill does mark a really important step on the journey of towards the goal of paddling together in partnership towards a much better system that supports Indigenous children and families, that's healthier and safer and really helps Indigenous children and youth thrive. So thank you again to all of the members who spoke. I am getting a sense of support for this legislation and the direction of the intent of this legislation, and that we'll be able to have a productive committee stage as well. So with that, Madam Chair, it's my pleasure and honour to move second reading.
Members, the question is second reading of Bill 38. Those in favour, please say aye. Aye. Those opposed, say nay. The motion is carried. Minister.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I move that the bill be referred to a committee of the whole House to be considered at the next sitting of the House after today.
Members, you've heard the question. Those in favour, say aye. Aye. Those opposed, say nay. The motion is carried. Government House Leader.
Honourable Speaker, I call at this point second reading of Bill 37.
Thank you, Government House Leader. We're on Bill 37, Energy Statutes Amendment Act 2022. Minister of Energy, Mines and Low Carbon Innovation.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I move that Bill 37 now be read a first time. Madam Speaker, I'm pleased to present the Energy Statutes Amendment Act. People in British Columbia are feeling the impact of climate change every day. We recognize that action must be taken now to lower our carbon emissions. In line with our government's climate plan and the Clean BC Roadmap to 2030, this bill proposes amendments to support the province's transition to clean energy, including changes that will advance British Columbia's growing hydrogen energy economy, a key tool in our fight against climate change. Hydrogen, Madam Speaker, is a clean energy solution for powering our future. It presents an opportunity to lower emissions, attract new investment, and create skilled, well-paying jobs. Hydrogen is one of the best energy resources we have at our disposal to decarbonize a range of sectors, including heavy-duty transportation, industrial operations, and the powering of remote communities. British Columbia has a unique advantage of being able to produce both renewable hydrogen from our 98% clean electricity or low-carbon hydrogen from our abundance of natural gas and carbon capture and storage potential. While a patchwork of legislation and regulations exists now, there is currently no cohesive regulatory framework for hydrogen in British Columbia. The proposed legislation will ensure an experienced regulator, the BC Oil and Gas Commission, provides a one-stop place for industry and a consistent regulatory safety and compliance authority for hydrogen projects from site planning through to restoration. The Commission has acted as a single-window regulatory agency for BC's energy resources for 25 years. It has the broad range of technical expertise needed to ensure that the hydrogen economy is developed sustainably, safely, and competitively. It is proposed that the Commission will be established as the renamed British Columbia Energy Regulator with a modernized purpose to support the transition to low-carbon energy and to support reconciliation with Indigenous peoples. The board will be restructured to align with Crown governance best practices and ensure more diverse representation on the board, including a requirement that at least one director is an Indigenous person. The regulator will be provided with expanded authority related to hydrogen production, which will allow for the nimble completion of regulatory structures as the global hydrogen sector evolves. These changes will provide clarity for investors and signal that British Columbia is ready to become a world-leading hydrogen economy and advance the transition to a low-carbon future. Additional amendments to the Petroleum and Natural Gas Act will move forward the Clean BC strategy to decarbonize our economy by providing regulatory clarity for carbon capture and storage projects. The proposed legislation clarifies that the regulator oversees the subsurface storage of carbon dioxide from any source, not just carbon dioxide created from oil and gas activities. The proposed legislation will also give the government the right to use underground storage space deep under private land and authorizes government to use it as it would any other subsurface resource owned by government. These changes will clarify the government's authority to regulate the safe and effective storage of carbon dioxide and support the carbon reduction goals in the Clean BC Roadmap to 2030. In recent years, the number of declared orphan oil and gas natural sites has grown and has increased the pressure on the Orphan Site Reclamation Fund used to decommission and clean up orphan sites. And orphan sites are sites where, for reasons of financial distress, the site no longer has a viable company owning it, and therefore it falls to the Crown to decommission and clean up that site. Proposed amendments to the Oil and Gas Activities Act will provide the BC Energy Regulator with an expanded liability framework and the tools needed to ensure oil and gas activity obligations are met, lessening the pressure on the orphan fund. The legislation expands responsibility beyond the permit holder, which means that anyone with a legal or beneficial interest in an oil and gas or storage activity can be held liable for permit obligations. For example, if a permit holder becomes insolvent and their well sites are designated as orphans, other companies who profited from those wells may still exist and have the means to pay for restoration. Rather than use the orphan fund to pay the full cost of cleanup, the regulator will be able to hold one or more of those other companies responsible for the restoration costs. Additional amendments are being proposed to authorize the transfer of an abandoned tenure to a willing recipient to ensure a site does not become orphaned, provide the regulator with powers to sell goods abandoned at an orphan site and deposit the proceeds into the fund used for orphan site cleanup, to enhance the powers of the regulator to respond to emergencies and carry out investigations into hazardous events, provide the regulator with tools to efficiently respond to non-compliance that could hurt public safety or the environment, and to modernize and update enforcement tools and other provisions. The climate is changing, our climate is changing, and our legislative framework needs to change to address it. These amendments demonstrate the government's commitment to the Clean BC Roadmap strategies by advancing the production and use of hydrogen, which reduces emissions and generates economic activity, clarifying the government's authority to regulate the safe and effective storage of carbon dioxide from any source, which advances emission reduction in hard-to-abate industrial sectors, and by establishing the BC energy regulator with a modernized and inclusive board structure and purpose. The changes we are making will support British Columbia's transition to clean energy and provide the regulatory framework necessary for British Columbia to fight climate change. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Thank you, Minister. Recognizing the member for Kootenay East.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Gives me great pleasure to speak today on Bill 37, Energy Amendments Act 2022. These bills concerning the energy sector come few and far between. I'm glad to be talking about this today. I'd like to see a few more, maybe, to incentivize and to promote our energy sector here in BC to make us competitive globally. And I think this act, or this bill in front of us right now, has the opportunity to do that. But we'll have to investigate a little bit further in committee stage. But other than the name change, as the Minister pointed out, this bill attempts to modernize and bring into other energy sources that may not have readily been in play maybe a decade or two ago. The Minister mentions hydrogen quite a bit in his speech, and we're going to examine a little bit further in this debate on what hydrogen sources he may be referring to, if there's one that outweighs the others, and things like that. It also expands the energy regulator, that'll be called now. Oil and Gas Commission is gone, but in its role in regulating oil and gas in the province. So I'd like to briefly touch on some of those new energy sources identified in Section 2 of Bill 37. But first, I'd like to talk a bit about those other energy sources that this bill will affect. BC, as we know, is blessed with a diverse array of energy sources that any country in the world, I would argue, would love to have. These energy sources have essentially made BC and Canada what it is today. The size and diversity of BC's geological landscape has given this province the bounty of its energy sources. So just to give clarity to Bill 37, it is important to know where our energy comes from and why it is important to have this legislation mesh with world demand and how BC can benefit from these resources while also being conscious with our environmental responsibilities, as the Minister has pointed out. And I think we all agree in this House that we have a certain amount of responsibility, a large amount of responsibility, in fact, with the energy we produce, with the resources we extract throughout the province. And as I've mentioned, this bill can reflect some of that. We also need to examine our transition, or getting away from fossil fuels, as mentioned by the Minister in his first reading of this bill. The Minister's quote in his first reading was, quote, "Hydrogen is a critical source of alternate clean energy and will move us away from fossil fuels." And fundamentally, I agree with that. Our fossil fuels are of a limit. They're not renewable unless you talk about hundreds of millions of years to bring those fossil fuels to where they are as being renewable, but that's not in a responsible time frame as far as we're concerned. So it's important to understand which fossil fuels we refers to and what will that mean in order to implement these changes. I would like to start with probably our first commercialized use of energy in this province, and that being coal. It was and it still is globally a major source of energy. A bit of a backgrounder, coal was mined in BC from a long time ago, prehistoric days in fact. Swamps. It was formed in swamps hundreds of millions of years ago as plants died and broke down in swamps and bogs. The decaying plant matter slowly sank to the bottom where it was buried or trapped under layers of sand and mud, forming peat after thousands and thousands of years. Over time, a combination of heat and pressure hardened the peat into coal. Now, some of those Scotch drinkers out there might be saying, hold on a second, peat, doesn't that flavor my Scotch? And it does. It is burned and it is flavored for Scotch. And as a matter of fact, in Scotland, about 23% of the land matter up there is peat, mostly in the highlands and island areas. And this is essentially a form of young coal, they call it. And another, something else I'd like to mention is before we start celebrating coal as being the precursor to diamonds, that maybe your grade 7 science teacher told you, it's not quite the case. Diamonds don't come from coal. They both come from carbon, but quite frankly, diamonds were formed or started forming millions of years, maybe even a billion years before coal was formed, before even vegetation was around. 75% of the Earth's age, in fact, 2 billion, 3 billion years ago. So however, besides Scotch, we owe a debt to coal. Western industrialized civilization was forged with coal, the most abundant, accessible, and easy to handle of the fossil fuels. Unlocking coal's power allowed humankind to harness previously undreamt of quantities of energy, illuminating the world, and animating machines, and moving people much faster than ever before. The railway, the Canadian Railway, when it was first designed, it used coal for transportation. That was a huge piece of Western Canada and Canada as a nation in leaping into the industrialized age. Heating, cooking, the war effort was huge. If we didn't have the abundance of coal and that raw material, things could have been gravely different in both those wars that we fought. Coal mining is a major industry in British Columbia. Coal production employs thousands of people, and coal sales generate billions of dollars in annual revenue. Coal production currently represents over half of the total mineral production revenue in the province. Essentially, there are two types of coal that are mined in BC. There's thermal coal, which I referred to on as far as a burning source for electricity or a power source. It is burned to run steam turbines to generate electricity. It is also used to heat homes, as we know. It's slowly falling by the wayside. But the other type of coal is metallurgical coal. And that's an area of where I'm from the southeast corner of the province. We have 4 of the largest mines in the province, all dedicated to metallurgical coal, which is a harder form of thermal coal. It burns at higher temperatures, used for smelting iron, and making steel. So it's sometimes referred to as steel-making coal. And steel is all around us. And if we want to transition to a low-carbon economy, we will need a lot of coal. So BC produces about 11,000 megawatts of power through transmission lines, through hydro, about 20,000 kilometers of transmission line, and about 60,000 kilometers of distribution lines. That's 80,000 kilometers of transmission lines. And if we're going to electrify the economy, we're going to need a lot more metallurgical coal and steel-making coal to get those off the ground. So 80,000 kilometers is enough to go around the world twice, or around the moon 8 times, or from Victoria to Vancouver about 800,000 times. So that means if you took a hydro line back and forth, all the hydro lines we have in BC, if you took it back and forth Victoria to Vancouver 800,000 times on the ferry, which is about an hour-and-a-half trip, Vancouver to Victoria, it'd take you about 137 years to do that. So until about the year 2159, almost as long as 114,000 affordable homes that were promised by this government. But green steel would have to fall. So there's another answer to this. Some people say, well, why don't you substitute thermal coal or metallurgical coal with green steel, which is a form of steel that is made from hydrolysis to make steel instead of coking coal, which is used to make steel. But it's just not there yet. Green steel would have to fall below 2 kilograms, $2 a kilogram, and closer to about $1 a kilogram. And right now, green steel is around $8 a kilogram. So it's about 8 times more expensive than what we're doing right now. And that $8 is in Spain. I think they're doing some experimentation or some pilot projects in Spain right now, and that's using a 100 megawatt polymer. It's called a polymer electrolyte membrane electrolyzer. I don't know, PEM they call it. And it draws on an integrated wind electricity supply. So this is power that is generated to make steel without the offset of carbon emissions. And it's about $8 a kilogram. It needs to fall down below 2. So we need metallurgical coal right now. So we will need to transition away, as the minister suggested. But I want to examine what that looks like. And just to give it a little bit more depth, a wind turbine to use in this green steel making process, a wind turbine takes about 150 tons of metallurgical coal to make. So you're using coal to get yourself off coal, metallurgical coal. So over 95% of coal currently produced in BC is metallurgical coal, which is used in production of steel and from iron ore. Bill 37 talks about other energy sources, and one of the other big energy sources in British Columbia is hydro. And BC consumes a lot of it. So in the scheme of what BC uses for energy consumption in the province, about 36% of that is petroleum products, oil, using for transportation fuels, heating, those kind of things. About 30% of the energy consumption is natural gas, once again, heating, cooking. Biofuels and miscellaneous energy is about 16%, and electricity is about 18% of what is consumed for energy sources in the province. So that's nowhere near enough to feed a growing province, but we're going to work on it. Most of BC's sources of electricity is hydropower. Over 95% of electricity comes by way of hydropower. It's clean, it's renewable, and cost effective, as BC has some of the cheapest electricity in North America, or at least we did. 25% of that electricity that we have here in British Columbia is produced by independent power producers, or IPPs. These power producers are enabled by energy purchasing agreements, which have been cancelled by government or drastically altered in the last couple of years. I believe Interjex was one of those. It was the reason I think they had 6 projects that was cancelled, about $20 million in energy. I think it was under the guise that it was under COVID or something to that effect. Be interesting to see if that was brought on back online, since we seem to be out of the pandemic right now, or hopefully. Some of the other numerous power projects that independent power producers operate are run-of-river projects. That's essentially small hydro projects. Biomass energy. Several biomass energy projects have been implemented, and more are being researched in BC. By 2015, biomass made up about 5% of BC's electricity production. There's a considerable amount of woody biomass from lumber mills, roadside debris, and standing pine, which have the potential to generate 2,300 megawatts of electricity. And the reason why I bring up biomass is because it is it's good because it takes biomass off the forest floor. It takes post peelings and lumber that isn't considered usable, and it is burned, and it generates in these cogenerational plants, and it's burned and it's used to make electricity. And I've got a pulp mill just outside my riding in Columbia River Revelstoke in Skookumchuck, and they have a biomass, a cogen plant, and the biomass that they take off the forest floor and use to make electricity, that offset that they do is about equivalent to about 18,000 vehicles that they take off the road that use internal combustion engines. So we need to reevaluate the pay structure because right now it jeopardizes this 50-year-old company that sits in Skookumchuck right now. Right now their EPAs, their energy purchasing agreements, have been altered below the cost structure that they first signed up for. And there's many more ahead, a lot of them First Nations. And so when we're talking about Bill 37, we talk about the transition away from carbon-intensive fuel sources. Would that count? Would cogen be one of those sources of energy that we want to transition away from when it has other benefits to it other than just the energy produced? When we talk about the wildfire seasons that we've seen over the last couple of years, cogen and biomass production of energy is critically important. Reducing those fuels off the forest floor also reduces the risk of fuel load in the forests that could potentially ignite and cause severe damage. We've seen billions of dollars burnt up in the last couple of years, and this could help. So these are questions that need to be answered for sure. Wind turbine projects. That's another one that IPPs invest in. And it was about 2% of the province's electricity was wind turbines. Ocean wave technology or energy, that's something fairly experimental right now, but there are folks out there that are looking at harnessing energy from waves. That would be energy efficient as far as carbon emissions are concerned. It's natural, it's renewable, as long as we have oceans, and it seems like we're having more and more of them, so that'd be something we need to entertain as well. Geothermal is another energy source that IPPs participate in. And solar power, of course. We've got a mine, a solar mine that came to the city of Kimberley not too long ago. And I think it was a 1 megawatt project. It was just a pilot project at the time. I think it cost about $5–6 million, and without subsidies it never would have got off the ground, but we did it anyways, and I think since then Tech Coal has bought that operation, and but we need to examine solar projects as well. While BC Hydro expects to have sufficient energy and capacity until early 2030, there's a potential benefit to BC Hydro if these facilities continue to be available for a situation in which their generation is required to meet domestic need. Renewing these agreements now, these EPAs, for shorter term periods provides all of us with greater certainty that these IPP facilities will continue to be available when needed to displace new greenfield supply. In order to maintain flexibility for the future and limit cost risk to taxpayers, the industry has chosen to offer market-based pricing agreements to the IPP holders of all 19 clean or renewable electricity purchase agreements expiring in the next 5 years. So we have about 19 energy purchasing agreements that will be expiring in the next 5 years, and we're hoping for some assistance, and hopefully with this bill we can identify the importance of these clean energy sources. So just as a footnote as well, I just want a quick high five to our mining industry. These energy sources I've talked about, solar panels, wind turbines, for example, solar panels, they include silicone cells, copper, indium, cadmium. Those are minerals that we have here in British Columbia that make solar panels. Steel, I said metallurgical coal, plastic comes from our petroleum sector, iron, copper, aluminum, those all make wind turbines. As I said earlier, it's about 150 tons of metallurgical coal that makes a wind turbine. That's a lot of coal for a wind turbine. Cobalt, lithium, nickel, graphite, manganese, copper, those are all used for electric vehicles. If we want to get to a low carbon future, if we want to transition away from carbon intensity, we need to move in that direction. Government and all of us suggest electric vehicles could be that way. It takes about 4 to 5 times more copper to make an electric vehicle than it does an internal combustion engine. I believe it's about 145 pounds or 150 pounds of copper goes into an electric vehicle. That's 5 times more than an internal combustion engine. So we need mining more than ever. I think the minister knows that. If we're going to move to a low carbon future, and if we're going to, readily identify these new sources of energy. All of these and much more found in British Columbia. So if we're going to amp up our game to a low carbon future, we better be behind supporting and reducing unnecessary red tape to our mining sector. So that's just a little bit of a digress to the mining sector. So how many EPAs are up for renewal? I already mentioned there's 19. different sizes, anywhere from 0.2 megawatts to about 50 megawatts in nameplate capacity, and a total over 200 megawatts in nameplate capacity, and over 900 gigawatt hours annual generation. The projects are comprised of 16 run-of-river projects, 1 storage hydro, and 2 biogas. Independent power producers have the expertise to supply the affordable and safe renewable energy required to decarbonize our energy system with speed, innovation, and agility, thereby transferring the inherent risk associated with infrastructure development, operation, and maintenance to private sector investment. So this is a marriage between private sector and public sector. Right now, I said the energy that we produce, the electricity that we produce in the province, is about 25% independent power producers. And I believe the cost is about 27 to 29%. I could be wrong on that, but it's not too far off of the proportional amount that they produce. The cost is relatively close. And I think that is the argument or the reason why we're getting off of these energy purchasing agreements, is it is costing the taxpayers too much money. But when you look at the marriage and the risk adversity that the private sector can offer producing electricity, I think it's a good wash. I think we need a little bit of both. And I think if we're going to reach a low carbon economy, we need all hands on deck. And that's what this bill represents, is getting all hands on deck. The minister has mentioned hydrogen in his speech, and that is an excellent source, and I'll get to that in just a second here. Also with these IPPs, the clean energy facilities that are owned and operated are partnered with First Nations. There's a lot of First Nations. I believe the statistic is 90% of independent power producers have some form of First Nation involvement, whether they're full ownership, partnership, or benefit signed agreements with. So that is a large portion of IPPs are First Nation. And I believe in committee stage we'll dive into that a little bit more on how that affects, how UNDRIP has been used with this bill, and what kind of consultation was done with First Nations to move away from some of these other energy sources that I'm talking about. Okay, so the next one I'll talk about is oil. That's the next one, and it's relatively the same as another source of energy, but it was formed from the oil sands a long, long time ago. Tiny marine creatures died, drifted to the sea floor, and were covered up with layers of sediment that exerted enough pressure and temperature to transform the organic matter into oil. So a lot like coal. Coal's more predominantly vegetation. Oil is more predominantly more like dinosaurs and marine creatures and stuff that were covered up, and with millions of years of heat and pressure, it turns into oil. Over 1 million years, that oil became trapped in thick layers of sand and gravel and aggregate. Gradually, lighter hydrocarbons evaporated or were consumed by bacteria, living bitumen and water trapped in the sand. The area was then covered by glacial debris, but oil sands outcrops along the Athabasca River showed where deposits lay buried. So in 1717, you're going to go way back, the fur trader Henry Kessley was recorded as the first European to have seen the oil sands up in the Athabasca River area, after the Cree people brought a sample to the Hudson's Bay Company trading post in the Athabasca region. So the First Nation, the Cree, they brought this gooey substance, and at that time, bitumen, or at that time, I guess it wasn't called bitumen, it was just mystery material. Indigenous people residing there combined it with spruce gum to waterproof their canoes. A practice described by Sir Alexander Mackenzie in 1790 as he traveled through the area. So they used this to patch up their canoes to make them waterproof, and quite honestly, bitumen, or as it was called pre-bitumen days, it was called asphaltum, which is a Greek word I'm not even sure what it means, but it was asphaltum, so it's asphalt, which we use now for shingling homes and to waterproof our homes. So bitumen hasn't really changed a lot over 300 years. So bitumen is a sticky, black, highly viscous liquid or semi-solid form of petroleum. It's got the consistency, I guess, of cold molasses. The main problem with bitumen, or asphaltum, as I said earlier, it's a Greek word, it was referred to that in its natural state, it is mixed with sand and aggregate. The challenge with bitumen back when it was first discovered to use it as an energy source was how to release the bitumen from the sand and the water that was in. So I think back in the early 1920s, or I think it was the late 1920s, a guy named Carl Clark had a patent on removing the sand and gravel and water from the bitumen. And so he worked out of the university or some research council out of Alberta, and he used hot water and mixing to separate bitumen from sand. So that was in 1929. In about 1967, I think it was, he figured it out. He figured how he could do this. And it was done in an industrial site called Bitamount. I think it was called Bitamount. So that's where we get the word bitumen from. It was from an industrial site where bitumen was first discovered. So that goes way back. So going into the theme, oil was first commercialized in 1858 in Ontario. Oil was discovered in Northwest Territories in about 1920 by a guy named Norman Wells. And that was just a bunch of crew. I think he worked for Imperial Oil at the time, and his crews dug through permafrost with axes and picks, and they found oil reserve, and that triggered, actually at that time, it was the most northern oil reserve on the planet. It was quite something, and it sparked a bit of a frenzy up there for oil. So, but in Western Canada, where we are right now, it wasn't really discovered until about 1947, and that was, once again, it was Imperial Oil looking for some oil reserves, and Imperial Oil was desperately trying to find oil, and they had about 133 wells dug, and they were pretty much ready to give up. And so they had a couple last-minute drills, and then on February 13th, 1947, in a farmer's field in Leduc, Alberta, oil was discovered, and it triggered a massive oil boom in Western Canada. Quite something. Yeah. Oh, I'll mention, yeah. Efforts to tap the oil sands resource began in the early 20th century, and we are where we are today. So oil has a really big importance. As I said, petroleum serves us up about, I think it's about 36% of our energy costs, or our energy consumption is from petroleum, where electricity is 18%, and then the next one, natural gas, is about 30%. And I'll touch on natural gas a bit, and I'm speaking now to the choir as I got the member from Peace River South right in front of me, and this is a big part in the northeastern part of the province. And that started in 1883. Natural gas is accidentally discovered, actually, by Canadian Pacific Railway workers. They were drilling for water near Medicine Hat, and they found some oil, or some gas. By 1890, community leaders all across were using natural gas for their cooking needs, heating needs, and lighting needs. Due to strong natural gas prices now in the modern day, there's been a phenomenal increase in natural gas royalties paid to the BC government, $1.7 billion greater, in fact, than it was previously forecasted. The new total for natural gas royalties expected in 2022-2023 fiscal are $2.599 billion. So $1.7 billion more than what was first forecasted. So natural gas, oil revenues, big part of the success and big part of the revenues we generate here in British Columbia in order to pay for all the services we need. And we hear it time and time again, and it does you know, it does seem just to go, yeah, but think about it. You know, $2.6 billion, what does that pay for? What does that buy? You know, I need a new high school in Cranbrook right now, and that's about 50 million. That's just a pittance of that 2.6 billion. So, I mean, we need to transition. We know that oil and natural gas is only limited. It's only here for a brief time in history before we deplete those sources, and we will transition, and we are transitioning. But let's, you know, really, honestly, let's not paint it with such a bad stroke of the brush, because it's helped us. It's done really good. It's provided us with national security. It's provided us with jobs. It's provided us with benefits and opportunity. And, you know, it is what it is, but it is really a foundational element to our economy and our way of life here in Canada. So BC is a massive energy producer in the Canadian, oh, sorry, Speaker, I am the designated speaker.
Okay, I would appreciate if you can let us know earlier, just out of respect for all your colleagues, but at the beginning of your speech is the best time, but we hear you now, so designated speaker.
Or the member for Peace, he's probably got a lot to say about it.
All right.
Sorry, he's only got a half an hour now, so, okay. Anyways, well, I'm getting chanted for more here, so let's get into it. BC is a massive energy producer in the Canadian landscape and a major exporter of energy. You may be surprised to know that 80% of all the energy our province produces annually comes in the form of natural gas. And natural gas is BC's third largest export by value. BC is Canada's second largest producer of natural gas, and with LNG coming online, and hopefully more to come, BC could be the largest producer in Canada within a decade. So when we talk about transitioning, moving to lower emissions and getting more of a carbon neutral environment, you have to look to things like natural gas. Even though there is an emittance of emissions with natural gas, when we try to take offline those other higher emitting energy sources, namely thermal coal, then LNG or natural gas is a good solution. It can cut those carbon emissions by as much as 50%. So I'll be looking forward to committee stage to ensure all types of hydrogen will be identified by the proposed expanding role of the energy regulator. Responsible oil and gas development has been an economic cornerstone of British Columbia since the 1950s. The industry is a partner in generating economic growth for British Columbians. Ongoing collaboration between government and industry is necessary to ensure British Columbia is a global climate leader while creating well-paying quality jobs, advancing Indigenous reconciliation, and generating prosperity for all British Columbians through government services supported by resource development revenues. Meeting rising global demand, the world needs more energy in all forms. According to the 2018 IEA World Energy Outlook, by 2040, global demand for natural gas will increase 36% over 2018 levels, replacing coal as the world's largest energy source. British Columbia currently produces 1/3 of Canada's natural gas and is well positioned to begin shipping significant volumes of responsibly produced Canadian oil and natural gas to meet growing energy demand in emerging Asian economies. BC has what it takes to be a global energy leader, and I think that's something the Minister spoke to: an abundance of natural gas, a highly skilled workforce, a stringent regulatory system, and a commitment to environmental performance. So once again, we have to identify what is intended in this bill as low carbon output or moving away from fossil fuels, because if we're saying we're moving away or eliminating fossil fuels, it's going to take a lot of work and a lot of cost and a lot of infrastructure and a lot of uncertainty. So let's not throw the baby out with the bathwater just yet. And that's what we'll dive into in committee stage on how far we're prepared to go with transitioning or moving away from fossil fuels. In BC, just for an example, the upstream oil and natural gas industry provides about 12,000 jobs. In 2019-2020, the BC government received about, I think it was about $600 or $700 million in revenue, land and sales royalties from oil and gas activity. Producing wells, 10,255 that provide 1.8 trillion cubic feet per year. It's 32%, as I said earlier, 1/3 of Canada's overall natural gas production. Crude oil, and I'm not going to go into all of this of crude oil, but it's quite substantial. In 2019, Canada's conventional oil and natural gas industry will impact the BC, or did impact the BC economy with about $122 billion in economic activity over the next 11 years. So over 11 years, $122 billion in economic activity. That's massive. That's huge. I would hate to see us transition or move away from this fuel source unless it is readily adaptable by hydrogen or some other energy use that is ready to scale up as fast as what we already have in place. Now, I'll go into a little bit more of how we do that better, and we are doing that better, but that is with something the minister referred to as carbon capture and storage. BC is a leader when it comes to policy to addressing climate change, reduce emissions of greenhouse gases, and grow its economy through innovation. In addition to the broad-based carbon tax, industry has worked with government to create a strategy to reduce methane emissions from the existing upstream industry by 45% from the 2014 levels by 2025. So we're reducing. We're actually in the process right now that we are reducing emissions from fossil fuels, almost half by 2025 from 2014 levels. Increasing competitiveness through good environmental policy design. A well-designed, credible offset system can support competitiveness by providing an incentive for the development of process-based GHG reductions. That's electrification, methane abatement, energy efficiency, carbon capture and storage, the ministers talked about, and nature-based solutions right straight across the economy. This will provide high-quality, low-cost compliance options to regulate sectors and lower the societal economic cost of achieving GHG reductions. In order to be effective, offsets must be available for both conversion of existing and new facilities and projects. This is in line with global trends and will help mitigate carbon leakage by ensuring British Columbians resource developers can compete. So by being competitive, by having carbon tax offsets and something that's, that keeps British Columbians industries sustainable or competitive with the global market, we prevent carbon leakage, which is industry going elsewhere. So instead of us doing it here in British Columbia, that global demand, as I mentioned earlier, is going to go up 36% by 2040. Natural gas will be taking over coal. We know that. That's from the IEA. We need to be competitive, and part of Bill 37 addresses competitiveness. We'll get into that in a little bit later, but we need to be competitive with all our energy sources. But I guess we have to define what's go and what's no-go from this government, and we'll have to dive into that in committee stage as well. Once again, liquefied natural gas. I think I have a member from Skeena might be talking to this a little bit, but the opportunities there are huge. I think about 15 years ago, the United States didn't have one export terminal in the United States for LNG. Since then, I believe they have 13 or 14, and they got another dozen or so in construction or on the way. Canada's got one, and we could have a lot more. We're missing the boat on it. And no pun intended, the boat sails a lot quicker and a lot faster from Prince Rupert than it does from the Panama Canal, which again reduces carbon emissions. So right now, Prince Rupert, Kitimat, it's a 25-day round trip to go from Kitimat or Prince Rupert to Asia and back. 25 days, about 8,800 kilometers, versus the Americans, who get their gas or natural gas, which is liquefied, from the Gulf of Mexico. They go to Asia via the Panama Canal. It's a 55-day round trip, so it's more than double, and it's about an 18,000 plus long trip. So that's, that's 2 weeks quicker. So every 3 trips to their 2, I guess is what that would work out to be. Or is that right? No, every 2 trips to their 1. Well, even more amazing. So BC Natural Gas is also, and the member from Peace River South will probably echo these comments. The natural gas we have in British Columbia is very deep aquifers. The reservoirs of natural gas are very, very deep, 2-3 kilometers down. Not 200 or 300 kilometers, I think, as one minister once recited. But it's about 2 or 3 kilometers down. It's cold, so it doesn't take as much energy to liquefy that natural gas. And it is done through fracturing, hydraulic fracturing, or some people call it fracking. But the reservoirs are so far down, they never interfere with aquifers, water aquifers, that is. And we have like 0 cases of any natural gas project in BC ever damaging any major water aquifer. We've heard members of this House talk about lighting the water on fire. That may be true in places like the Southwest or the United States, where their aquifers are very close to water reservoirs, underground water reservoirs, and that natural gas can get into those systems. But in British Columbia, and I'll read some stuff on that in a bit, but I'm proud of our natural gas history here in British Columbia. Now, can it be better? Absolutely. And Bill 37 talks about some of the irresponsibilities on orphan wells or derelict wells. We need to clean those up. There's no question about it. And we do have funds that are in place. We've got the Orphan Site Restoration Fund, the Orphan Gas Levy that industry pays into and will assist in getting those orphan wells reclamated. So part of this bill talks about liability and working interest partners and how they will be charged or viewed on as being a responsible person, and I'll get into that in a little bit as well. But overall, I'm happy with where we've come in British Columbia with natural gas, and I think it still remains as a power source of BC. And when the minister talks about hydrogen, that'll be my little next topic now. And so hydrogen comes in many different forms. And so when the minister was talking earlier, he talked broadly about hydrogen use, but there is many forms of hydrogen. Hydrogen is an element that is the most common element in our universe. It encompasses 75% of our universe is made up of nitrogen. But it doesn't exist on its own, and it needs to be extracted from water via electrolysis or separated from carbon fossil fuels, such as natural gas. Both of these processes require a significant amount of energy to achieve. This energy can be more than gained from the hydrogen itself, as well as being very expensive, and I'll get into that a bit as well. In addition, this extraction typically requires the use of fossil fuels, which is the absence of carbon capture and storage. It undermines the green credentials of hydrogen. So when we talk about moving away from fossil fuels, but bringing in hydrogen, when hydrogen itself, in most forms, or most sustainable or economically viable forms, is from natural gas, which is a fossil fuel. Now, in Bill 37, it'll be important to know if this applies to all hydrogen sources. There are many types of technology that are used to make hydrogen. I think it is good to understand the different types of hydrogen and where we as a province can find the opportunity. And I just happen to have a little sheet on the different types of hydrogen. And you'll be amazed. So there's many sources. I'll start with the more carbon-intensive sources first, which is black hydrogen, which is used from coal, very carbon intensive. And when that carbon is not captured, it's not a very good energy source, in my opinion, of us to pursue. Gray hydrogen would be the next one, and that's used from natural gas, but there's no carbon capture and storage involved with it. And I believe right now, gray hydrogen, I'm not exactly sure, but I think it's somewhere between 70 and 80% of the, and it might even be higher, of the hydrogen that we use today is gray hydrogen. So we need to get a handle on that for sure. And so that's why this bill, I don't think a lot of people, it's a somewhat innocuous bill where I think most of us are going to be in full support of it. There's going to be some details that we're going to get into committee stage, but overall, we support the use of hydrogen as an energy source, and black and gray will not be one of those sources. But then we get into the weeds a little bit. We get into let's use red hydrogen, which is used from nuclear power, and pink hydrogen, which is used also from nuclear power, but uses it captures the steam methane and uses that as a power source as well. So that's red and pink hydrogen. We also got blue hydrogen, which I'll talk about a lot about, and that's from natural gas, and that is also uses carbon capture and storage to take those fugitive emissions from the production of hydrogen, and it stores that those greenhouse gases in underground reservoirs. So they store the carbon underground or under the ocean in seabeds back to where it came from, kind of thing. You know, you can put it back, you know, no problem there. So blue hydrogen is a really important one. There's turquoise hydrogen, which is pretty amazing, and I'll get to that in a little bit too, because that represents what the Port Moody facility is going to represent. That was a facility that was bought from Suncor. BC Hydro released that asset, put it up for sale. Suncor, who is part of the whole oil sands, bought that, and now with Fortis Gas and an Australian company, they are going to have a pilot project for turquoise hydrogen, which actually takes the carbon and solidifies it into a compound or a type of, it can be used for cement, it can be used for a lot of other things. It comes into a solid form. So the carbon is captured and produced and can be used to build. I think some people said it could be put into rubber tires. Some have said it could be used for structural means. And so that's turquoise hydrogen. We've got, what other hydrogen we got? We got yellow hydrogen. That's hydrogen made from solar panels, or the electricity that is produced from solar panels extracts the hydrogen from water. That is super expensive right now, so they're not really going there just yet, but it's something on the horizon for sure. White hydrogen, I can't remember white. I'll have to look at my notes here. But there is a white hydrogen, and that's, okay, what does it say? The hydrogen is a type of hydrogen that is discovered in geological found under the Earth's crust. A very little amount of hydrogen is present in Earth's crust. This type of hydrogen involves extraction, is also known as natural hydrogen. So that's kind of cool. And of course, we've got green hydrogen. So that's probably the ultimate in the hydrogen field, right? So that's everybody's dream. Everybody wants the green hydrogen. And so that hydrogen, it uses water and electrolysis. And the offset is good. I mean, there's no carbon emissions. It's produced using an electrolysis method in which no carbon dioxide is generated, and also called as CO2 neutral method, powered by a renewable source of energy such as electricity generated using wind or solar energy or hydro energy, and called green hydrogen. In the electrolysis of water, oxygen, and hydrogen is being produced, and as there are no greenhouse gases being released into the atmosphere, and this is carbon neutral hydrogen, hence green hydrogen. So it's clean and it's green, but it's expensive, super expensive. And to scale up green hydrogen projects right now won't be cost effective unless we want to pay, 4 or 5 times the heating bills that we're paying right now. But let's have our eye on the prize. But as the minister suggests, we're going to transition or move away from fossil fuels. Right now, blue hydrogen, turquoise hydrogen, those types of hydrogens, I would say blue hydrogen is probably the most cost-effective of all the hydrogen uses. But guess what? It uses fossil fuels. So when the minister refers to moving away from fossil fuels, but bringing in hydrogen, is he only talking about green? These are the questions that we need to know, and in committee stage we'll address some of those. I think it would be irresponsible just to focus on one that might not be ready today or tomorrow or next year or even 10 years from now, and avoid what we have at our fingertips right now. So, as you can see, there's many avenues we can go to when it comes to hydrogen as a fuel source. I'm sure there are ideological opinions on what type of hydrogen we prefer to see. I saw some heads nodding when I mentioned green hydrogen. They're like, yeah, let's go for that. But I believe we need to be realistic in scaling up whatever types of hydrogen we pursue with our policies, regulations, and legislation. And that's what this bill represents here, Bill 37. Currently, blue hydrogen and I said strategies are most attractive for three reasons. BC and Alberta have the biggest gas reserves in North America and some of the biggest in the world. The cost structure, as opposed to other types of hydrogen, is attractive, and the existing infrastructure needed to transport the hydrogen to market is already here. We already have it in place. And so there's a lot of misconception and misinformation regarding hydrogen. So let's take a look at a quote. Here's a quote for you. LNG has been positioned as part of the transition to a low carbon economy, and it is simply not true. Building a pipeline locks us into those emissions for years to come, and we simply can't afford that. And unfortunately, we've had a government that's taken these industrial projects to a point where they're costing the public a lot, and they will cost a lot more to cancel. But that's coming at the expense of a livable future. And that comes from Manjali Appaduri. I can't remember the pronunciation. I hope I didn't slaughter it too much. But that was the lady that was running as in opposition to the now premier for the leadership race, and I was sidelined a bit there. But the premier called Anna Jolly she would make a good MLA, and I believe she may even a proposed advisor for energy in the province. Rumors out there, but you never know. I've heard it more than once. So this quote does not mention hydrogen, but it does mention another energy source under Bill 37, which is LNG, which is also mentioned. What it also mentions is pipelines and the discontent that Ms. Appaduri apparently has for them. Bottom line is that pipelines will be built whether we are talking about oil, gas, or hydrogen. So just to further that point, and to drive home the fact that the infrastructure is here, we're ready to go with this as soon as we can get it scaled up to production. In a trailblazing position paper entitled European Hydrogen Backbone, 11 European gas system operators have outlined a potential hydrogen network running through 10 countries. This is all in Europe. They concluded that a significant share of the pipes likely needed is already in place. In 2040, about 75% of the hydrogen network will cover 23,000 kilometers by then, will consist of old natural gas pipelines. So we can use the natural gas pipelines that we have in place and use them to transport hydrogen in the future. So once again, it is the industry that so many on the other side continuously condemn will be the backbone and catalyst of a new low-carbon future. So when we look at all the available hydrogen types, I have to question the minister's statements made in the first reading, and I've mentioned it once before. The quote is, In the first reading of the bill, he said to this legislature, to Hansard, quote, hydrogen is critical and will move us away from fossil fuels, unquote. At an announcement in front of Fortis Gas and Suncor, who are energy producers most famously known for their great work in the Alberta oil sands, and this is at the Port Moody facility when it was, I guess, announced, the minister says, quote, hydrogen is critical to our transition to a cleaner energy system, unquote. The quote he told the legislature mentions that hydrogen will move us away from fossil fuels. The quote he told the Suncor people is that hydrogen will be a cleaner energy system. He doesn't mention eliminating fossil fuels. Well, how could he? Because the Port Moody facility uses natural gas. It's a fossil fuel. So it's little things, this obvious omission of this government's intentions. I think the people of BC would just honestly like to know and call it what it is. The minister knows that the feedstock for the newly announced Port Moody hydrogen plant is natural gas methane, that beloved source that involves hydraulic fracturing to get it out of the ground. The pilot project of putting a turquoise hydrogen plant in place at the old Burrard thermal plant in Port Moody would be small scale at first, but if developed commercially, the plant could eventually produce up to 2,500 tons of zero-emission hydrogen fuel a year, equivalent to 300,000 gigajoules of energy. What does that mean? That would be enough energy to produce about 3,000 homes. With close to 2 million homes in BC, this new hydrogen plant would cover about 1/6 of 1% of the energy needs in BC. By contrast, Site C, which accounts for about 450,000 homes, and natural gas fuels up another 1.1 million homes. So this is small potatoes, and I know it's a pilot project and we're growing, but before we throw the switch on our fossil fuels and move away and transition, we got to know what we're prepared for. And we got to know the seriousness of what that can mean to taxpayers and everyday hardworking British Columbians who are already facing huge cost burdens. Cost of everything is up, and we don't need fuel to be jacked up any higher than it already is. So the natural gas firm is partnering. So Suncor and Fortis partnering with the Australian-based Hazer Group, which already generates hydrogen power at a pilot project in that country. And Suncor will host the plant on its Burrard thermal property. I don't need to go into any of that. I haven't even gone into the meat of the bill more. All right. I'm more than pleased to see BC challenge the world in alternate energy solutions. But let's not be afraid to say we will be using BC's advantage of a world-class natural gas reserve to do it. Turquoise hydrogen, such as a plant in Port Moody, and blue hydrogen include the use of fossil fuels. This may and most likely will eventually lead to yellow and green hydrogen, as I mentioned earlier. But right now, the cost for green hydrogen is 4 to 5 times the cost to produce than it is to produce blue hydrogen. Let's all embrace the fact that gas is not bad if we can use it responsibly. Let's not shut that door on something that truly can make us global leaders and at the same time give everyone in this province a giant benefit so we can battle unaffordability issues and provide the services we use to be able to expect, like healthcare and the possibility of buying your first home. If the minister proves me wrong and says that natural gas, whether it's in the form of LNG or blue hydrogen, are the best energy solutions we have to move to a low-carbon economy, I'll give him full credit for that. In Bill 37, the first several clauses are to basically change all the names and to eliminate the words oil and gas from the Oil and Gas Activities Act, to strike out petroleum and natural gas with energy resource, to take away the name of the Oil and Gas Commission and replace it with the British Columbia Energy Regulator. So I just wanted to just talk a bit about the name change a little bit. I understand we need to modernize and update and embrace all the sources of energy we have. But I remember the first day I got the Critics' Role of Energy and Mines and Petroleum Resources, as it was called at the time, and the name was changed immediately to Energy, Mines, and Low Carbon Innovation. Now, we all embrace low carbon innovation. We all want to get to a more responsible world. I get it. But it just appears to me that government really doesn't have the political will or the feel to embrace our fundamental industries here in British Columbia, that being oil and gas. And they've served us well, as I've said numerous times through this debate. And it just, I don't know, I just needed to say that because it kind of bugs me a little bit. It's kind of a spit in the face to those industries, all those hard-working people. There's thousands of workers that go to work every day in the cold peace country, drilling for gas, refining our fuel for transporting for truck, rail, or pipeline, just to keep us all warm. Like I said, natural gas is about 36% of the energy needs we use in British Columbia. That usually comes in the form of going home on a cold winter day like we're seeing here in British Columbia right now. I'm minus 20, it's not that cold here. But when I go home, I flick a switch and I'm instantly warm. That comes from the peace. That comes from areas up in Fort St. John and Dawson Creek and the Montney gas reserve in Alberta and BC, Yukon. It's something we need to really think about. It really does. We really need to think about that. We have all the comforts that we could imagine. And we look at other countries right now that are going through energy crises. You look at the war in Ukraine and folks there that are, numerous tragedies going over there, but they're starved out of energy. They have no energy sources. They'd love to be able to flick a switch. And I think we're lucky, and I think we need to reflect on that sometimes, on how lucky we actually are here in this province and in this country. The oil and gas industry takes beating after beating from naysayers and ENGOs. There are thousands of workers that go to work every day, like I said, that provide this for us. This is the diversity of this province. This is what makes us so strong. This is what makes us so great. That's why we have 40,000 people moving here every year. This is the basket of resources this province is blessed to have. We need all hands on deck, especially during this time of global unrest and instability. We have an opportunity to not only help ourselves, but our friends and allies that are experiencing extreme energy shortages like Eastern Europe, Brazil, or even California right now. Look at the energy needs they're going through right now with hydro. They're drying up. Hydroelectricity is at a premium right now. So there's many other things that are involved in this bill, and I've gone on probably longer than what I wanted to, but part of this bill also, in section 14 of the bill, it establishes a scheme to expand responsibility for energy resource activities to various persons with an interest in the activity. The section establishes and defines who is a responsible person, and that a registry of responsible persons will be created. It also allows the regulator to assign responsibility to those they believe have tried to evade it. And people who are responsible persons can be compelled to either pay for actions or compelled to act. So we need to dive into sections 14 under this bill, to really, dig down to what liability is to working interest partners, WIPs they're called. How is that assessed? If you're a shareholder in a company and you have 10% ownership in a natural gas company, and the company, for one reason or another, is upended, bankruptcy is filed, and now that those orphan sites are there with no attached responsible person, how will this bill affect those shareholders? So if I'm a shareholder, I might be signed up for 10% ownership of the company. Am I now responsible for 10%? That would be the norm. But under this bill, the energy regulator can assess that responsibility at 100%, perhaps. What will that do to investment? if I'm an investor and I'm looking at risk liability on any project, and I sign up knowing that what I sign up for doesn't mean anything, if the energy regulator comes down on me and assesses me 100% ownership of that or responsibility of that site. Now, I might be wrong, and we'll have to ask these questions in committee stage, but to me, that's not a signal for investors to come flocking to BC to enjoy the benefits of perhaps engaging in a project, of a natural gas project. It might scare them off. I believe it will. And I think a member from Peace River South will probably speak to a little bit of that. That's right here in his notes. He's got a doily. No, there's nothing there. Oh, no. Off the cuff. I admire guys like you. Section 5. This section amends and adjusts the requirement of the renamed Oil and Gas Commission Board, renamed the British Columbia Energy Regulator. It also requires that the board consists of between 5 and 7 members, of whom one must be a deputy minister and another must be Indigenous. So, fair enough, good representation there. But what are the credentials for those other board members? How are they vetted? What's the pay structure? Are they getting paid lots of money? I'd like to know that. So would the taxpayers. So we'll have some questions on Section 5 on the definition or the composition, I should say, on the board. Section 36. I went into that quite a bit already. This section expands the definition of natural gas to include hydrogen. This enables the BC Energy Regulator to oversee the expansion of a hydrogen industry. So those will be major questions. What hydrogen industry are we talking about? What are the timelines, if any at all? And there'll be some good discussion around that. So I think other than that, I'll end it with a quote from our now Premier. And he says, quote, "We cannot continue to subsidize fossil fuels and expect clean energy to manifest somehow. We cannot continue to expand fossil fuel infrastructure and expect to meet our climate goals." And that was from the Premier not too long ago, October 21st of this year. He also said that Anajali Hapaduri would be a good MLA, and we've heard what she thinks about the industries. So when we move away from fossil fuels, but we incorporate hydrogen into a bill such as Bill 37, we have to examine, what are we talking about? Are we talking about green hydrogen? Is that it? Those will be the questions we'll have. With that, Honourable Speaker, I conclude my remarks. Thank you.
Thank you, Member. Leader of the third party.
Well, thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. I'm glad to stand up and speak to Bill 37, and I'm just going to start with a little reflection. I just recently listened to a podcast, Ezra Klein interviewing Bill McKibben, and Bill McKibben, well known for his climate advocacy and his sometimes dour outlook on the state of the world and state of climate. But in this interview, he was remarkably cheerful and optimistic. And one of the things that he talked about that I thought was so effective for understanding the framing of the conversation around energy right now is that he said, we're at this place as humans where we can stop burning things. That for our history, burning things has been an integral part of who we are, who we've become, whether it was fire and then coal and oil and fracked gas and all the things that we burn to produce energy, but that we are at this remarkable moment in time where there is the sufficient capacity for us to actually very rapidly transition to clean energy and to get off of fossil fuels, as we've heard from the COP conference that just came to an end, and as we've been hearing for many years from the United Nations, the IPCC, climate scientists. We really are at a point where we have to transition very quickly and get ourselves off of fossil fuels, stop building more infrastructure, stop building more pipelines and fossil fuel infrastructure, and commit to clean energy. The other thing that Bill McKibben talked about that I hadn't heard talked about in a way that really helped make sense of part of this conversation around transition, and the member was just talking about the need for the materials and mining that goes into creating wind energy or solar energy or geothermal. There's still a need for materials. But that the difference is that the materials to build, say, a solar panel are extracted, and then the panel is built. And then for a number of decades, that panel will produce energy. Compare that to extracting fossil fuels, which are extracted from the ground, pulled up, and then burned. And so it's a one-off use of those fuels to create the energy, as opposed to using materials to create clean energy, a capacity that will last for decades. So this is it's a very different kind of timeline on how we use fossil fuels versus how we use materials to create clean energy. And I thought that this was a really helpful way of thinking about this as we have these really critical and essential conversations about what we owe the future and the decisions we make today, and how those decisions will inevitably shape a different future based on whether we choose to keep expanding fossil fuels or whether we choose to move away from them. Because every time we choose to expand, we add more energy to our atmosphere, and that energy comes back to us in the form of heat domes, in the form of atmospheric rivers, in the form of droughts and forest fires. And we have seen the real-life consequences of climate change over and over and over again, not just here in BC, but around the world, in relentlessly constant events that are now just part of our news of the world. Right now it's flooding in Australia, again, as an example. So the bill in front of us is a bill that's specifically about the BC Oil and Gas Commission, and I think it's good to have a little bit of history on the commission. It came to be in the late 1990s as oil and natural gas, fossil fuels, production, extraction in British Columbia. There was a call for a single regulator to be put in charge of oil and gas activities. And the purpose of this was to streamline the existing process, make it easier for oil and gas development. And the fossil fuel companies at the time warned the province if this one-stop shop was not created, it would imperil investment to BC Oil and Gas. Interesting side note, a recent study from the report from The Guardian about the trillions in profits from the oil and gas industry, allowing them to spend globally $1 billion a day on lobbying to convince governments to do the things that they'd like them to do, including right here in British Columbia. So the government of the day in the 1990s acquiesced to the demands of the fossil fuel companies, and supported by the opposition of the time, same dynamics we have today, minus BC Greens, the Oil and Gas Commission was created. And the purpose was to make fossil fuel development happen more efficiently, more quickly. And over the past few decades, it has become abundantly clear that the Oil and Gas Commission is fundamentally a captured agency. In 2019, the Canadian Centre for Policy Alternatives came out with a report that found that from its early years, the Oil and Gas Commission was captured by industry. The interests of the fossil fuel companies, quote, took precedence over the public interest. There were troubling examples of broken rules that ended with few, if any, consequences for the companies that broke them. The Canadian Centre for Policy Alternatives made 6 recommendations One, that the province create a new arm's-length agency to oversee compliance and enforcement in the fossil fuel sector. Second, that the Oil and Gas Commission's board is restructured and its powers to change regulations removed, and that the deputy minister be removed from its board. We debated this previously in the House, but it is, I think, remarkable and extraordinary for this board to have regulation-making capacity, but we had that conversation earlier. Third, recommendation from this Canadian Centre for Policy Alternatives for the Oil and Gas Commission was that new co-management agreements be made with First Nations. Fourth, that a single water authority to regulate all water users is reinstated. Interesting to note on that, I believe back in 2017-18 there was a lot of interest and uncovering of some dams that had been made, and water storage that had been done up in the Northeast with no oversight or regulation at the time, mainly for companies doing fracking, storing enormous amounts of water, creating these dams without any regulatory oversight. Fifth recommendation from the Canadian Centre for Policy Alternatives that the Oil and Gas Commission is be compelled to release all information that is in the public interest in a timely manner. And sixth, that the ministry be compelled to report annually on how the Oil and Gas Commission's permitting decisions and regulatory oversight of fossil fuels fit with the province's climate action plans and greenhouse gas emission targets. The legislation before us today does make some important changes. For example, it expands the membership of the Oil and Gas Commission's board from 3 individuals to between 5 and 7. It does not, however, remove the deputy minister from the board, and it doesn't remove regulation-making authority from the board. There does not appear to be a requirement for the commission, which will be now called, if this legislation passed, the energy regulator, to release all information to the public that is in the public interest in a timely manner. However, such a change, I think, would also fulfill the recommendations for proactive disclosure made by the Freedom of Information and Privacy Protection Act Committee report. Also in 2019, the former Auditor General, Ms. Bellringer, published a report on the BC Oil and Gas Commission's management and of non-operating oil and gas sites. This report found that operators were not required to decommission wells or restore inactive well sites, and furthermore, that the funds being collected by the Oil and Gas Commission were not effectively managing the environmental or financial risks of non-operating orphan oil and gas sites. As a result, Ms. Bellringer found that the Oil and Gas Commission's ability to ensure funding and restoration of sites was impeded. The report made several more recommendations, including several specific to the Oil and Gas Commission. Specifically, the Auditor General report recommended that the Commission improve its management of orphan sites by improving timeliness of response, public reporting, better funding, a review of the liability management program, and a plan for long-term environmental risks. But here's the problem, as I see it. Oil and gas operators are not required to decommission wells and restore well sites in BC unless explicitly ordered to do so by the Oil and Gas Commission on a case-by-case basis. The legislation before us does expand the scope of what persons, that is to say oil and gas operators, are liable for the activities of oil and gas sites. But when we're dealing with a body that has been effectively and essentially captured by industry, a body that has demonstrated since its conception that it operates on behalf of oil and gas companies rather than the public interest, the question is, how can we trust this body to make these decisions? And I would argue there is a trust deficit here. I think we have to be considering the big picture. Regardless of how important these modernizing amendments are, rebranding does little to improve the lack of faith the public has in the Commission and indeed in this ministry. This is particularly true following the political revelations that we have been seeing in this province and the very clear influence of oil and gas lobbyists in our democracy and in democracies around the world. Interesting to note, Mr. Speaker, that the largest group that attended the COP conference was actually oil and gas lobbyists, bigger than any single country's group of attendees. And I would suggest that that is, again, not something that contributes to a lot of trust. We do need low carbon innovation, but I think that what we need more is a real commitment from this government and from governments going forward that we will be good on our debt to the future, and that we will make decisions that do not consign them to a planet that is looking at warming that goes well beyond levels that keep our climate manageable and livable. And the direction that we have been going globally has been the wrong direction. And we are very much running out of time. And there's often an argument made, well, BC's so small, we're just a certain small percentage of the emissions, what could we do? But we absolutely need to show leadership. We have the capacity and the potential for actually being clean energy leaders, giants even, and we could be exporting not fracked gas, but innovation and technology to countries so that they could be scaling up their clean energy at the rate that we need the whole world to be doing this. And I continue to believe that we can achieve this in British Columbia, but we have to be straightforward and upfront about the reality of what we're facing. And I hope that we will see under the new Premier a renewed and much more straightforward commitment to actually transitioning us off of fossil fuels and not just taking part in rebranding exercises of captured agencies. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, Member. Member for Peace River South.
Thank you. Sorry. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I was just seeing if there was somebody else getting up before me. I appreciate the opportunity to speak to Bill 37 here, the Energy Statutes Amendment Act. And, I think it's, really important to comment on some of the, not only the changes here, but obviously on the industry as a whole. And although as the member that spoke before me, I have huge respect for many of the positions that the leader of the Green Party brings forward, there will be no surprise on some of the comments that I will be making will contradict some of hers. But let's just say that we do have a huge opportunity. One thing I'll agree on, a huge opportunity to be leaders and help the world when we talk about the climate crisis that we have. And that is why, on this side of the House, that we were so persistent and adamant about looking at LNG as an opportunity to help the world, and why we continue to promote and push that. Let me just put things into context a little bit different than a member from Kootenay East that spoke not too long ago, who did a great job as the critic, bringing forward a lot of the different issues and explaining some of the background and history, which I quite enjoyed. I actually learned a few things that I didn't know, and don't tell the people in my writing, because I always say that I know this industry quite well, but I did learn a few things. But one of the things that we do need to remember, and we do talk about, is that in our resource sector, specifically around the natural gas and oil extraction that we have, is it a transitional fuel? Absolutely. Nobody argues that. Where the debate can be is transition over what time period? Because we look at the global demand that we have right now for oil and gas as the population grows. What was it, 8 billion that we're at globally now, and the demand that we have for what most jurisdictions, and I find it ironic and sometimes how we debate this in British Columbia, because most jurisdictions around the world crave to be in the position that we're in British Columbia, because they call natural gas and LNG a clean transitional fuel. They talk about the opportunities that natural gas has for helping our environment in a climate crisis. When you look at the amount of coal-fired power generational facilities that are being built in Asia, that are being opened almost on a weekly basis, that would love to have the LNG, the natural gas that we have in an abundance here in British Columbia and in Canada. And when I say in abundance, to put that into context, last study that came out when we talked about just in Canada and British Columbia, alone, we have enough known, and I say known because that's an important distinction, we have enough known natural gas in British Columbia to serve the present use that Canadians domestically have for about 100 years. 100 years worth of natural gas just in British Columbia alone. 4 or 5 generations of employment and work, good family supporting jobs as we extract natural gas to help the world remove themselves from dirtier fossil fuel power generation. I do find it one of those interesting situations, Mr. Speaker, here in British Columbia specifically, when we have a lot of these activist groups, I'll call them foreign activist groups because a lot of them are funded that way, who come into British Columbia saying that we need to get off of natural gas and go to cleaner fuels, or cleaner, energy production. We even hear that from the Green Party. What I find interesting, though, is those same people will then turn their protest sign around against Site C, which most people will say is actually clean power. So I use that just as an example of, so what do they want? Because we're already so fortunate here in British Columbia with what we have. If you talk about 100 years of supply, we can talk about that transition, because if we only have a 100-year supply in British Columbia, obviously eventually we will transition. And guess what? The sooner that we actually start producing more natural gas out of the ground so we can actually have LNG as an opportunity to help those jurisdictions around the world that are trying to get off coal, well, it'll be used up faster. We'll have to transition sooner, but we've actually done a better service globally for the environment. I think it's important when we talk about not just the climate change, but when you look at weather specifically in a region, the air molecules over Dawson Creek will eventually be over China, and vice versa. The air is not stagnant over a community. It's not stagnant over a province or a country. It goes around the world. So if we really want to do a service to ourselves, then we need to be helping other jurisdictions as well. There's very few forms of firm power that can be generated that we all need. In a first world country, and when we're trying to help other countries around the world get into a second or first world kind of benefits that we are very fortunate to have here in Canada, there's not a lot of differences when you look at firm power, what are the options out there. When you look at firm power, you've got hydro is firm, and we are very blessed to have about 98% of our power generation in British Columbia is from hydro. Most jurisdictions, again, would love to be in the position that we're in British Columbia. Because the other forms of firm power are nuclear, you've got coal, and you've got natural gas. And in some jurisdictions, you could say geothermal, where it's proven out, could in some ways be considered firm power. Well, and oil, especially if you're going into diesel or in other forms of gas generation as well. But those are firm power. Most places around the world look at all of the dirtier ones because those are the only options they have. But we're fortunate in British Columbia, the majority of our power is hydro. But if we look just across the border in Alberta, they're burning coal and they're burning natural gas for power generation in a lot of their facilities. If we look just south of us into Washington State and Oregon, they're burning natural gas, they're burning coal, and they're also using nuclear for power generation. So I find it one of those topics very fascinating when we talk about the global need for our resources that we have here in British Columbia, but yet we do everything we can in allowing these activist groups to knock us down, rather than celebrating the fact that we could be part of the global solution. Again, one of the main reasons why we understood the opportunity, not only because of the resource that we have in the ground, but the opportunity to be part of the solution globally when we were promoting the, liquefied natural gas. Now we have 7, 8 facilities that I think at one point we had close to 20 facilities that were being looked at, and we still have some that could come to fruition here in British Columbia. But one of the challenges that we hear from most of them is under the present investment climate that we have in British Columbia is the lack of certainty that they see from this government of whether they should be actually coming into British Columbia. I know the minister is aware of this. This is not a personal criticism because he has acknowledged in this House, and I know when we get to committee stage, you know, it's not necessarily completely tied into this bill around the dollars of capital that are flowing out of this province, but it does, I think, need to be referenced when we're looking at Bill 37 here, especially when we're talking about bringing in hydrogen as part of, you know, that was my note in my speech, hydrogen, so I made sure I got that in there. That hydrogen being part of and being brought in with the Oil and Gas Commission, which now is going to be changing names to the BC Energy Regulator, because with hydrogen being brought in as part of a energy component within that, the mandate of the Commission. My concern, though, is, again, the messaging that sends out. Because we have heard from so many of the exploration companies and producers that they have concerns now in British Columbia around permitting. The board of directors who have been saying, pull back on investment in British Columbia, and we're going to move to other jurisdictions because it's not a safe place to invest under the present government because of the way that they have been putting forward policy. And I see some of the commentary from one of my colleagues in the NDP government. You know, he can come to my riding anytime, and I will let him sit down and have a meeting with the multitude of companies who have met with me, who have said just in the last 18 months alone, where we've lost over $3 billion, with a B, $3 billion of capital of an investment in the Peace region because of the lack of certainty of getting permits for jobs in the oil and gas sector. We need to remember, these companies are still going to invest. They're still going to have capital outlay for return on investment for their shareholders. This is business. This is how it works. We all know that. But guess what? That capital outlay is now going more into Alberta, parts of Saskatchewan, and down into the United States rather than British Columbia. We are talking about thousands and thousands of jobs that are presently at risk or already being lost. the small and medium-sized companies who are having to shutter their doors because they're losing out now on the opportunity to work in British Columbia. Many of them are now shutting those doors and moving their shingle into Alberta, hoping to at least use their expertise and get work. But I'm hearing not only from them, but I'm also hearing from First Nations communities who are concerned because they have the partnership agreements and they are now losing out on the opportunities for revenue generation for the First Nations in our region. All because of uncertainty that's created that these companies don't want to invest here. So I implore this minister and this government that when they're putting forward changes and amendments to anything to do with energy statutes amendments like this, that they should be backing it up with saying, we're changing this to make things better. And this is how we're going to do it. We're changing things to give certainty to ensure we have that investment in capital coming into British Columbia. As my colleague from Kootenay said and reminded this House about the billions of dollars that flow back into the British Columbia economy when we support the resource sector, whether that's oil and gas or mining or forestry or agriculture for that matter, any of these industries that are on the land base. Because that is not only what generates revenue for business, it's what employs families. It's what helps sustain our rural communities. And through that, generating the billions of dollars of revenue that comes back to the province to help build our hospitals and our schools and our bridges. Those don't happen magically. Unless you want to be a government like we are seeing right now in Canada and British Columbia that just figures they can go print money rather than wanting to grow the economy and actually having industry and people actually being part of the solution and helping grow our communities. The private sector can do this. The private sector needs certainty and they need a message from this government that they're not getting. You know, I bring this up because I live at ground zero, myself and the member from Peace River North. We live at ground zero for natural gas exploration and extraction. And one of the things that we don't talk about enough in British Columbia is the fact that we do it better than anywhere in the world. We allow activist groups to try to convince people that we are the worst, when in fact we are the best in the world at extracting natural gas and making sure we're doing it environmentally well. And because of that, I want to welcome my member from Skeena for the applause, because I know I might be at ground zero, but the pipeline runs to Skeena, so we can actually, and to the Kitimat ports right now, and hopefully other ones eventually, so we can promote and grow LNG. This is something, again, that we should be celebrating, because we can be part of the global solution. When we look right now around the world, and we look at what's happening in Ukraine, we look at all of the countries in Europe, and even in parts of Asia and Japan, other areas that have actually come out collaboratively and said, we know that we can help Ukraine and other parts of Europe get away off the reliance of Russia, but they need other countries in the world to step up and be part of the solution to help with LNG, with natural gas. And so many of those countries look at Canada and wonder why we are falling behind and missing out on this global opportunity to be part of the solution when we could, when we talk about the member from the Green Party talking about bold leadership, well, to me, that's leadership. If we could actually start alleviating some of the roadblocks that we've put into place here in British Columbia and Canada when we could be part of the solution. So we need to do a better job because we can. I want to ensure that we talk about the fact that we have already brought in so many good environmental regulations in the industry because, and understandably, we want to always look at this. We always want to do better. We always want to make sure that we're looking at how technology advances, how science advances. And guess what? Some of our best innovators are actually the oil and gas companies themselves. They've looked at how they can be innovative to reduce flaring, for instance. We made sure, even though people talk about this, guess what? British Columbia already brought in policy to reduce and eliminate flaring, contrary to what you'll hear a lot of the sign-waving people say. We do a great job already on that. We actually brought in policies to say that companies need to reduce the amount of water consumption they have by reusing water and looking for other opportunities. You know, there's a reason why in Dawson Creek, for instance, that we actually partnered with Shell and the first of its kind globally to put in water treatment facilities at our sewage plant. And we're actually having a company like Shell who is coming into the city of Dawson Creek and spent about $75 million to build a water treatment facility at our sewage lagoon to treat the sewage water to a level that they could then pipe it out to the oil and gas fields and use that for hydraulic fracturing in the ground. And then on top of that, came up with innovative techniques that after they've done the hydraulic fracturing to bring that water back to the surface, clean it up, and reuse it again. So again, contrary to what you hear out there, these companies have already been innovative, which is why we can tote the fact that we have some of the best environmental policies globally. The companies themselves understand that the resource is not infinite, that we will have to transition at some point. And in the meantime, that's why they've stepped up with the billions of dollars collectively in these companies to look at innovative practices to make sure that they're leading globally in environmental standards. So I think we, collectively in the House, have to talk about how good we do in British Columbia and to actually stop demonizing an industry that's global leaders when it comes to environmental policy already. So on Bill 37, again, it'll be interesting at committee stage when we get to some of the actual questions that the critic and others will have. It's important to me, and I know to my riding and to the Peace region, that the minister acknowledge the good work that these companies do to try to give some certainty so we don't keep scaring away the investment. Because frankly, there's communities at risk, which really puts British Columbia at risk. And we can be part of the solution, as I said, if we understand the opportunities that we have, that if we turn around and collectively support the industry by always pushing for better standards. I'm not taking away from that. But this whole idea of saying cold turkey, just stop and we're done, while demand globally goes up, all we're doing is handing the checkbook to other countries who have poor environmental standards, who are going to do the extraction to fill the global need, while we sit here on our hands watching everybody else prosper, while we try to figure out what to do in our own province to help families and people. So again, I want to thank Minister for bringing this bill forward. Looking forward to some of the commentary and answers that we'll get during committee stage from the critic, and a reminder again that we do an amazing job in British Columbia, and we should never be shying away from that when we talk about it. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Thank you, member. Recognizing the member for Nechako Lakes.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Thank you to my colleagues in the House, regardless of what side of the House you're on. It's nice to get a chance to get up and speak to Bill 37. I want to thank the Minister for actually bringing this forward. Hydrogen is something that I've paid attention to for 42 years now. Ever since 1980, I've been looking at hydrogen and what hydrogen can do, and so I'm happy to see that hydrogen is now going to be coming in the mix, and it's recognized in the legislation. But I want to talk a little bit about just what this means and a little bit of realism associated with it. The member from the leader of the Green Party, started by talking about what we owe the future. What we owe the future in terms of, the world we leave them. But I would maybe start by saying, what do we owe the future to 620 million people in Africa that don't have electricity? What do we owe to the future of 2.4 billion people that have been lifted out of abject poverty because of affordable energy? Do they not matter when we're talking about energy policies and approaches? Or are we just, sitting up here in our first-class society of British Columbia and only thinking about our own needs as opposed to the world's? Hydrogen is an amazing fuel. When you burn it, when you use it, when you burn it, you get water as a byproduct. If you run electric current through it, you get more electricity back. It's a project, it's a fuel that I often thought would one day replace our fossil fuels. But there's a problem with it. And the problem is, it takes far more energy to produce it than you get from it. Matter of fact, the energy loss is somewhere between 20 and 30%. And so when you're talking about hydrogen, you're talking about needing a significant amount of energy to create hydrogen. And it doesn't matter if it's from running electric current through water, which is one of the most efficient, or breaking the hydrogen atoms out of natural gas and then pumping the rest of it back in the ground. The cost associated with that is huge. And it's, maybe that cost is worthwhile, but, I've often wondered, how does this help us today in terms of affordability in this province for our energy needs? How does this help, quite frankly, with energy security? When you look at British Columbia, we consume about 1,346 petajoules of energy a year. Now that's a big, big number. What's a petajoule? Petajoule is 278 gigawatt hours. What's a gigawatt hour? Well, a gigawatt hour will be enough power for about 725,000 homes. It's a huge amount of energy we consume as a province. How much electricity do we produce? We produce about between 155 and 194 petajoules through BC Hydro. That's it. If you want to get rid of fossil fuels, if you want to get rid of that energy source that we use for about 84% of what we do on a day-to-day basis in this province, you would need to have 8 times as much electricity generated in the province of British Columbia. Now we're talking about, the minister talked about hydrogen as an important fuel for transition and to meet the targets for the future in terms of becoming clean or becoming energy efficient. Reducing emissions, becoming energy or emissions free. The reality is also pretty simple. We use 404 petajoules of energy for transportation in this province. Now, once again, that's a big number. So let's translate that into something we're doing today, which, for example, building Site C. How much energy is that from? Well, Site C will produce about 15 petajoules. You would need 22 Site Cs to replace our transportation network in the province of British Columbia. And if you're going to use hydrogen, add 20 to 30% onto that. I'm happy about the idea of hydrogen being in the mix. I really am. I've looked at this, and there was an interesting breakthrough back about almost 20 years ago now, where they discovered that plankton, which normally produces oxygen, under certain environmental conditions can actually produce hydrogen. And they've been trying now to figure out, is there a way they can synthesize this process effectively to be able to generate the hydrogen at a more affordable rate, as opposed to the energy loss that is currently there with hydrogen. But you look at this, and the other reason why I'm particularly keen on hydrogen is back in 2010, I had the honor of going to Bella Coola to announce a project in Bella Coola, which was a hydrogen project to supplement the power needs of the community and try to reduce the amount of diesel that would be used. In the area of Bella Coola, there was a number of run-of-the-river projects. These produced a significant amount of electricity during the wet periods of the year, but they didn't produce a whole lot during the dry periods. And so they had to use diesel for the rest of it. And so the idea is when it produces more than it needs, you can generate hydrogen and use the hydrogen to supplement what was needed at the time. And it was a great project. PowerTech is the company that's currently operating it. I thought it was really neat. But look at the cost. It's not very effective for the small amount of CO2 that is reduced through that. However, it is a pilot project and it was interesting to do, but it should be a lesson. When we talk about hydrogen production, we should be looking at that and saying, what's the analysis? What's the cost-benefit analysis? And it's one thing I wonder about this bill during this forum when we think about hydrogen and the use of hydrogen as a substitute fuel in the future. What is the cost to consumers? If you're going to lose 20 to 30% of your energy just to produce it, just by nature, that means it's going to be 20 to 30% more expensive than it is today. And if you look at it in terms of transportation and other components and the rest of it built in, it's going to be significantly higher cost. Gordon Campbell, former premier, was keen on hydrogen, and he wanted to get hydrogen bus systems set up, and particularly along the Sea to Sky Highway during the Olympics, and I thought it was great. I asked him the question one day, I said, I love what we're trying to do here with hydrogen, but where are we going to get the hydrogen from? And he said, we'll just produce more. Well, that's not so simple. It is just not so simple. And it's like this idea of getting rid of fossil fuels, things like coal. Well, I want to say a little story. Back in 1306, I believe the year was, back when I was just a young person, England was using a lot of coal at that time for heat. At the time they called it sea coal because it came in by barge from the sea. And particularly in London, the air pollution got so bad, because this was this dirty brown coal that they were using, the air pollution got so bad that the King of England said, right, we've got to do something about this. I'm going to ban the use of coal, of sea coal. So in 1306, he banned the use of sea coal. But the problem is, there is always unintended consequences. Within a few years, the amount of deforestation that was happening in England was so severe that the king had to reverse his policy. And more than 700 years later, they're still using coal in England. And so the point is, when you think about hydrogen, what is the unintended consequence of using it? Great intentions. I love it as a fuel source. I wish we could figure out a way to create it without losing so much energy. But when you look at the magnitude of energy that we consume as a society, particularly here in British Columbia, is this realistic to be putting a lot of focus on hydrogen? There is certainly a niche market, I think, that there is potential for. Places like Bella Coola, other places where you have large amounts of electricity that can be generated, that needs to be, but over short periods of time, that needs to be lengthened, and so it's like a battery. Creating the hydrogen is like a battery, and it can be used and stored energy and can be drawn on down the road. Has lots of potential there. But at the energy loss, not so much, I think, for the rest of society. I talked about the use of coal, and it's interesting when you look at what's going on in Europe. Europe decided to go down the road of what they called clean energy, wind and solar, and I'd love to get into the stats around wind and solar and just how clean it really is. But regardless of that, they went down that route in terms of energy. They said they wanted to get rid of coal, and they didn't want to use fossil fuels, and they shunning nuclear, which quite frankly might be the only solution going forward for our long-term energy needs. Well, then one fall in 2021, the wind wasn't blowing. And it was cloudy and they didn't get a lot of power from the solar. Well, guess what? Energy prices in England and in Europe spiked. They went through the roof. That was before the war. That was before all the troubles and issues that we have with Ukraine. Why? Because of an unrealistic policy relying on intermittent power sources and not firm power sources, as my colleagues have talked about. And that's a big problem. When you think about, people say, oh, we could just use batteries. We can use batteries to store this. We'll create all this wind and solar energy and we'll use batteries. Well, first of all, you got to create a tremendous amount more than you would actually need to be able to store the batteries. But the amount of battery storage would just be unbelievable. It'll take hundreds and hundreds of years to build that kind of batteries, if it's capable of doing it at all. Not to mention, boy, oh boy, if you got a problem and that energy is released, just look at, for example, what happened after the recent hurricane down in Florida to electric vehicles, where they're catching fire. They can't put the fire out. And then they'll put the fire out, and then it catches fire again because the batteries were damaged by salt water. This is a relatively new technology about this. It's not necessarily certainly the right way or most reliable way to go. So we're talking about using hydrogen as this replacement fuel and an important transition fuel. I would love, and I'm hoping to get an opportunity when we get to committee stage, to ask the minister, where's the analysis on this? What is the cost? What is the cost to consumers? What is the impact to our quality of life? What is the impact to affordability if we're thinking about using hydrogen as a transition fuel? Remember the numbers I gave, 404 petajoules just for transportation. We would have to triple BC's electricity production to meet that. I'm not talking about Site C, I'm talking about everything BC produces. So what is the cost of hydrogen? And like I say, it's great we're adding into the mix. I actually support this going into the bill. I think it's good. But these are important points that we need to think about as a society. What does these things mean? What are the unintended consequences of environmental policies and approaches on energy on our future? Because I can tell you, when you look at, for example, in Africa, when we've said, we're not going to invest, and Canada signed on to this, we're not going to invest in any fossil fuel projects in Africa, with one exception. Any investment, as long as that energy gets transported to Europe and used in Europe, it's okay. Germany gave South Africa $800 million to stop using coal. In the meantime, they've significantly increased shipments of coal from South Africa for their own uses. I think we need to give our morals a bit of a shake when we think about what that sort of is implying and doing, keeping people in energy poverty so that we can have what we need, in terms of Europe. Now, fortunately, we're in a little different situation because we have such abundant energy sources here. But as a member from Peace River South said, companies aren't really wanting to invest here because they're not welcome. But it's more than that. Companies around North America aren't really interested in doing a whole lot of investing. They are because prices are high, but it's being shunned. Why, as a province as energy rich as British Columbia is, would we leave ourselves vulnerable? Why would we not be in that situation where we can be proud of the fact that we are completely energy self-sufficient and exporting energy to help other countries in the world, to help people in places like Africa that need power, to be able to proud to say we're part of helping to lift that 2.4 billion people out of abject poverty. That would do more for the environment than anything else we could possibly do. If we were to shut down everything we do as a province, the impact wouldn't even be measurable in terms of world emissions. But this one thing that we could do can do more for humanity and our world and our environment than anything else. And yet, we seem to be hell-bent on saying no. Now, I agree with transition. We can't be using fossil fuels forever. But we have to have a realistic plan. Let's talk about some realism here in terms of what it would take to do that transition, to be thinking about hydrogen, to be thinking about electricity generation, how many decades it will take, how we're going to get there. And let's be realistic with the voters, with the people in this province, about just what that cost is and what it will take to do and what it will mean for us as a society. Some other little statistic just to think about as we talk about getting rid of fossil fuels. 6,000 products that we use on a day-to-day basis come from fossil fuels. There isn't viable replacements. So what are we going to do? It's like saying we're not going to cut down trees anymore, because we shouldn't cut down trees for the forest. Okay, yep. Tell me what your solution is for toilet paper. There are consequences to our actions. All of us have consequences for all of our actions. And I think it's important for us in this legislature, and as we represent our ridings, to be able to stand up and ask those questions. What are the consequences of these policies? Where should these policies go? And are there better policies that we could be thinking about in terms of the quality of life of us as a province and affordability? So I look forward to Bill 37 in committee stage. I look forward to hopefully I get an opportunity to ask a few of these questions of the Minister. Once again, I do thank the Minister for bringing forward one more little tidbit on this bill that I do want to just touch on, and that is in Clause 44, I think it is, where the bill talks about there will not be any compensation for using underground reservoirs for storage of carbon dioxide or other things to landowners or First Nations. It does have the exclusion of treaty nations. But I would suggest to the Minister that perhaps the conversation with the Attorney General might be in order in terms of what the vulnerability is associated with unfinished land claims. There has not been a court case to settle the issue about who has subsurface rights. And I do suspect strongly that at some point that will be coming down the road. So it'll be an interesting question as well to the Minister associated with this bill. Last little piece I'm going to touch on with the Minister. I'm happy they're making some changes to the orphan well issue. It's been a long-standing issue. It does need to be cleaned up, and hopefully these amendments will be able to help with that component. Not that it affects my riding in Chaco Lakes that I'm very proud to represent on a day-to-day basis, but it does affect us as a province, and I know the people in the Chaco Lakes also are very concerned about us as a province and our reputation. So with that, Madam Speaker, thank you for the opportunity today.
Thank you very much, Member. Recognizing the member from Skeena.
Thank you, Honourable Speaker, and it's an honor to get up and speak to Bill 37, Energy Statutes Amendment Act 2022. And I understand we're really talking about some really big issues here, mainly around orphan wells, for example, in the northeast of BC, as well as hydrogen. But it is an energy bill. And energy, what I've been saying for the last few years now, is basically the foundation of all our success here in a country like Canada. And unlike every other First Nations leader, I was actually exposed to energy issues when LNG was actually promoted in our community as an import facility to begin with, but then we changed their minds and told them we should actually change to an export facility just because of the advancements of extracting the gas out of the Northeast. And that's where we really began our whole energy journey and trying to understand what that really meant. Because quickly we found out, whether you're talking about run-of-the-river, solar, wind, natural gas, oil, hydrogen, you're really talking about something that's so complicated in itself. Never mind the politics, which I'll get to. But it's such a complicated issue that you can't really look at it in isolation in terms of what you're just witnessing in your own region or your own town. So the more we got into this, the more we realized there was a huge learning curve in front of us that included the world, basically. Back then, the energy question was, could we get enough natural gas to China? Could we get enough natural gas to Japan? And that was always our goal. And because we were told, to displace coal, these countries needed a clean energy source. And BC at that time was the cleanest energy source in terms of natural gas. And that's still the same story we're facing today. We still have the cleanest, most ethical LNG in North America, if not the world. So it only stood to reason for us to say, yes, we've got to get behind this, not only for our own well-being in terms of our independence and trying to get away from poverty, but this could also help the region, it could also help the province, it could ultimately help the country. Little did we know that the politics was actually not there yet. Not here in Canada anyway, not here in BC. For some reason, the export of LNG coming out of BC is still a really dirty conversation to have. It's like very rarely do I come across anybody, any political leaders in BC proudly talking about the export potential we have here in BC. I mean, as far as I know, the only ones who are talking about LNG exports in this House are coming from this side of the House, from the opposition. And yet, the largest private project in Canadian history, $40 billion, LNG Canada, was approved by the NDP government. Of course, all the heavy lifting had been done prior to that, over 15 years with First Nations and the previous government. But it was this government that approved this 26 million tons of LNG annually being shipped to Asia. Now, granted, I knew that the BC Liberals did not agree previously with some of the incentives that were given to LNG Canada ultimately. I know that the BC Liberals didn't agree with getting rid of the LNG tax, for instance. The NDP got rid of that tax. The BC Liberals didn't agree with the largest PST tax break in BC history given to LNG Canada. But the NDP wanted that as an incentive. The BC Liberals didn't want to give LNG Canada a carbon tax break at $30 a ton. I mean, all these tax breaks and incentives adds up to hundreds of millions of dollars. Hundreds of millions of dollars. And it's a tax break that normal BC citizens won't get. They won't get a tax break, a carbon tax break on their gas bill. I know because Kitimat, we pay some of the highest gas prices in the Northwest. We're not going to get a PST tax break on our gas bill. So it got LNG Canada approved to a certain extent, but it didn't go all the way. And we're really talking about energy here. We're talking about, what I'm trying to get at is affordable energy that's practical. Not only in terms of what it provides for government, in terms of what revenue might flow to government, now that there's no LNG tax, now that there's no PST, and you're only going to get $30 a ton, while the rest of us go up to what, $170 a ton? There's still going to be some revenue coming, but in terms of practicality and affordability, I, like many colleagues in this House, question the viability of hydrogen. It's a great concept. I like the idea of every single car in BC running on hydrogen and the exhaust you get is water. I like that idea. But has anybody questioned the idea of whether or not it's affordable to BC citizens? Never mind the idea of the amount of energy that you have to put into it, and you get a fraction of energy coming back out of it, because it's a great concept, but it's not proven yet. Ultimately, I think it's someday somebody's going to prove it out. They will resolve that problem. But they still will not have solved the problem whether or not it costs British Columbia's even more money either as a ratepayer or a taxpayer. So in terms of hydrogen, I think you're just at the beginning stages of where we were back in 2004, trying to understand the potential of LNG. Because back in those days, we were trying to import natural gas. We weren't even thinking about exporting it. And when you look at, and why this conversation is important, because the politics of energy has overcome all sense of reason. Not only here in BC and Canada, but in Europe. I mean, there was lofty ideals over there in Europe in terms of their clean energy program, but none of it was based in reality. None of it was based in geopolitics. So when Germany's sun didn't shine anymore and the wind didn't blow, they figured out they're in a tough spot because they already shut down all our coal plants. They were already in process shutting down their nuclear plants. And one of their biggest suppliers of natural gas turned out to be an oppressor of the Ukraine. So nobody wants to get into business with a dictator. In fact, when I toured China with the Premier Clark under one of her trade missions, and I had an energy partner over there that I went to visit on a side mission. And so they toured me around China. And they were showing me all the energy projects. A couple of interesting points. One was the wind towers they showed me beside the highway. And I was quite impressed because it was right there. And I asked, so how much power does that generate? Well, we don't know. It doesn't go anywhere. We just do that for show. That's why they put it beside a highway. But the other thing they told me was that they really wanted to do business with Canada because they wanted a stable government to deal with. They didn't want to deal with Russia. Now, Russia's got vast oil and gas reserves, and they built up that dependency that Europe currently has on them. Was it intentional? I don't know. But German citizens are paying the price. It's not the German government that's paying the price. The German government will raise the rates, they'll raise taxes, they'll get along fine. They'll get out of this fine. But there are citizens that are concerned about freezing over the winter, they're going to suffer. And having to say it again in this House, I can't imagine in today's day and age in a first world country where a citizen has to decide whether or not they buy groceries or pay their energy bill. That is crazy. That's politics run amok. That's idealism that's out of control. Now there is some sort of sense coming back. There's a lot of leaders that just went to the Climate Action Conference in Egypt, COP27, including First Nations from my region, the Haisla and the Niska. They've actually developed a bit of a group there to address some of the environmental issues associated with their energy plans, specifically LNG, because Niska is developing KSI Lism's LNG, Haisla is developing Cedar LNG, and Squamish is developing wood fiber LNG. So they're basically they're trying to do something that many First Nations do when they're looking at energy issues. They're trying to balance it with the environment. And if there's anybody in BC or Canada that's well qualified and experienced to talk about environmental issues, it's First Nations. Mainly because they were left without a voice for decades. They weren't allowed. They weren't even allowed to have legal representation. So when the case law came down for the full duty to consult and accommodate, plus they were allowed to have lawyers to represent them, bands like mine went full tilt in addressing some of the past impacts. And that covered a span of 40 years if you're looking at a band like mine. So it was only natural for these First Nations to go to this conference and talk about balancing the environmental issues and impacts and emissions with oil and gas production. But it's quite interesting now that and I've already said it, where this hydrogen discussion is going, is there any reality to it? Is there any analysis being done to see if this is actually viable for the long term, for the medium term, and for the people that are ultimately going to need this energy, which is us as citizens? But there is some common sense coming back, especially when you think about Canada representing us at Egypt. And we already heard that Canada is willing now to back economically viable projects in Canada, meaning LNG. Well, I've invited Canada to come visit LNG Canada, the now defunct Chevron project in Kitimat, Cedar, wood fiber, and Niska, all economically viable. And why I say viable, because based on everything I've heard over the last 15 years, the outlook for natural gas is the outlook for energy globally. That's what I was told. I was told this by government, and I was told it by industry. And when you're looking at the price of natural gas globally, it wasn't the right approach to look at the short-term prices of natural gas. It was going to have valleys and peaks. This is why we approved LNG Canada for 40 years. We thought 40 years was actually too short a time to talk about. We thought for Chevron LNG project, we thought 60 years was a very short lease to have. So when we were thinking about the outlook of prices of natural gas, we were thinking 100 years. Where was energy going? Even back then, we could see that there was an opposition coming up against oil. Not so much gas. Gas was just recent. Gas didn't get the full opposition probably until about 2011 when Premier Clark brought it to this House. And the opposition actually was in this legislature. There was a lot of talk about if we built an LNG plant in Kitimat, Victoria would be underwater. There was a lot of talk that there was nothing in LNG for BC, nothing in it. Even though we know now there's a tremendous amount of opportunity and benefit for LNG. Just with one single project that's probably only got a third of its operations approved. Which goes back to the misunderstanding I have about the rationale for hydrogen. I don't see it at the same level as liquid natural gas. So we're putting so much effort into debating Bill 37, which talks about a number of things, including hydrogen, but we're not talking about the reality that's right in front of us. LNG Canada is basically a project, $40 billion, that's proposed to ship out 26 million tons of LNG annually from Kitimat. 4 trains, 2 phases. And yet, for some reason, LNG Canada is only approved for 1 train at 14 million tons. Now that doesn't make any sense, especially when you consider where I came from. I was at that negotiating table when we were talking about 26 million tons. And the whole point was, we're going to build out train 1, and that will create the foundation to build train 2, so we can ship out the full 26 million tons. So who in their right mind gets into business to cover costs? Nobody does that, unless there's a new book on economics that I haven't come across. But nobody comes into the community of business just to cover costs, especially when you're talking about 26 million tons versus 14 million tons. And so for LNG Canada to do this, and I've asked this question before, and I got some inference that it was LNG Canada that made this decision on their own. Well, that's contrary to what I heard them say when I was at the negotiating table. In fact, one of the other issues that we have with this project is electric drives. And there's a story out talking about if LNG Canada uses electricity from BC Hydro, then BC will be powerless to pursue other opportunities that involve electricity. Okay, so why the big push for electric cars then? If the goal is to get LNG Canada to have electric drives for 26 million tons, and that will use up all electricity in BC, and you'll have no electricity to do anything else, then don't we need another Site C? Don't we need two Site Cs to accomplish everything we're talking about? And how much electricity do we need for this hydrogen initiative? This is what I'm talking about when we're talking about the practicality of energy. And what's become apparent is the politics of energy. Another interesting thing happened, though, over in Egypt. A lot of the developing countries, they agreed to develop a fund to actually help address some of the impacts that poorer First Nations are experiencing because of climate change, in terms of some of the emergencies and the damage. So they agreed to that. But Canada did not agree to phase out oil and gas. And the reason they said was because the provinces would sue Ottawa if Ottawa made that commitment. So it only stands to reason that if the BC government is afraid to approve LNG Canada's full 26 million tons, there's no need to be afraid, because Canada is not going to phase it out. And if they do try, Canada's expecting the BC government to sue the federal government. So, BC government, if you fully endorse the 26 million tons being exported through LNG Canada, and you intend to take Canada to court, I'll back you up. I got a grin. But there's a lot of different things happening today, and BC could be a part of that in a big way if we can just start talking about the reality of what the world is going through right now. And Germany is a great example. In fact, I've gone down to the German consulate to invite them to Kitimat, but I understand the BC government beat me to the punch and possibly invited the German consulate to come visit Kitimat. That's great, that's fine. I don't have to be a part of that. But I also went to Ottawa to visit the German embassy. And it was quite the interesting conversation, because I went there to get support from the federal government and the opposition in Ottawa to sponsor First Nations leaders to go to Germany to the LNG conference that's happening in March, and get the German leaders and the First Nation leaders to talk energy, talk emissions, talk environment, talk reconciliation. Didn't get an answer back, but I do put that request to the BC government. If there was any sponsorship from the BC government getting the First Nations leaders to the environmental climate action conference in Egypt, then please consider sending First Nations to Germany to represent energy interests in BC as well. We can help out Germany, and we can also help out BC, but we can continue the pathway that was started back in 2004 by my band in terms of economic reconciliation, and uplifting the entire generation of First Nations people from Prince George to Kitimat Village to communities down Channel is intensely gratifying. And we should be proud that it didn't take any government money to do it. All it took was some really bold leaders to look at energy and say, yes, this makes sense. There's no reason to be ashamed of LNG. There's no reason to be quiet about LNG Canada just shipping out 14 million tons as opposed to 26 million tons. We're helping BC, we're helping First Nations. We got the potential as a domino effect to help Germany. And we're not even talking about the crisis that is China. That's been there for the last, 20 years. We're not even talking about the crisis that's India. Somehow, we've become stuck in our own little bubble to think the emissions is a BC isolated incident. And if we address this, we can all feel good about ourselves and go home and have... No. These problems are huge. The more we sit back and keep our clean resources from reaching places like India and China, the more India, China, and Germany resort to coal. We're protesting the wrong people. I heard some people talking in this legislature about the protesters. Why are you protesting BC? We are not the biggest polluters. And places like China and India, they are some of the biggest emitters in the world. They got the biggest carbon footprint out of need, out of necessity. They have little choice. So if there is a protest to be had, it should be with the Chinese government or the European Union, not Canada. I mean, we barely even rank in terms of the emissions that are being emitted from Canada. So this is this bill actually brings up a lot of issues that came up in my past, and a lot of councils. Whether you're talking about the First Nation leadership from Prince George, Kitsilas, Kitsim-Kalem, they're all well versed in this kind of conversation. But can it help the reality? Can it help the Kitsilas First Nation, for example, who has been after this government for Northern Council to approve their geothermal permit up at their lands up by the airport? They've asked the Chief Counsellor again, Chief Bennett has asked me again to put in a good word to the government to say, can we get a move on their geothermal permit? I don't see any downside with this. I don't see any real environmental impact. And it does support their economic development issues with the land that they've actually purchased and they're trying to develop. So thank you, Minister, for acknowledging that. And I'll tell the Chief that I did mention it. So I'll be looking forward to a committee stage on Bill 37 and trying to understand the reality of where we are heading with hydrogen in BC. Thank you very much, Madam Speaker.
Thank you, member. Recognizing the member for Caribou-Chilcotin.
Well, thank you very much. Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. Appreciate the applause. Certainly, this feels a little bit like deja vu because about 11 hours or so ago, I delivered a speech about pulp mills. So it's been an industrial day here today at the Legislature. I want to just touch on that for a second, Madam Speaker, if I could. This is exactly, in my mind, this is exactly why we need to have the time to debate these bills. I'm grateful that the Minister has brought this bill before this House. But this afternoon, after hearing from the member of Skeena and the member from Kootenay East and other members here that have spoke passionately about this issue, I've learned a lot by listening. And it's been a very important conversation, I think, that we've had to have in this House. I think that the impacts for all British Columbians are serious. There's no question about it with most bills that come before this House, and Bill 37 is certainly no different. But this could have a very serious impact on a world scale. It could have a serious impact certainly in rural British Columbia, where many of the members, of course, reside. So it is serious, and I'm grateful for the opportunity to be able to offer some comments about Bill 37, the Energy Statutes Amendment Act, today. I want to say that certainly there's large parts of this bill that I can see my way to supporting, but I also feel that I want to see it go through the scrutiny of committee stage, and
and listen and perhaps even participate in some of those questions. There has been much debate about the timing around bills that have been introduced to the House, of course, and Bill 37 is certainly no different. There needs to be time, Madam Speaker, to address the very serious questions that will arise from this. If there was one word that I picked up on from the member from Skeena, it was consequences. And there are consequences to legislation that we introduce and approve, or that does move to law, of course. So today, I do want to just talk a little bit about the fact that the bill expands on Oil and Gas Commission and its role in regulating oil and gas to also regulate hydrogen. Its name is therefore changed to the BC Energy Regulator, which I think has been discussed here this afternoon. The legislation presented expands the regulator and requires that one of the board members be a deputy minister and that another one be of First Nations heritage. And I think that that's fantastic, that we will have First Nations at that level sitting at a table where decisions, of course, can be made. But certainly to expand a little bit on that, Madam Speaker, is that, you know, and I'll be looking for that in committee stage, as I think we're all looking for more information about the engagement with First Nations in this province. And certainly I want to understand how First Nations that might be affected by this, and certainly First Nations in my riding, have had an opportunity to comment, have had an opportunity for serious engagement. The bill also enables the regulator to more easily hold accountable entities whose actions result in orphaned or abandoned sites. And I think the minister spoke at length about this in the introduction of the bill this afternoon. And again, I could be certainly supportive of that motion to be sure that operators that do fall ill from finances or whatever the case may be, you know, that the taxpayers of this province are not left holding that bill. And so I think that there'll be interesting conversation around the mechanisms that might be in place to recover those funds and to be able to fully reclaim those sites. And certainly, and I guess, you know, I'll come to this a little bit in a moment or two, but this is where I think legislation like Bill 37 can have impacts outside of its boundaries, can have impacts on other industries perhaps. Certainly it has the opportunity to have a bit of a overflow onto other businesses in this province, and I'll touch on that in a moment or so. I certainly, again, supportive of cleaning up some of these sites. I have seen some of the sites that have been left behind, but one of the things that the minister touched on, and again, this is why we have committee, is to further understand some of the comments that were made around the potential of previous owners or previous participants in those sites also sharing in the responsibility for that cleanup or reclamation. So I for certain want to understand that portion of what the minister had referred to with complete clarity before I could support the bill. And certainly overall, I think probably most people will be supportive of the notion that we need modernization of BC's Oil and Gas Commission. But again, there's going to be multiple questions about how that will look. We agree with the actions to help develop the hydrogen industry in British Columbia, but it sort of seems a little unclear to me as to the minister's focus, whether that is on green hydrogen industry or what that is. And again, that will certainly come through in the committee stage. Certainly, British Columbia's existing oil and natural gas industry is very important, and the bill is extensive. I don't want, in any way, shape, or form, my fear is that we discourage investment in British Columbia, or for that matter, worse, that we discourage it so much so that we see companies that are currently active in British Columbia choose to move away or move from another, or move to a different jurisdiction, or not consider us at all. And my fear with any legislation that we bring to this House is that, again, as I said before, it can have an impact on other industries. And, you know, certainly, Madam Speaker, I've talked about my community before with respect to forestry and mining, but, you know, we have multiple large companies, large corporations in my community. In fact, in downtown Williams Lake, within the district boundaries, we have 6 milling operations. We have 2 you know, very significant mines just outside of the boundaries of Caribou-Chilcotin. They actually are in Caribou North, but they are an incredible help to the resiliency of Williams Lake. And we've seen both of those industries struggle. Certainly we saw it last year with legislation with respect to Bill 23 and 28, I believe they were. And so my concern is that when we introduce bills like 37, we have to be very careful not to scare off investment in our province, especially when we're talking about businesses as big as these. And so I would never want for that to move to other industry to create any more fear than is already there, because we have seen some losses. We have seen companies starting to make decisions to move to other jurisdictions, whether it be east or whether it be south into the States. And that is very concerning, very concerning. I can appreciate that some want to transition to different economies, and I understand that. But it is difficult when you're talking about a town like mine that has 6 milling operations in its downtown core, and 2, as I said, very significant mining operations. Several of its elements, particularly provisions for working interest participants, WIPs, and liability directors and officers, could impact investment certainty in British Columbia, and that speaks to exactly what I was just talking about. If there was ever a time in this province that we needed to create certainty for businesses, and certainly these larger type corporations that are looking to invest literally tens and hundreds of millions of dollars in our economy, and particularly in rural BC, where we struggle economically, and we are challenged in many ways. We have to find a way to create certainty, Madam Speaker, for these businesses. There's no question about that. A note of concern lies with how the provision of assigning responsibility that is not proportional to ownership could lessen investment in British Columbia. And again, I note that just simply because, as I've said over and over and over, we cannot, in my mind, put that at risk. And I think we have to be very careful about the legislation as we go forward, and I think we need to scrutinize it in a very in-depth way so that we can understand exactly how this is going to affect that investment. Certainly understand the central intent of proposed legislative amendments, which is to continue to ensuring the industry fulfills its environmental and financial obligations. Again, I'm not suggesting in any way referring to any kind of reclamation and those types of things. I'm certainly not suggesting that we should let business off the hook necessarily, but I think that we have to be extremely careful of what we ask. And again, just to note that I'll be seeking full clarity on how earlier partners in some of these sites may be exposed to reclamation at a later date. It's important, however, that any of the legislative amendments enable regulations that are fair and provide continued investment certainty into the province's oil and natural gas sector. I think I've already touched on that. Certainly, I feel that this is probably the most important note that we have to discuss in this room with respect to this legislation. And I want to just touch for a few moments on some of the comments that were made by my colleague from Skeena. and certainly he knows this a lot better than I. It's in obviously his riding, and it's obviously a very important topic to him. But he has spoken at length in this chamber, in question period, in other moments in this room about the invasion of Ukraine and the fact that there has been a massive global shift that has taken place as Europe seeks to turn away from Russian oil and gas. And today, the member from Skeena spoke again about the number of trains. I don't know why, we continue to debate this. We have before us a large opportunity, a massive opportunity, not one just that is financial, but it can certainly help Europe. It can help them to be less reliant on sources of different types of fuel, etc., and certainly authoritarian regimes like Russia for their energy resources. BC should be ramping up. We should be doing our part, Madam Speaker. And I just can't imagine that over the past year or two, this debate continues. We've argued and bickered about it for a long time. And the actual financial opportunity for British Columbians is one thing. But to do our part on a world scale is a completely another. And Madam Speaker, I just can't help but think that it is absolutely time for British Columbia to step up and help with regard to that. Currently, only half of LNG Canada's production has permits, and 7 more LNG projects could be brought online with leadership from this province. And Madam Speaker, instead of showing leadership, the government is making defeatist comments about how LNG is some sort of a mythical dream. And I've heard those comments myself and have been frustrated by them. Some of these comments, well, I'll read you a couple of them. When it comes to supplying energy again, if we could do it tomorrow, that would be one thing. But we can't. The best efforts of British Columbians would not achieve what you're asking for in 3 or 5 years. Now that's our past Premier on February 28th. If they want to help people today, they should be taking action that can help today, not some mythical dream down in the future. And again, that's Hansard of March of 2022. And this is exactly, Madam Speaker, what I'm talking about. We have talked about this and talked about it. And it is time for action. It is time that we make a commitment to moving forth on some of these projects. The NDP have said that they are only willing to allow additional products within the Clean BC plan, which are only budgets for the first 2 trains, as we just heard, of LNG, and not all 4. And this absolutely precludes any additional investment. And I'll need to understand that fully in committee stage before I could give complete support to this. All around the world, LNG facilities are being proposed and built to meet the challenge of climate change while meeting energy needs of countries like China, India, and Europe. At least 18 major LNG projects were proposed for British Columbia, and only 1 has advanced to construction. And for me, if there's a point that I want to understand in committee stage, it's exactly that. Madam Speaker, it's a proud moment to be able to stand in this House at any time. It's certainly a proud moment to offer comments from Caribou Chilcotin, and I will take my seat and give the remaining time to another one of my colleagues. Thank you very much.
Thank you, member. Recognizing the member for Peace River North.
Thanks. Thank you. Thank you, Madam Speaker, my cheering squad. Gives me great pleasure, of course, here to speak today on Bill 37, the Energy Statutes and Amendment Act 2022. Certainly want to recognize my colleagues before me, Caribou Chilcotin, who just finished up talking and, talked about opportunity. And I'm going to talk a little bit in my remarks here about opportunity and where I think and worry, and obviously these are questions we'll be asking in committee stages on Bill 37. Is this going to impact the industry in a negative way, these consequences, these unintended consequences, and take away these opportunities that are staring British Columbia right now in the face? Incredible opportunities. We've heard, actually, I think almost every one of my colleagues have mentioned the issues right now in Europe, trying to get off of using Russian oil, Russian gas, which in turn is just going toward funding that war that Russia's in. Germany is wanting the opportunity to use our LNG. And I'm going to talk on these points a little later. These are just kind of my opening remarks here. And Kootenay East, I listened with great interest, and I know my colleague from Peace River South said he learned a few things. I'm pretty sure he learned a lot, because the whole hydrogen piece was very, very interesting, and a lot of stuff around the hydrogen that I did not understand. And I'm happy. There are things obviously in this bill, and I think we always need to be looking at legislation to improve it, to make it better. That's what needs to happen. And the Oil and Gas Commission, I lived in Fort St. John. I remembered vividly when the Oil and Gas Commission was created some 25 years ago. And the head office was stationed in Fort St. John. That was where the Oil and Gas Commission was headed, including with the commissioner at one time actually living. And interestingly enough, when the Oil and Gas Commission was first created, it was written into the wording that the commissioner shall live in Fort St. John. But I think they struggled at trying to get a person there and stuff. So that one did go by the wayside. But really a tropical place. Only with natural gas. It makes it a little warmer in the winter, right? But I do remember vividly, and I've had a number of friends and close colleagues that have worked in the Oil and Gas Commission in Fort St. John. And again, we are happy to see that things are modernizing. Even the name change is probably more capturing how the energy looks like in British Columbia today. We talked a little bit about now including hydrogen. And, we right now in my riding are working on a hydrogen project up in Fort Nelson, Northern Rockies, as we speak. So it is really good to hear that there's, it is bringing in and modernizing and talking about, the future of energy and what that looks like in British Columbia, including First Nations at the table. I think is a critical point as we move toward reconciliation and understanding our Indigenous partners, especially in the oil and gas sector, because there are a lot of Indigenous partners in the oil and gas industry. The accountability piece, again, I am going to talk in a moment on that accountability and what that looks like, and the possibility of will it have unintended consequences that might impact and challenge the oil and gas sector, and especially the natural gas sector right now, as we talked about the opportunities. And Honourable Speaker, I see all the other houses are here, so with that, I'll reserve my right to speak further on this and adjourn this debate.
Member, you heard the motion to adjourn the debate. All those in favour indicate aye. Aye. Opposed? Motion carried. Committee Chair.
First. Mr. Speaker, Section A reports progress on Bill number 36 and asks leave to sit again.
When shall the committee sit again, Government House Leader?
Next sitting, Speaker.
So ordered. Committee Chair.
Mr. Speaker, Section C reports progress on Bill 41 and asks leave to sit again.
When shall the committee sit again, Government House Leader?
Next sitting, Speaker.
So ordered. Government House Leader.
I move that the House to now adjourn.
Member, you heard the motion. All those in favour indicate aye. Opposed? Motion carried. This House stands adjourned 10 a.m. tomorrow.